Hi there, everybody. I'm just getting a little bit of water. Hi there, Loki. Hi, Pickle Fizz. I hope you're doing fantastic. Hi there, Corey. Look at all these green names. Why, it looks like a grassy bunch out here. Look at that. We got 3 green names in a row. Oh, wait. Pickle Fizz is blue on my screen. What the heck? Okay. It's green in the chat, okay? I'm slightly confused. But yeah, I'm gonna grab my water. Make sure that y'all have your waters ready. You better hydrate, or I'm gonna fuss at you. Okay. I think that I'm good. Just grabbing a couple stuffs. Okay. I've got my big bottle of water. My giant bottle of water. Oi, X-Straight. Oh my gosh, X-Straight coming in here saying sweet words. X-Straight's already gone, but still I say, thank you for your sweet words. You kind bean. Also, King of Squirrel. How are you doing? I'm Zombie Food. What's up? Oi, it's Wednesday, my dudes. Or is it? Is it? Right? Oh, I think it is Wednesday, right? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Oi. How's everybody's Wednesday going? I hope y'all are having a fantastic day. It is indeed Wednesday. Yes, it's the middle of the week. It's the middle of the week. We're nearly halfway done. Well, with the work week anyway. I suppose we still got like a fair bit rest. I'm trying to get this hat to work. This hat does not work while I'm wearing headphones, and it looks ridiculous. I want to just wear it without headphones, but then I can't hear the music. I don't know what to do. Maybe I'll just not wear my headphones for a little while. Pretty sure I should still be able to figure out what's going on. You don't really need like music for Pokemon. I don't technically have to listen to Pokemon. Okay, yeah, because I wanted to wear This hat. Oi, how's everybody doing? What's up? I'm in the green room. Welcome to the green room, everybody. I hope that you make sure that you take good care of your plants, because my green room will attack you if you do not take good care of all of your little planty friendos. Hi there, Tayaki. What's up, Tayaki-san? I hope you're doing good. Yeah, this hat. I want to wear this hat, but it doesn't work well with headphones. It's like, could I go over it? No, I look like a grandma. I look like a grandma with her happy little hat. I think I'm just not gonna wear headphones right now. I'm just gonna leave it alone, okay? I don't need to listen to any of this stuff. Oi, Brad, what's up? Extinction of all plants. All plants die. Year 2021. Every single flower completely withered. Nice FMA tat. Oh, why, thank you. Yes, I'm planning on getting more. I want more tattoos. I'm not pleased. Looks like Pikachu has sunglasses. What? Where? Pikachu with the sunglasses? Oh, up there? Oh, Pikachu has sunglasses whenever I put on the headphones. I know what you mean. What? I want Pikachu to be able to just rest and relax on my head and have a wonderful day. Brad, do you have any tats? I don't think that I've ever spied any Brad tats. Does Brad have some nerdy tattoos? I would imagine if you have tattoos, they're probably nerdy, right? I've only got this one. This is my only one. And I think that I'm gonna make this whole sleeve of FMA at some point. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna get a tattoo of Colonel Mustang on my forearm pretty soon. Earbuds would be handy. They would. I mean, I could wear earbuds, I think. I wonder where my earbuds are. I think I threw them away because I was angry. I was frustrated because they were hurting my ears. So I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it alone right now. When you put the headphones on, it's true. Oi, Kareem, how are you doing? Happy Wednesday. What's up? Poco's birthday. Oh snap! Did you give Poco good pats? Did you say hello to Poco from the Earl like I demanded that you do? You have no ink, but you once contemplated Gyarados as a traditional Japanese ink painting. Like an ink painting or an ink tattoo? I'm confused. I mean, traditional Japanese like wall art is amazing. I would love to have some of that. It probably wouldn't fit in the gamer room. Probably wouldn't fit in the gamer room. So I'd have to make some little alcove in my house that has like a bonsai tree and a bunch of pretty Japanese art and so actually good furniture. This is like the trash gamer room where I just like throw random stuff into the corner that might interest your eye. You're loving the Pikachu hat? Why, hi there, Kim. Hi there. It's good. It moves the ears. I think that I put that in the title where it's like, ask my hat to say hello. Kim, oi, how are you doing? I hope you're doing fantastic. A tattoo that looks like a real ink painting. Ooh, Japanese traditional stuff is so cool. I love that. I mean, I kind of love tattoos in general, but I love Japanese traditional. I love, I'm not crazy about like the classical, like American style. I don't know. I do like tribal. I like realism. I mean, they're all just so amazing. It all just depends on your, it depends on what you want. But a traditional stuff has like such amazing clouds and such amazing like water and stuff like that. I love it. I love Japanese traditional. Oi, Kestrel Bun Buns, how are you doing? Oi, oh no, did I even set up the appear thing? Hang on, I'll fix that, I'm sorry. I'll give you a free one, all right? Here, I'll give you a free one, Detective Meow Meow, I'm sorry. There we go. There we go, now it's working. I'm sorry for burning your, for burning a few of your acorns. I apologize, Detective Mew. Detective Meow Meow, excuse me. By the way, hi there, hope you're doing fantastic. It's the horrifying Eevee. It's the horrifying Eevee that was made by Lens. Lens is to blame for that. Like in my title, it says A-Star is to blame, and it is. It is. A-Star is to blame for this one, for sure. My shirt looks skin toned. I mean, kind of, a little bit. It's kind of pink. But it looks weird under this light, I will admit. It does look strange. Maybe we can change the background color and it would make it look more pink. Because it is pink. It is pink. It's just slightly subtle. And it does match my skin. It looks like I'm not wearing anything at all. Kenny's naked on his stream again. Shaking my head. Now, that makes it look even almost worse. Also, that hurts my eyes. Ow. Blue. It's super... Fantasy, how are you doing? Oi! Fantasy animal vegan. What is up? My shirt looks skin tone, doesn't it? Man, this blue is way too aggressive. Maybe like loosen it up with some purple. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. It's so extreme. It hurts my eyes. Can I lighten it somehow? Kind of. I don't know. It's popping off, you guys. It's popping off. I don't think that I should be so aggressive. I shouldn't be so aggressive, you guys. Ah! Owie! My eyes. Okay, that's better. That's better, I think. You like it? I'm sure you would, Kim. You like extremes, okay? It's too extreme. That's not what you saw yesterday? What? Do you have a license to carry those guns? I don't know, Fantasy, do I? If you want, you can make these guns work out even more. These guns, they were made for pull-ups. I'm ready to do some pull-ups today, okay? In fact, let me see if it's even available. All right. I'm always extreme, like always, duh. Kim, you're always going like super extreme on things. You are super extreme chatter, 100%. We need non-hostile blue. This is kind of purpley. Is this non-hostile or is this hostile? Are we in danger right now? Beowulf, how are you doing? What's up? Also, Keith, I hope you're doing good. I'm sorry you haven't seen me around the SMP recently. I promise I'll be back, okay? I'll be back. I'll see you in Minecraft very soon, and you can show me off all the beautiful things that you made. Toasted toaster, no. No, you sorry, sucker. Also, thanks for the helicopter. I appreciate it. Pull-ups. Yes, I have the pull-up bar set up. Let me see. Alchemic's always helping me out with requests and stuff, like turning them on and off. Let me see. Are they paused right now? Yeah, I think that they're all paused at the moment. Yo! Ocean Wolf, thank you so much for the Prime. What's up, boy? Thank you so much.
Pride Heart Pierre 56.
Thank you so much for the sub, Ocean Wolf. Oh, snap. I'm going to write your name. I'm gonna write your name right on this piece of paper. Let me see. Ocean Wolf, do you have a blue name? I'd love to put your name up on the wall. Some of these names have fallen down, and I have like a collection of them laying there, and I'll get double stick tape so that I can keep them up. You're playing Minecraft, just made hardcore world. Oh snap, Beowulf, it's dangerous out there. Don't get blown up. You would prefer purple? Let's go. Okay, yeah, you've got kind of a pinky name, but I'll give you a purple, all right? Ocean Wolf, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate the support. Holy moly. For 2 months. For 2 months, Ocean Wolf has chosen for me to be their Prime sub. You could have picked anybody, but you picked me, and I appreciate it. OCN, how do you spell this? I think I know how to spell this. I did know how to spell this. Nice. Look at this guy. He can spell basic words. Ocean Wolf. I'm going to put your name up on his wall and we'll see if it sticks. If it doesn't stick, then I'll stick it back up later. No worries. All right, here we go. Hopefully it actually stays on the wall. We'll see. I don't know. It's absolute chaos over here. It's almost like somebody is just running through here trying to knock everything down. It's like I have a cat, but I don't have a cat. Kenny Bean, good choice. I hope you enjoy the beautiful emotes. The emotes are some of my favorite on Twitch. Love my QT kids. How are you doing? That's quite a hat. I know, right? Hi there. Love my QT kids. Hey. Ew, Brad, don't show that. Don't show the Eevee. Disgusting. How dare you? You interrupted a cute hat dance with a disgusting Eevee. Also, do I have any more coffee? I think it's cold. Ew, gross. This coffee, whenever I went to go get my sandwich, I got a sandwich from Dunkin' because I wanted to get some food, and they and they gave me the sandwich and it was wrong. So I went back. I forced myself to go back because they didn't give me sausage on the sandwich, and it made me upsetty. It made me upset. I need that sausage. That's the most important part of the sandwich. And I went back through the line, got up to the thing, and I was like, "Hi there. I just went through. I ordered this and this. I didn't get any sausage on my sandwich." And somebody else, I guess the person who made the sandwich, like got onto the call like a second person got onto the call and said, you did not order sausage. It didn't say sausage. You didn't ask for it. And they attacked me. They attacked me with verbal attacks. And I was just like, oh no. And I just said, you can check the receipt if you want to, like in my most calm voice ever. And they checked the receipt and I was right. I was right. I did need sausage. I did. I needed the sausage on that sandwich. And I said that I wanted it. And then they said, okay, sorry, we'll make it right. And they gave me a bag that only had a piece of sausage in it. Every time they've ever gotten my food wrong, they always just give me another sandwich. And they're just like, never mind, just keep it. But they gave me one piece of sausage so that I could build my own sandwich. This is the strangest thing I've ever seen. You didn't ask for it. They did. They literally argued with me, and then they gave me just a sausage. They let me build my own sandwich. Thank you. It was so funny. It was funny, but I do not want to go back there again, to be honest. Sausage. Oi, how you doing, Bohemian? This is a new look for you? What? Just a hat? Just a hat is a new look here. Look, it's me again. It's normal Kenny. Hi there. I just normally have headphones on. How are you doing? What's up? Oi, Bohemian Moon. I hope you're doing good. Build a witch. Yeah, you could build your own sandwich. Hi there, Pink Monster. Hello. That's my hat saying hi there. Hi there, Pink Monster.
Mommy shark do 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 do. Mommy shark do 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 do. Mommy shark do 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 do.
All right, yeah, I can't miss this out. Oh yeah, you know I'm not missing this. What a jam, oi. Keith, thanks a lot for the jams. Appreciate it. So sweet. I appreciate it. Have a sausage in a bag. Yeah, it was in two different bags. It was like the main bag, and then it had one smaller bag, and then the sausage in that bag. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. That was a good $3 sandwich. Shiny, how are you doing? Hey, Shiny, we missed you yesterday, but I hope you had a fantastic day today. Oi, much love to Shiny. Oi, don't worry. We didn't catch any shinies without you, okay? We saw like 17 shinies. We saw mounds and mounds of shinies, but I said, if Shiny Glalie not here, we can't catch any of them. So we've been ignoring all shinies in your name. So we have none to show off. I can't show you off any shinies. There are none. We ignored all of them. And also, hi there, Linz is here. Oi, oi, oi. Linz. How was today? Hi there, Linz. My hat is slightly cockeyed. There we go. Oi, Linz, I hope you're having a fantastic day. It reminds me of when I worked for fast food and people would just want a patty. So we would put a patty in a fry container. I mean, I know that my order was a little bit weird because I asked for no cheese. I specifically, on the menu, it says that it's called a sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich. So I said, I want a sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich with no cheese. And they were like, you want a cheese sandwich with no cheese? They were like mocking me. And I was like, yes, there's not a word for what I want. There's nothing on the menu that's what I want. I have to modify it, okay? Just no cheese. And then they were like, you want no cheese? You get no sausage either. You get nothing. If you deny the cheese gods, then you will suffer. You will suffer. You're free tomorrow, so you can stay here and vibe with us, stream and draw art. Hey, sweet. Kim is vibing all night. Just kidding. Don't vibe all night. But yeah, you can hang out without having to worry about going to bed. Oh yeah. What can I get you for today? Meat. Hello, could I get some meat? Is there any meat on the menu? They're like, well, if there's things with meat, I'll take a meat sandwich with just the meat. Being mocked by drive-through plebs. I was. They mocked me. And then I got to the window. I was the only person in line. I was the only person in the store. And one of the people said, he's the guy that said thank you or something like that. They said something like that. They said, they mentioned, he said something. Because I think that they had said like, oh, thanks, go to the window. And I was like, thanks. I said thanks after they did. And those sorry suckers, they were mocking me at the window. And none of them were smiling. And then I went back and they just gave me then they backsassed me. I can't believe it. I'm never going back. I'm not even mad. I just laughed in my car and I was like, well, never going back there. These people. Yeah, they're getting negative energy on my food. Alchemic, how are you doing? What's up? Yeah, I mean, I wasn't mad. I just won't go back. That's all. You're not gonna ruin my day with your bad attitude. I'm just gonna eat my Sandy and not go back. No more gratitude for them. Well, I mean, whenever people are rude to me, I normally am just like, nice pack, and then I'm like, I'll just avoid you forever. No worries. You got to get your son from school. Hopefully catch you later. All right, Pickle Fist, we'll be here. We'll be here if you want to hang out. But yes, go pick up the son. Let them there. Call my mom. Her name is Karen, and she'll take care of it. She's a certified Karen. It's on the birth certificate. She's a real Karen, and she'll bother those people. I felt good that I went back and I got my sausage sandwich. I was like, I'm proud of myself. I got back in the line. I got what I wanted because they gave me a sandwich with no sausage, and that was the last straw. I had to get my sandwich, and I got my sandwich, and I was proud of myself. I'm glad that you're all right. I wish you were perfect, but life be like that. Life be like that. Most days are all right or okay. Newsflash, Kenny needs his sausage. That's not sausage for my sandwich. My sausage for my breakfast sandwich from Dunkin.com. Fantasy Animal Vegan. There's so much more detail that you could add to that message. You mean they aren't paid enough to care? I mean, that's true. That's true, but I won't give. But if they're not paid enough to care and their managers don't mind them being rude, then I won't shop there, and then their shop will close down, and then they won't have a job. I mean, that's kind of that's the rub. That's the danger there. If you don't treat people well in the service industry, then bad things will come to you, I guess. I don't know. But hey, Lighthouse, how are you doing? Yep, vote with thy feet. What? Vote with thy feet? Oh, like walk away. I get it. I thought that you were saying like whenever you vote in the election, you just need to use your little toesies to like scribble off the names and stuff, and then you like hand the paper to them with your foot and be like, here you go. I have cast my vote. Could you please put this into the voting machine? I only vote with my feet, so I'm going to walk right out of here. A Karen TM. That's trademarked? Oh no, there's so many Karens that are violating national law. They're violating law by being named this. You know, I was thinking the other day, speaking of names, it would be funny, but not at all worth the trouble to rename myself, like legally change my name to Earl. And then I can then I can say, hi there, my name's Earl, but you can call me Kenny. And nobody would ever get to complain and be like, oh, wait a second, your name's not really Earl. I'm supposed to call you Kenny. Oops, I accidentally call you Earl because you're the Earl of Suds. Sorry. Then I'd be like, no, you're actually telling me my real name. That's my real name. Actually, my name's not the Earl of Suds. My real name is Kenny, but my legal name is Earl. Just make it one layer deeper. One layer of deception deeper so that nobody knows what my real name is. My real name being Kenneth. Bum, bum, bum. They'll never know. That's all right. I hardly call you by your name. That's true. You don't need to. That's what I love about the internet. Y'all don't have to use my name, and I don't have to use pronouns. It's awesome. It's the best form of communication. Y'all don't have to remember any of my names, and I don't ever have to remember any pronouns. It's fantastic. Gonda, what's up? How are you doing? Gonda, you like jumped in the stream yesterday, dropped a sub, and then got right out of here. Gonda, I hope you had a good day today. How are you doing? Alchemic. Okay, you guys, we should play some Pokemon. We should play some Pokemon. I'm ready to play. Let's catch some Pokemon. We're supposed to be zooming, you guys. We're supposed to be zooming through Let's Go Pikachu. So let's get going. I'm gonna turn off that music and I'm gonna turn on the game. We're gonna turn on the game. Let's play some Pokemon. Let's catch some Mons, you guys. We're going as fast as we possibly can. Okay. Let's go. The screen is so bright. Yes, I want to use this controller. This controller, please. Oh, yeah. I was also working on, well, not working, but y'all guys reminded me to like play a little bit of my ocarina. And I'm working on the Carrico Town theme, I think. Let me see. I'm going to turn this down because the brightness is a little extreme. Turn it down to like 85. Down to 85. There we go. Yeah, it's the music in the town that goes like wah 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 wah. You need to jump off and take care of something. Go for it, Lens. Go for it. We'll see you in a bit. Get that stuff done. Get that stuff down. You better get out of there or you're gonna be in trouble. You love the fact that anybody can represent themselves however they want on Twitch. Exactly. You can change your name. You can change your. You can use any pronouns that you want. You could use an image to represent yourself, or you could use a real picture. I mean, an image is a picture, but you know what I mean. You know, you could have like a drawing or something. Wow. You can do whatever you want. It's the internet. Nobody knows anything that's going on. Yeah, I guess the flip side to that is that nobody knows you that well. Unless you, I mean, I know a lot of y'all pretty well because I've either watched your streams or like I've been in a call with you or something or played some games with you. So I know quite a few people here pretty good. Pretty good. Oi, Toasted Toaster. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. What's up? Pika, Pika, Pika. Pika, Pika, Pika. Toaster. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the party. Hyrule Castle Courtyard. Yeah. So the music's supposed to go like, I was trying to practice it earlier. Let me see. Is it, oh, I can't remember how it starts. Like, bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I had the tabs open. I can't remember. Wah, wah. Does it go? No, because it's the wrong song. It's the wrong song, and now I can't remember. Now I've got that. I have that stuck in my head. But it's not that song. It's something else. Oh wait, we can't go in here. This is we're supposed to go to this gym eventually, but the Pokemon that we need is super weak. I think that we need Sandshrew, so I guess what would the gym be? The gym is... Ooh, I can't remember. Lurk, you need sleeps? What? It's time for bed. Get some rest. Gonda, get some rest. Thanks for hanging out for a minute, but get some sleep. Get some sleep. You need some sleepies. Wait, you know me? Oh my. I mean, Kim, I've heard your voice. I've heard it. Oh, you've got an ocarina. Yeah, I'm trying to learn like a couple songs. I'm not a very musical dude, so I'm trying to figure out what's easy to learn on the ocarina, because every time that I try to learn something, it always gets a little bit tricky. There's a few notes where like you lift your ring finger. That's what I'm kind of working on. I'm just trying to take my time. What city am I in? I'm in not Cerulean, right? I'm not sure. This city is probably fire. No, it's electric. This is electric. This is Lieutenant Surge. Lieutenant Surge is here. Yeah, it's Vermilion. It's Vermilion. We're going to fight Surge, so I'm going to use Ground type, which is Sandshrew, and I think that Sandshrew needs to be like level 20 maybe? Something like that. My plant right here, Gloom, will be decent against Electric, and that's not so bad. Not so bad. It's just that if I want to be like super effective and really crush them, I need to use my Sandshrew, which, I mean, I need Sandshrew leveled up anywho. We need Sandshrew strengths. Maybe we should fight a couple people. Like this guy would be easy to fight. Good luck. Thank you, Toaster. I appreciate it. Kenny, I found a tattoo artist in Dallas that I absolutely love to do something in the future. If you're in Texas, do you remember what the artist's name is? Because there's at least one that I might let do my I might let them do a tattoo on my leg or something. I think on my arms, I'm gonna like stick to my favorite tattoo. My favorite tattoo artist. But for stuff on my legs, I wouldn't really mind, you know, it maybe being a slightly different style. What are the rules other than a Pokemon faints, they go extinct? Well, it's the whole species. That's kind of the main thing. It's very, very modified. Not really a Nuzlocke at all. Because I can't really make any catching rules. That's the annoying part. I can't make any catching rules because Pokemon pop up like straight on the screen. So they'll pop up even if I was like the first one that pops up, I have to catch that. Well, sometimes they spawn at the same time, so I can't do that. And if I say, oh, I can only catch the first Pokemon that I run into, then I can just like wait around for a long time until the best Pokemon show up. So what I'm trying to do is use Pokemon I've never used before. So I should probably get rid of Pikachu, honestly, because I've never used Gloom, Sandshrew, Growlithe, Psyduck, Drowsy. I've never used any of these. So I'm trying to make it as difficult as possible by using Pokemon that I'm totally not used to. And just make it, but that's not a rule. That's not a rule. I'm just trying to do that. I'm gonna use my Awakening. Breathing runes out of Electric Field Studio. What? Yeah, I'll look this up. What kind of tattoo are you thinking about getting, Bohemian? I mean, for the next one, because obviously you're Electric Field Studio. Oh yeah, I see some realism. I see some anime stuff. Ooh, yeah. I'm liking this tattoo. Ooh, yeah. Tattoo Crew is Breathing Rooms is the one that's doing the anime. Ooh, I like that. I like that stuff. Where are they? Where are they? That is cool beans. Wow, I'm actually I'm leaving this tab open. Thank you for telling me, Bohemian. This is interesting. I'm liking it. You want a really colorful Sailor Moon? Yeah. I love colorful tattoos. I'd probably. No, sorry, sucker, don't do this to me. Ocean Wolf, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Stupid Gloom, darn it. Yeah, so Butterfree fainted. No more Caterpie. No more Metapod. Exactly. So I only put the Pokemon that like died over there. I just put the Pokemon that died, not the species, because there's no species name. Where should I put this? Like right here? There's like nowhere to put it that doesn't block the. I guess that's better, right? Because then you can see their how much health they have. Pretty neat considering the game is very different. Yeah, I really can't do anything else, and we're only going to Cinnabar, so I just thought that we'd make it more interesting than just, oh, I'm gonna grab all the Pokemon that I normally grab. I'm just gonna try to crush through this game as fast as possible. Instead, I'm just like, oh, I'm making it a little bit tougher. I'm using some new Pokemon. You know, I'm shaking up my style a little bit. Let me see. Supposing they're extinct, you can't catch for XP. We haven't really leveled yet, so we could do that. That's a cool idea. We could pretend like they're actually dead. Like no Pidgey, no Butterfree. We can never use any of those. That's a good idea. I was thinking about that yesterday, but I kind of forgot about it. We should do that. That makes it even more interesting. It's like we killed one of them and it kills the entire species for all methods and purposes. What's up, Mushroom Cow? How are you doing? What's up? Mushroom Cow makes me think of Minecraft. Is that what that's from? Get endless mushroom soup, please. Thank you very much. Mushroom Cow, I would love to have you in my village. If you'll stick around, I'd really appreciate it because that mushroom soup is nice. Yes, a mushroom. Fury Stripes? Fury, what is it? Swipes? Yeah, not too bad. But is it better than Confusion, Water Gun, Scalded, Scratch? I mean, I could get rid of Water Gun. But what's the difference between these? 40, and this one's 18, and it's at least 2, so it's almost always better. Let's get rid of Scratch. You changed your name. You were non-binary potato. We already know you. I apologize. I didn't see like anything next to your name, so I didn't know. I thought that you were a noob, a freaking noob. But hey, what's up, non-binary potato? Now turned Mushroom Cow. Welcome. Also, Calico, what's up? Calico, what time is it over there? How was your day? I hope it was fantastic. Loki Prime, what's up? No worries. You didn't miss anything. We were just getting started. getting started, getting some battles in here. Don't cheat. I won't cheat, little boy. I'll just destroy you. Calico, how's it going? How's the trip so far? Have you figured out how to adjust your sleep schedule? Is it back to normal in only one day? Seems like you could do that. Poison versus ground. I think that ground's good against poison, actually, because if you took like a poison dart or a big vat of poison, then you threw a bunch of dirt in it, you'd probably be good. Your spell jar is sadly broken, so you're making a new one? What? You just made it and it's broken? Oh no. I'm sorry, that's busted. Oh, it is super effective. Nice. You're struggling to get out of bed? Brad, I was in bed till 2 p.m. I tried to wake up earlier, Brad. I tried so hard. In fact, I was supposed to hang out. I was supposed to hang out with somebody, but thankfully that it fell through for them. Which is thankful because man, I was trying to wake up at 8 a.m. and I woke up at like 1:30 p.m. and then I stayed in bed for like a whole hour. Get up. Yo, Brad, if I did pull-ups, would it encourage you to get out of bed? You're sore from 2 nights ago. You did 130 squats for channel points. Whoa, dude, that's insane. I kind of want to play a hot squat on stream someday. Have you ever heard of that? It's a VR game where you just squat, and you just dodge these things that are coming overhead, but you also have to lift up so that you dodge the thing below. So it's literally just squat simulator. That'd be pretty great. Oh, you beat the final boss in Ring Fit. Yo, Brad, you are working hard. You're working hard. You need a rest, but you also need to get up. You need to get up, get some food. But yeah, rest up if your body is still recovering. Rest is an important part of the workout process, or so I've heard. I literally know nothing about it. I'm just repeating what I've heard. Oops. I'm just repeating what other people told me, okay? I don't know anything about fitness. You bought this emote. You love it? Isn't it cute? I love it. Mushroom Cow, you've got wonderful taste. Oh, wait. Did you get that one randomly, or did you get that one on purpose? Hey, Droopy, what's up? Droopy, one of the most cursed names in all the stream. How are you doing? Much love to Droopy. Yeah, all breaks today. And very soon, as soon as I can learn like 2 songs on the ocarina, I'll allow there to be an ocarina break. Maybe I can figure out how to put some like reverb in the room to make it sound better. I don't know. Maybe not reverb, maybe echo, or maybe that would make it sound even worse. But I'll try to figure out how to make it actually sound good. Fury Stripes again. Swipes, not stripes. Better than Swift. This attack never misses. It's 60 power, defensive curl. I don't think that we're gonna take Fury Swipes. Forget it. I'm keeping it. Your mixer can do that now, right? Yep, my mixer now's got the capabilities. I've already been playing like a little bit with singing with it. I'm just not good at singing, I've come to realize, but that's okay. Doing great, Earl. I hope you're having a good day too. Droopy. Every time I see your name in chat, it always makes me smile. It makes me smile. It's always good to see you. It's always funny to read that name. And remember how much I struggled so long ago whenever you first went into chat. How much I struggled. And I was scared that you were a troll. I think I've said that many times. I thought that I was gonna have to ban you, not just because of your name, but because I thought you were gonna start talking some serious nonsense. But thankfully, you have hundreds of clips that can prove otherwise. What? That can prove otherwise of what? Also, yeah, all breaks. Thank you, Alchemic. Alchemic, I can't believe that you manage to stream as much as you do. I appreciate it. You don't have to. I can go back to just turn it on my own. What's the sub goal? It doesn't mean anything. Not today, Mushroom Cow. I'm already wearing a fun hat. Oh, hold a tune. Oh, Alchemic, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was picking on my singing. I shouldn't. I just don't appreciate it. Flareon. Oh my, look who it is. It's the Earl of Kinney. I mean subs. What? It's me, Flareon. How you doing? What's up? Hello. Flareon, I hope you're doing good today. We're playing some Pokemon. We're kind of doing like a modified Nuzlocke, and we're trying to schmooze. You don't want the help? I do want the help, and I appreciate it. I very much appreciate it, Alchemy. That's not what I mean. Ooh. It's not like I need you or anything. Did that old man just say I've never won before? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Gentleman Wilco, I hope that you just started. I hope that you just started your Pokemon journey because he's never won and now I'm gonna spank him. Oh, I'm sorry. I feel bad. Your emotes have been popping up all over the place, so I figured the universe was giving me a sign. Hey, Flareon, it's good to see you, my friend. What is up? How have things been? I don't think that I've been able to catch a stream recently. Dang it. Haven't even caught a stream. Shaking my head. I hope that it's been going good, my friend. I hope that you've been enjoying streamies, enjoying life, having a good time. I think about you pretty often because now every time that I see Flareon, I think of you. That's kind of you kind of hacked into my brain. We see it does. Why does it always send a link whenever you put a dot? It annoys you. It's because it looks like a it looks like a link because it turns it kind of into a link whenever you put a dot in between like that. Yeah, you said what did you say that made a link? Let me see. Clean it one day. Yeah. See why would you put a period between there? See, yeah, you just have to put a space afterward, but you're supposed to do that with periods anyway. I don't know if that's a good thing, but I'm touched regardless. Flareon. But yeah, I hope it's been good. We've been playing some Pokemon. I'm super hyped for the new game. Doing well, doing Lego stream inspired by you. What? Oh my gosh. Flareon, did you see what we were working on the other day? We're working on another Japanese city thing. And I looked at them. They kind of go together. Like the two Japanese ones that I have, they both have water elements in like the center and on the edge. And they totally hook into one another very well. We did not need the windmill set that I missed. We do not need it. It connects very well. When's the next Lego stream? This Saturday. This Saturday for sure. And I wonder when we're gonna get through this game. I'm not actually sure. Once we get through this, then we're going to do something else that I have not decided yet. I have not decided what we're gonna do. You're only missing the dock, but I don't feel like it's worth $700. No way. No way. Especially whenever you see how it hooks up, Alchemic. Whenever you see how well these two buildings go together, there's no way that any of us would want to get the dock. It works so well. Honestly, the dock is like skinnier. So it's like big chunk, skinnier, big chunk. It already looks kind of weird. Like it makes it look longer, but then it kind of ruins the back of it a little bit. I don't know. I think that this is going to work better because it'll just be like a little corner. And besides, I don't have that much space. Yeah, he's got Magnemite, and I could use Dig, right? Because they're electric? I'm not sure. I mean, maybe for Christmas, but it's not as impressive as the other two. What? We could go shopping for more Legos. You were building Legos? Okay, I'll give you a little peek. Okay, this is just a peek because you can't really see it. Okay. But yeah. It's what we were working on. Here it is. This is just like barely any of it. But we're gonna be building it up. We're gonna keep building it up as we go. Each week we'll do some more. Voltorb. Yeah, that's the one that I've wondered where you have the space for all the Legos. But wowzers, looks good. I mean, I do have like a whole shelf right here. I have the only stuff that I have is roller coaster, big building, and now a second big building. So it'll basically be 3 sets. It'll be 3 sets, and they're just sitting on an edge there. Okay, so you know Human 1? Yes. Why? Yeah, I know Human 1 pretty good. Your boyfriend is visiting over the weekend, so I can't be there. That's so sweet. I'm glad that you're getting to hang out with your boyfriend, Loki. I am low-key jealous. You're building the bonsai tree. Ooh, that's pretty. The bonsai tree is big, pretty. In fact, I wish it was just big. I think that is great. Dunkin' and a side of sausage. That's all I'm eating for dinner. Boss man had Dunkin' today. It's true. I had Dunkin' and it's like a $2 coffee. It's not very good. I only went there for the sandwich. I only went there for the sandwich. And then they messed up my sandwich. And also It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I was just feeling so lazy that I decided to go somewhere, but I'm so mad at myself for wasting that money. I'm honestly just mad at myself for wasting that money, but I was feeling so lazy, and I guess it's better to eat than not eat. Just because you brought up the Japanese set, yeah, the bonsai tree is so cool. It's so cool. I just wish that it was bigger. I wish that it was like this big, giant, but it's actually like the size of a mini bonsai tree. You've never been to Dunkin' Donuts? Well, it's not that great, so I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it, but it's okay. They've got okay coffee. Oh yeah, they were also weird about the coffee. To add like another thing, they said, you want anything else? I was like, medium coffee. They said cream or sugar. And I said, nah, I just want it black. And then they said, do you want, so no flavor? And I was like, no, it can have flavor. Don't remove the flavor. Can you even do that? Could you remove the flavor of the beans? They were like, I said black, no cream, no sugar. And then they said, so no flavor. And I was like, no, the coffee can have flavor. What do you mean? Don't take away the flavor. What would flavorless coffee is just like 100% bitter bean water. Yeah, just hot water. Yeah, I'll take the flavor, thank you. I don't just want to, oh my gosh, that almost killed Sandshrew. Holy moly. Dude, no flavor. Yes. I'm so confused. What's wrong with them? What is happening at Dunkin'? That we should open up an investigation. What's happening at Dunkin'? But yes, they were so offended that they had to give you a coffee, and then I was like, no cream or sugar, and they're like, what do you mean? You want a cheese sandwich with no cheese? You want coffee with no coffee? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? I'm sorry. Who said that they hated black coffee? I mean, I understand. I didn't like black coffee at first either. I literally purposefully acquired a taste for black coffee because I didn't want to have to bother with cream every day. I was like, I want to save money. I don't like the creamer that I have very much anyway, so I'm just gonna cut the creamer, and coffee with no creamer and sugar tastes disgusting to me. So I was just like, I'll just cut it all out and I'll get used to it. And I drank it for like 2 years, and then I started loving it. And now I enjoy it almost every day. Sometimes I get a bad shake for some reason. Like if I have something that's super sugary in the morning, then I have black coffee. That's kind of gross. It's pretty good if the coffee is good. Yeah, it really helps if the coffee's good. If the coffee's not good, black coffee can be a drag, but I don't want to use it anyway, you know. You can't have cream. Yeah, neither can I. A little bit of vanilla almond milk. I do have almond milk, but at this point, black coffee's easier. So I just do whatever's easy. You like iced coffee and garlic bread? Garlic bread. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Gamer Hugo. Hugo, you fool. You have released the one thing that I can destroy with ease. Actually, wait a second. We're both ground type. It's level 26. That is absolutely huge, dude. That's actually humongous. I cannot believe that it's such high level. We honestly need to level a little bit. I didn't realize they're so dangerous over here. That's why that Voltorb was messing with my Sandshrew. Gee whiz. Psyduck, scald this fool. Scald this fool. I didn't even know we were in over our heads. Send this sucker to the Shadow Realm. Ooh, snap. Diglett survived. And got burnt. Have you ever burnt dirt? This dirt's on fire. Okay, I'm just gonna use water gun. Just gonna spit a little. Yeah, I definitely need to grind a little, or I'm gonna like lose these species permanently. We need to go back. We have to go back. I was going over here to grind. This is my grinding zone. This is where I grind. This is where I go to grind. Yeah, we need to go back. We could grind catches over here though, because catches have nothing to do with your like Pokemon level.
You could catch Pokemon anywhere.
What did you say? You hate almond milk? The first time you ever had it, it was spoiled? Spoiled almonds. The almonds curdled. They turned back into nuts. and I poured it out, and there was just a bunch of almonds inside of a big carton. Disgusting. I hate almonds. That's not what I want. I actually love almonds. I'm lying. And Salts, Emily, how are you doing? Hey, Emily, what's up? We're catching some Pokemon. I hope you're doing good. Sugar-free vanilla almond milk is banging. See, I use it in cooking. I just don't use it in anything else. I cook with almond milk, but I don't eat cereal anymore. I used to eat cereal dry, and I mean, if I ate cereal now, I'd probably try almond milk, but I try not to eat cereal. It's not really good for you. You're good? You like the hat? What? Emily, my hat says hello. It's got little squeezies here. Boop, 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 boop. And then the hat moves. The hat moves. Almonds are pretty tasty. They're one of the most tasty nuts I've ever had. Now, what's your favorite nut? Everybody, go ahead. You can make a tier list of nuts right now. Come on. Which one do you like? Good night, everyone. All right, get some rest. Calico, you're in a different time zone. I hope you're having a wonderful time over there. I hope you have a fantastic time. I hope you have a great time tomorrow. Get some rest. Get some sleep. Nighty-night, Calico. That makes it better. The hat, it moves. Is that a Morty Pog?
Whoa.
Oh, gee whiz. Oh. I can't do a Morty voice. It's impossible. Morty. Take this Pikachu hat, Morty. Macadamia nut cookies are tasty. Macadamia. You're a fan of My Hero Macadamia? Boku no Hero Macadamia. Do you actually like Hero Academia? I've played a little bit of it. I've played a little bit of McDonald's Macadamia. It's all right. I thought it was pretty entertaining. I like the character designs. I like the little green-haired angry boy that's like at his desk. That's the best part. You like wasabi and soy sauce almonds. You're also pretty big on cashews. What's the worst nut? Peanut. That's what. The worst nut is peanut. Prove me wrong. Pecans, delicious. Cashews, delicious. Peanuts, trash tier nut. Except for I like peanut butter. I like peanut butter, and I like peanuts in other things. But if they're alone, boring. Peanuts are always the filler. They're always the cheap nut in the mixed nut. There's always a ton of delicious nuts, and then the most boring one that's barely in there is a peanut. Almonds. Now, don't pretend like almonds are annoying you, though. Don't pretend, Mushroom Cow, that almonds are assaulting your life. Almonds are far too expensive to be in things that you don't like. So you're not being bothered by almonds. You have to search for almonds. They are way too expensive to be just like tossed at everything. Almonds, they do not annoy you. They are nowhere. There are no almonds in anything because they're too expensive. You have to order it specifically. What do you get that has almonds in it that you don't like them in? What do you have to pick almonds out of? I do not understand. You skip the peanuts and trail mix? Yeah, they're just the filler nut. They're the cheapest nut. I've been to places that give you free peanuts. There's a steakhouse called Logan's that if you eat there, they give you endless peanuts, and one of the draws is that you can shell the peanuts and throw them on the floor. You can make a mess. That's one of the selling points of the steakhouse, is that it's never clean. Fantastic. You're allergic to almonds. Okay, well, that's not you disliking it. I wouldn't say that I dislike milk or cheese just because I'm allergic to it. I would, if somebody said, do you like cheese? I would just say that I'm allergic to it, not that I hated it. And besides, well, then again, I do like cheese. I like the taste of cheese, but I'm allergic to it. I don't like the taste of ice cream, and I'm allergic to it. But I don't say that I don't like ice cream. I just say that I'm allergic to it. You like almonds? Almond slices are the best. Sandy, do get cereal that has almond slices? It's delicious. I like it in maybe a salad, or maybe in a salad it's good. In cereal it's good. I wonder what else. Maybe like on top of a meat. I don't know. Where do you put almonds? Let me see. You have a place like that in California? Oh, which is peanuts everywhere? Yeah. You're allergic to peanuts? Oh dear, that's not good. That is not good. They use those peanut oil and all sorts of stuff. What a pain. Why does the human body not accept all types of food? Come on. The human body is like, well, you know what? This seems all good and fine, but I don't think that we'll be able to process this one. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, human being, but Mr. Stomach said that we can't process this, so we're not gonna go for it. A real shame. It's perfectly good, Stomach. Why are you being like this? Why you gotta be like this? You don't like walnuts? They are dry. I mean, they are dry. That's true. Walnuts are fun to crack, though. Cracking walnuts. Except for whenever you crack a walnut, it's all rotten inside, and you just have like a black charred remains. The walnut was just like burnt to death inside of the nut, and nobody knew. Just not peanuts. Oh snap! I'm not allergic, so I eat everything, even if it has peanut stuff. Just not peanuts. Peanuts are for losers. Peanuts are garbage tier. If y'all eat peanuts, you're not welcome here. You've seen daddy long legs that were as big as a full-grown pizza. What? Who grows pizza? As a fully grown pizza? I more want to see this pizza bush. I want to see the pizza bush. I don't care about no spiders. Let me see that pizza bush. You like peanuts? I was only teasing, Loki. You're welcome here. I was only joking. It was a mean joke, and I should never treat peanuts like that ever again. I regret everything. But I do love peanut butter, so I'm kind of a traitor myself. Wild walnuts summon all of the squirrels. Ooth, what's up? How are you doing? Y'all don't know what a full-grown pizza is? You've never seen a pizza grown out there? Then you finally clip it off that vine after it gets big enough? Have you ever plucked a pizza whenever it's ripe? You never seen a ripe pizza? Yeah. Wait, so if I eat peanuts, I'm not allowed here? But I like my honey roasted peanuts. Honey roasted. Now, Shiny, you've changed that. Honey roasted peanuts are very tasty. And chunky peanut butter is very tasty. Actually, there's this place that you can go to inside of the, what's it called? The Renaissance Festival. At this Renaissance Festival where everybody pretends to be old, there's a place called the King's Nuts. The King's Nuts. And they have honey roasted peanuts, and they're delicious. They're a little expensive, but they are real. They are real tasty. Mr. Mime, but I don't want to ruin my streak. You're not gonna ruin my streak, Mr. Clown. Get out of here. I'm looking for the little jazz hands elephant. Where's that little jazz hands elephant? Hello? 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 Wow, welcome to Five Nights at... Oh, there you are. Nice. How do y'all not know? Oh, yes, peanut butter is amazing. The peanut is the runt of the litter. Pizza. The runt. All of the nuts grow on the same tree. There's just a giant nut tree, and all of the powerful, amazing walnuts and almonds and all the best nuts are on the tree. But whenever one of the branches kind of withers and is a weakling and doesn't get as much nutrients, then it grows peanuts, and that is the branch that's like free. They're giving peanut branches out on the street because nobody wants the rotten, shriveled peanut. Jazz hands elephant. I can hear the sounds even though I don't have my headphones on. I can hear it going. Ooh. Also, hi there, Lady Dark Sky. What the heck? Lady Dark Sky hanging out with us twice. Hey, Lady Dark Sky. I did do your juggling break yesterday. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, Lady Dark Sky. You left before I did the juggling break because I forgot about it and I was a bad bean, but I promise I did it. I did it, and everybody enjoyed it. And I'm sorry that you weren't here to see it, Lady Dark Time, but it's good. It's okay. I know it's all good. Next time I'll do it, okay? Next time I'll be on. Banana. Is that what he says? Banana. He does sound like he says banana. But yeah, it's good to see you, Lady Dark Sky. We're catching some more Pokemon. I'm having a good time. It's funny to be playing Pokemon. This feels weird. Feels very strange, you guys. Feels weird, man. Feels like it's not even a game. It feels like real life these days. Also, hi there, Curly Kenny. What? Curly. It's just me.
Don't call me Curly.
Also, boyoyoyoing. Welcome, Yata. How are you doing? How many did you catch already? Well, we've technically already caught 145. This is not our main game. This is they always release the game in twins. We're playing the twin game right now, searching for one Pokemon that we've already got. We've already got it. We just have to make it to Cinnabon Island, and then we're gonna turn it into a real Pokemon. Oops. We'll turn it into a real Pokemon, then we can transfer it over. Then bing, bang, boom. We're gonna be ready. You ready for VR Pokemon? Oof. It's gonna be a long time, Salt Emily. It's gonna be a long time. Nintendo will have to make their own headset, or they'll have to like allow things to be put on Steam or something. No way. I mean, they took this long to get onto the App Store. They took like 15 years or something, right? Didn't Nintendo wait like 15 years after the App Store was made to finally release an app? I don't know. VR might be quite a while. Might be quite a minute. What? Yo, Kelsey! Thanks for the raid! What's up? Kelsey, you're back. I didn't know that you were back. I didn't know that you were streaming. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi there, everybody. Oi, what's up, Raiders? Hi there. It's me, the Earl of Suds. I hope you're doing fantastic. We're just playing some Pokemon like a bunch of nerds. Nerds only. Also, Johnny Gaming, how are you doing? Apex Psycho, welcome to the party. Hey! Nintendo Labo VR. That's true, but it's such a crappy headset. Would they ever actually like make games for it? Graham Bond, how are you doing? How was the stream? What were y'all doing? Were you doing drawing? Were you playing Terraria? Were you playing with friends? What was going on? I don't even know. Also, what's up, A-Star? How are you doing? The room is blue. Oh, Terraria with Chippy and Jaden. What fun. What fun. Well, then I understand if you need to jump off. Kelsey, do you need to jump off and talk to your guests or something? I hope it was a fantastic time. How was the stream, everybody? Did everybody enjoy Chippy, Jaden, the whole crew? I cannot wait to go and meet Kelsey. It's gonna happen. Oh, they had to head out. They left you. And then you were like, okay, guys, let's find somebody to raid. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it, Kelsey. I hope you had a wonderful time. Let me see. Is that Sad Septile? How are you doing? What's up? Oi, cardboard headset. Yeah, I've got the Google Cardboard. Google Cardboard, but it's made by Nintendo. Yata's a sweet bean. I can make you beautiful purple bean. Beautiful purple bean. I agree. Kelsey was left in the dust. I can't believe it. You didn't eat some food. All right, get some food. If anybody wants to hang out that just came over from Kelsey's stream, we're going to be catching some Pokemon. We're going to be hanging out. You're welcome to be here. My name's Kenny. I would love to spend some time with y'all if y'all want to vibe. But if you're headed out, have your best day, best night, whatever. I understand. Maybe you were watching the stream just to get to see Jaden, Chippy, and Kelsey play some Terraria. So I get it. If you gotta go, you gotta go. But if you're bored and you want something to do, we're gonna be catching the best Pokemon. We're trying to go as fast as possible, making it to Cinnamon Bun Island. And if we happen to die, if any of our Pokemon faint, then not only is that Pokemon dead, but every single Pokemon in that species is uncatchable and unusable. So like if Drowsy died, then I would delete all the Drowsies that I have from my party and from my pocket. We've already Pidgey has died, so we can't have Pidgey, Pidgeotto, or what Pidgeot. And then Butterfree's dead, so we can't have Butterfree, Metapod, or Caterpie. We can't have any of them. We ruined the whole species. And we can't even catch them to level. It's horrible. You have the same hat, Miss Septile. Yeah. The hat goes. It moves. It moves and it dances. It speaks. Let me see. So is it Mersad? Is it Mersad? I'm trying. Septile. Should I call you that? I'll call you whatever you want. I'll call you for dinner. Hey, dinner's ready. Dinner's ready, everybody. Guess what we're gonna eat? Peanuts, macadamia nuts, walnuts. Almonds for only of those of you that can eat almonds, of course. Dinner. Dinner time. Nuzstinction. Ew. Gross. Nuzstinction. Should I change the title? Modified Nuzlocke is what I'm calling it, but maybe Nuzstinction would be better. Hey, Septile, thank you so much for the follow. Caterpie is pronounced like pie made of catters. How scary. Nardavel, don't eat any caterpillars. Those poor little devils. Nardavel, how are you doing? Jet's here. Yo, Australian friendo. Bogan buddy. Australian friendo. Let me see. I'm trying to think. I don't think that there's an A word for friend, or at least it's not here. I know that there's an A word for friend in Australia. But how are you doing, Jet? I hope you're doing good. I seen you be streaming. I've seen you've been streaming. I hope you've been enjoying your streams. How about a Nuzlocke speedrun? That's what it's kind of like, Johnny. We're trying to go. I'm missing one Pokemon from this game, and I am a big dummy for not thinking ahead. But we just need the fossil Pokemon to be made into the actual Pokemon. Then I can trade it out of here. I just need the fossil Pokemon to be traded out. But you can't like process it till you make it to Cinnabon Island. So we just have to level and like go through most of the game just to get one Pokemon, because I'm a big dummy. But as soon as we have that, we'll trade it over. And then the only other Pokemon that we're missing are ones that we just have to trade for. Then we'll have the entire Pokedex. We'll get the shiny charm, and we can go catch beautiful shinies like Eevee. Eevee is a beautiful shiny. And the last Eevee that we caught, I turned into a Vaporeon, and I still don't know if I regret that. Because I mean, Vaporeon's cool beans, but I would kind of rather have just a shiny Eevee is like white. It's very pretty. A nutrient draining attack. Okay, sweet. So Mega Drain is just like Absorb, but there's less of it and it works better. Great. Let's do that. What about Glalie? Glalie is a beautiful shiny. Shiny Glalie is the most beautiful shiny I've ever seen, but it's not even in this game. I'm sorry, Shiny. You know it's not in this game. I've told you 1,000 times. Also, I have to get swole. Is it time to get swole right now? Do I have to go do a workout? Okay. Okay, sorry. What is this? Psybeam. Psybeam's probably better than Meditate? What is this? Forget that. Out of here. We're kicking that out of there. I want some real psychic moves. I want my Drowsy to have some real psychic abilities. Okay, is there somewhere that I can stand that I can just really quickly... Yeah, I'm gonna try to stand to the left where no Pokemon can... Oh, another Drowsy. That's who I'm trying to catch. I'm not even catching a shiny. I'm just grinding a level right now. Okay, let me do a few pull-ups. Thanks a lot, Jet. I appreciate it. I hope that you've been working out and trying to stay active while you're locked away, locked inside your cage, despite all your rage. Okay, I'm just gonna... Oh, that's tough. That's tough today, Mamma Mia. You're making me suffer. Ooh, that's some work. That's a lot of work. Okay. Don't mind me. I'm gonna eat some cookies while you work out. Don't worry. My workout actually it goes through the screen and it gets your body the same health. See, if I take care of my health, then it automatically makes y'all healthier, stronger, better. Yep. It just gets transferred. Just so long as you're watching, then you'll get more powerful. Jet. I'm helping you get the fits. Ew, I can smell the sausage on my breath. Disgusting. Bullet with Butterfree wings. What is this? What's happening? Bullet with Butterfree wings. Yeah. Go. Wait, really? How do I spam the workout redeem? No, Shiny, you cannot do that. No spam. No spam. You're gonna make me suffer. Having a drink while I can't breathe is not good. Sausage, but not the whole sandwich. What? Have you ever smelled your breath and gone, bread? You just smell your breath and be like, I smell bread. Oh, you gotta go? All right, we'll see you later, Stepchild. Thank you so much for the follow. We'll see you later. If you want to hang out, I'll be here tomorrow. But yes, get out of here. Enjoy the rest of your day. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a cat and a rat. That song is... See, I just don't know. What is it called? Bullet with butterfly wings? That's the name of the song? Dang. I never knew its name. I only heard it on the radio as a kid. Whenever I was a kid, then I would listen to it on 97.1, The Eagle. Classic rock all day. Classic rock all day, all night, forever. You can never escape the radio. You're gonna go? All right, we'll see you later, zombie food, and enjoy the rest of your day. But if you put a hot dog on the freezer, if you put a hot dog in the freezer, you don't call it a chili dog. Yeah, I mean, you could spell like that. That is a chili dog. That's a chili dog. But if you want to have a chili dog with an I on the end, then the setup's a little bit different. You gotta use different crafting methods. You've got to have like an extra, like different crafting recipe. You've got to have like a can of chili, you know. Koi, what's up? How you doing? Koi, what's good? I'm sorry, Brad, that I am completely uneducated. I'm an uneducated mongrel that should not be trusted with anything. I can't be trusted. Hi there, Drowsy. Hi there, you drowsy old elephant. You've got all the laughing emotes. You've got all of them. All of the laughing emotes were aimed directly at Earl, and they laughed in his face. Shaking my head. Is it okay if I say that my favorite one is yours, Brad? Okay. We actually need some more. We need some more Pokeballs. But I'm just gonna do a tiny bit more leveling. There you go. Sandshrew just grew all the way up. We just need to catch like a giant Drowsy. Okay, what is this? Agility is the psychic move. Relaxes and lightens his body. It sharply moves up the speed stat. Nah. Keep old moves. I don't want to trade up. I like where I am. Okay. Thunderbolt. Ooh, now that is something that I'll take. Thank you very much. A proper shock. So now we got Thunder Shock, Thunder Wave. Let's actually keep Thunder Wave. Let's just remove Shock. Because Thunder Wave, like, automatically paralyzes them. And, who knows? We might need to have it. Oh, what's up, Di? I didn't know that you were here. Sneaky. Thanks for hanging out, Di, and watching over the chat. You're stealth modding? No worries. I won't bother you. Thank you, Di. Thanks, Di, for being amazing. Whoops. There's no way I was going to hit that one anyway. Oh, carry on there, soldier. You're stealthily modding from the bushes. Just able to jump out if any bot is walking down the road, about to attack the Earl, then Di jumps out of the bushes. It pulls them back into the bushes and kills them stealthily. Thank you for sniping those bots. Okay, 26. I'd say we get out of here after I'm out of Pokeballs. I wonder if I should be using pineapple berries on these guys, because if you use pineapple, then they have a higher chance of giving you an item. And I never get items from these guys. Let's try it on this one. Come on, Drowsy, give me all your loot. If we feed them a berry, then they loosen up their purse strings a little bit and give us some loot. Oh no, I don't have any Pokeballs. Dang, I was wondering what it does if you run out of Pokeballs. It just throws you out of there. All right, let's go get some more Pokeballs. Although we might be strong enough, let's go take a look at the gym. Maybe they're weaklings. They're electric type. So they should be able to do almost nothing against my ground. And it's only ground, so they shouldn't have any abilities that would hurt me. Save real quick. If Di is stealth modding, what would we call what you're up to, Alchemic? I don't know. Just modding. Just standard modding. Just being a mod. Di's just being real sneaky about it. Alchemic is an active mod. It's active modding. That's what I would say. Active modding. There's your word. Okay, let's grab some, we'll buy some Pokeball. It's frontline mod. These mods are on the front lines, blasting bots before they can even type a message. Let's go inside of here. Power modding. Frontline modding. All right, Buster, how much are these balls? Wait a second, we can't even buy Ultra Balls right now. We've been using all our Pokeballs just to level. We can only buy 100 of these. Let's go for 50. Do. Yeah, give me 50 of these. And I'll take like 50 normal Pokeballs, I guess. Exposed modding? I wouldn't say exposed. Exposed modding. Okay, 100. I'm just gonna get a 100 of the crappy Pokeball. Because we have to level and stuff. We like have to spend our money. Can't believe it. In the last game, we didn't spend like a single penny. The only thing that we bought was like a cute bow. Okay, let's, where's my Sandshrew? What level are you? Like 20? Yeah, 21? 21. I don't know what the level is in here, but hopefully Sandshrew can absolutely ground pound them. They've only got Dig right now, though, and that only has 10 power points on it. So you're only going to be able to hit 10 times. I don't even think that we could clear this up if we wanted to. Brooke, what's up? How are you doing? Brooke. Oi, oi. We're playing some Pokemon. I hope you're doing good. It's good to see you, Brooke. This guy's a sailor. What? He has electric? Oh, no. We're going to have to use our... I shouldn't have fought this guy first. Shouldn't have fought this guy first. He's probably going to have water electric. Oh, dear. That's not water. What? Why does a sailor have a magnet? The sailor took the magnet out of his compass. He took the magnet out of his compass and it turned into a Pokemon. Okay. Brooke, it's been a minute since I've seen you, right? How are you doing? You fool. You can't supersonic something that's in the world. Whammo. See you later. Great. And they've only got one Pokemon each. The sailor has a magnet. Okay. Because Lieutenant Surge is a Navy captain. Oh, I see. Surge is a Navy captain, but he doesn't have any swimmy Pokemon that I remember. I'm a lightweight, but I'm good with electricity. That's why I joined this gym. Okay, you're a weakling. Good stuff. He fought in the Pokemon War. What was the Pokemon War against? Was it just the, like, regions? Kanto versus Johto. Been super busy with school starting back up, but it's been great. Hey, Brooke, I'm glad that you're getting stuff done. Getting your work done. I'm proud of you. Getting stuff done. Are you excited about getting his autograph? Oh, I can't wait. He's my favorite Pokemon in the entire world, Alchemic. Lieutenant Surge. If only I could add him to my Pokedex. But I will. I'll put the autograph in my Pokedex and I'll be like, Pokemon 100, number 56. Lieutenant Surge, my favorite. Voltorb exploded while I was underground. No. Butterfree. Butterfree, no. I was here for the propane. Butterfree. Lime, how you doing? What's up? 2 days in a row that we've seen Lime. What the heck? What the heck? What kind of blessings did we pray to the Kiwi gods? I didn't even pray to the Kiwi gods yet. I see a Lime twice in a row. Ah, yes. Voltorb, you fool. You oversized Pokeball. Now you die. Now you die. But yeah, Brooke, I'm glad that you've been getting stuff done. If you're busy doing school, then you're busy doing something important. Jason, what's up? How you doing? Jason is here. Jason. What's up? How's your Wednesday? How's Wednesday? Hump day. It isn't Wednesday for everybody, but I'm just saying. Oh, you have to remember the placement. Jason. Only trash here. Where's the other one? This is a very, very weird gym because you don't actually have to fight a single one of these guys. Jason. Jason's not here right now. Jason's busy getting hit by a truck. Jason. Okay, come on. Where's the trash? I'll tell you where the trash is. It's right behind that electric field over there. You know what I'm saying? Sean! Yeah, he really yells Sean. The other one, he doesn't really care too much about Jason. So he's like, Jason, come over here. And the other one is like, Sean! He's super upset about Sean. I can't believe that he loves him so much. Press X to Jason. They're literally right on top of each other. But yeah, we're memeing a little bit on a game called Heavy Rain. Yesterday I called it Risk of Rain, but I also played Risk of Rain yesterday. So whatever. It was on my brain. Okay, I had Risk of Rain on the brain, and we didn't win. Darren and I lost. We freaking lost. We played twice. We played twice, and we didn't even win once. We both got spanked to oblivion by tough bosses. Detroit becoming rain. But wait a second. What is it? But what about the Souls game? Does the Soul game fit in there? It's Beyond Two Souls, so it's Detroit Beyond Rain. That's what it should be. Beyond Two Rains. Beyond Two Detroits. It gets worse. But little did you know, there's Beyond Two Detroits. There's 3 of them. Also, Random House, what's up? Welcome back. I'm doing fantastic. I got my Dunkin' sandwich, and it actually had sausage on it. I got a breakfast sandwich. I got coffee. I'm ready to rock, Squidward. I'm ready to rock. I'm ready to catch all the Pokemon in the whole world. I just want to get my flipping fossil Pokemon. Let's see. Sandshrew could probably use a little freshen up. But if we leave, then we have to recut that tree. I do not want to cut that tree. I am going to I'm gonna heal it right now. Farron Rain, or in other words, in other countries, Rain Prophecy. What? Now you've lost me, Lime. Now you've lost me. We're memeing on all those story games, but now I'm gone. Is Fahrenheit like his first game? I don't remember that. I haven't played the first one, okay? I only played Heavy Rain. I own Detroit and I own Beyond Two Souls, but I just haven't played them. I just haven't played them because I'm an animal. Because I'm a filthy animal. I'm a fake fan. Anne's here. Oh, what? Speaking of animal. Oh, it's a flipping Anne. I was wondering where you are. How are you doing? How are you doing, Anne? I hope you're doing good. Is it almost time for bed? How's everybody doing? Improved Alpaca, how are you doing? What's up? Improved Alpaca. Welcome, welcome. And we need to play some DayZ. We need to play some DayZ soon. I found a great modded server we should play. But unfortunately... wait a second. Can we just attack them? Can we just beat them up? Voltorb's fast. Ooh, we're gonna have to heal Voltorb. I'm scared. I'm scared for my Sandshrews life. This guy's tough. Let's okay, so who's next? Please be water type. Magnemite. Yeah, let's switch our Pokemon so that our boy doesn't die. We'll switch to our strongest one, Gloom, and we'll heal him up. Basically a dude murders somebody, but it turns out that he's like psychic. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird, Lime. That's a horrible review. I can't believe. I guess I'll never watch it. And how is your day going? I saw some stuff that you've been drawing. My goodness. My goodness. More beautiful and art. It's almost too much to handle. It's a little bit of a waste. Oh, whatever. I'm being a maniac this round, you guys. I'm having to, like, use every trick in my book just to survive. Are you trying to electrocute a plant? You fool. Plants live outside. Magnemite, it has steel type so it's weak against fire. Yeah, but my fire Pokemon is probably way less than 25 right now. Acid poison does nothing against steel. I think that grass can affect steel, maybe. Some stuff. I'm always working on art stuff. It's always art time. True. Yeah, that was awful, but at least it did something. Okay, we're gonna switch back. Thank you, Loki. I appreciate it. I'll try to keep that in mind. Fire's good against steel. I will keep that in mind. Yeah, because our fire's only level 21 like the Sandshrew. Sandshrew, just use dig and bury this fool. Just dig up and bury this magnet. You're doing good? You're tired after the day, so you might not stay up too late? Good. Get some rest. Get some rest, Anne. Otherwise, I'm going to be big upsetty with you. Hey, Lynn, what's up? Oi, Lynn, good morning. How are you doing? It's good morning, right? I'm pretty sure that it's morning for you, right? It's me, Lynn. Lynn, it's you. Is it morning? How are you doing? What time is it? I've got my my windows closed. I can't see anything. I can't see anything. Magnemite is only steel type. Oh, it's only steel, so it's not even an electric. This guy's a fake electric fan. That's okay. Okay, Surge, what's next? What do you got? Raichu. Okay, great. I'll find. Game is loud compared with you. I mean, somewhat loud. You're right. You're right. I don't even have my headphones in because I'm wearing my hat. And you're the only one that ever says it. I don't know if you're the only one that notices it, or you have like a weird sound setup, or if nobody cares. I don't know. Anne's the only one that said it like 3 times in a row. It's electric and steel. Oh, okay. So it's not just steel. Still the same Lynn. A name change for the whole Lynn. Yes. Oh, I remember you, Lynn. Don't worry. You prefer it? Could you turn down your voice a little bit? I'm here for the game, obviously. Yeah, could you please turn it down? You're very distracting. I'm trying to listen to the Pokemon sound effects. I'm trying to listen to the Pokemon going. You're only loud to me on headphones, but on TV, you okay? Yeah. Awesome. I normally watch streams. Well, I mean, I watch them with my headphones or on my phone speaker like an absolute degenerate. Wow, nice Mario impression. They all sound awful, Lime. All of the calls make me so mad. They must redo them. They must redo them, or I will riot. And by riot, I mean I will continue to buy their games. Water gun. I think I'm gonna keep water gun. Let's keep our old moves. I don't want to learn anything new. Love everyone. I'm happy to have my account back. What, Lynn? Did you lose your account? When it was returned to me, I changed the name immediately. What? You're trying to escape? Oh, snap. Should we let Sandshrew evolve? Are we gonna change this to Sandslash? Oh, if we change it to Sandslash, then I think that we can. Wait a second. Can you trade for an Alolan? Wait a second. Alchemic, but the Alolan version. Is it for a Sandslash or a Sandshrew? Because I want to have the Alolan form if we can. Someone took away your account, changed your credentials while you were midstream? What? Lynn, what the heck? That's horrible, but welcome back. Welcome back. I'm glad that you got it back. Thank goodness. It's Daru. What is it? It's Darude Sandslash. You do have an Alolan Sandslash, right? In the other game, yeah. Not in this one, though. Because we could change, like, our real... Oh, wait! But we can't trade it. We'll never trade this one. We're going to let him evolve. I forgot. We can't trade this because we're using it. What are we up to in Pokemon World? Oh, no! I stopped it from evolving. I was just trying to speed up the text. Dang it. I didn't know that you could still cancel it. Oops. Well, whatever. I guess it's going to be staying true for one more level. One more level. Get out of here with your autograph, you stupid sergeant. What kind of military man would give you his autograph, though? Seriously. Come on. Nobody wants the autograph of a murderer. Get out of here. You kicked him out of my life. Heart is heavy, but I'm happy to be here. Lynn, I'm glad that you did what you needed to do. Sometimes you gotta do stuff that's tough in your life, for surezies. But I'm glad that you did. I'm glad that you did the thing that was right for you, even if it was tough. I'm proud of you. Thunderbolt is so good. Yes. We got some powerful electric moves now. Fake Kiwi, what's up? You can only trade Sandshrew. Well, that's fine, Loki, because I'm not trading them. I'm not trading them. Oh, me? I'm going swimming in the sea. There are times where you want to break free from that puny little pool and swim in the big blue. Where are you headed next? Have you been to Diglett's cave? It's pretty close nearby. I can show you the way. Sure, go for it. But I'm not even healed. Get out of here. Get out of here. Fake Kiwi, how are you doing? You didn't know what to say? You don't have to say anything, Kiwi. You can just say, bye. You can also just slide into the stream and just wait until I say something that makes you mad and then just respond to it, you know? Wait for me to say, like, that I didn't like your favorite movie or something, and then you can just jump in like, how dare you? Also, hi. Lynn, this is so cute. I love the Eevees. Did Misty heal you? Good question. I'm checking in. Did she say, let me take a look at those Pokemon? Yeah, she did. She did the old... How did she do that? How did she do that? Where do I get that power, Misty? How are you so special? What are you carrying around, Misty? What have you got? Do you have a Poke incubator in your pocket? You don't even have big pockets. I'm pretty sure that girls' jeans don't even have pockets. Where are you keeping that? Did you just hug them? Are you magic? You don't like Cats 2019, the best movie in the world? How dare? I like that we're calling it Cats 2019. even though I don't think that there's another Cats. Is there another Cats movie? I mean, there's the original, like, is the original recorded freaking... Don't actually do that, though. Well, people do already, Alchemic. That's why I didn't mind saying it. I didn't mind saying that you could wait and get mad at my opinions, because people are already doing that, and I can't stop them. What do you say? Also, I think that there's a city that you can get Pikachu clothing. If you don't have it, yeah, you can get it in the department store, but we're not even close to there. We're about to go to, like, Lavender Town or something. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of gates and stuff that are locked right now. If they weren't locked, then we would just go straight to the beach. We'd go to the beach. We'd learn how to surf. Then we'd go to Cinnabon Island. Then we'd quit this awful game and we'd trade over all of our beautiful Pokemon. We trade over our precious little shell boy. You lurk because breakfast? All right, get yourself some breakfast. Get yourself some brekkie break. Breakfast time. Am I supposed to get a... Oh, Rosera, you survived the interview. Hey! Rosera, sometimes that's all that you can hope for. How are you doing, Rosera? I'm so glad that the interview happened. You're not saying that it went well, so I'm not saying I'm glad that it went well. I'm just saying I'm glad that you survived it. Yeah, how was it? Is this a Mount Moon speedrun? No, we don't actually have to go to Mount Moon, thankfully. We're going to Cinnabar Island. We're racing there. We're racing to Cinnabar Island. Whenever we make it there, we're changing this Pokemon into a... Yeah, because we already actually got the fossil. Now we just got to make it to the nerds. We got to get to Nerd Town. You guys know where Nerd Town is? I'm just asking because they made a whole lot of Cats 2019 references. Oh, Loki, we watched it. We watched it as a group. You didn't get to see it? We watched Cats as a team. As a bunch of friendos together watching this cat movie. It was pretty good. Honestly, feels 50-50 on whether I'll get hired or not. I've never gone to an interview and like felt like I nailed it, Rosera. I hope that you get the job. I hope that you get it. Rosera, you deserve it. Not because I looked over your credentials and your work history and I think that you'll be suited well for the job, but because I like you, okay? Because I think you do a great job. What'd you say, Ty? I like those odds, 50-50. Pretty good. I bet all my money on 50-50. Do you guys, listen, if you could put all of your money that you have in the entire world in a pot, and then you flip a coin and you get to either triple it, what would you take the chance? Would you take the chance to lose all of your money or triple it? Double it would be bad odds, but triple it for 50-50 chance. What do you guys think? What do you think? I think anyone Kenny likes should get a job. What if they don't need a job? What if they don't want a job? If you like me, get to work. Get to work. 3 times nothing is still nothing. What, Jason? You don't even have $1? Not even $1? Shaking my head. You could have had $3 with my quick deal. Money on me or money tied in investment? Liquid. It'd have to be 100% liquid. So cash, I guess. I mean, liquidity is a sliding scale, is it not? I suppose that everything's only liquid to a certain extent, but I'm just saying like all 100% liquid. So you wouldn't sell anything. I'm not talking about assets or investments. Only cash. Oof, because most of it's over there. You don't think you can take that risk? Yeah. What if it was everything else? Then you'd be like, well, I got plenty tied up on everything else. Bet it all. If I could bet literally everything, then it'd be worth 3 times. But yeah, if it's only cash, I don't know. It's pretty scary. What Pokemon are you missing from the Pokedex? We're only missing a Fake Kiwi Golem. So that's a trade Pokemon. Golem, Gengar, another trade Pokemon. Alakazam, another trade Pokemon. So there's 4 trade Pokemons that I don't have, that I have to just trade to somebody and then they trade back and then it turns into something. That's great. But the only Pokemon that I have to catch is Ammonite? And yes, Machamp. Machamp is also a trade Pokemon. So 4 trades, a quick trade of 4 Pokemon, and then which I think Lupus is gonna do with me. So I've already found somebody that I can trade them with, and I just gotta trade those over. And then the one Pokemon that we'll be missing is the one that we're searching for right now. We're speedrunning to Cinnabon Island so that we can get our Ammonite. We'll trade over our Ammonite without letting it level. And then bing, bang, boom, we will have the shiny charm, which means that I looked it up. It's definitely not double the chance to find a shiny. Not even close. But it does bump it up like maybe 30% or something. It definitely has a benefit. Ego, what's up? How are you doing? Ego check.
Hey boy.
I hope you're doing good. Is this movie night on Twitch? No. The movie night is on Discord, because I can't be streaming copyrighted movies on Twitch. I'm very naturally lucky. Is that true, Di? What's the luckiest thing that's ever happened to you? You'd take the bet? Okay. All right, Di. Heads or tails? Heads or tails, Di? I got a coin right here. Got the smallest coin in the U.S. currency system. Got a dime. Got a dime with like an ugly half bald man on it. Here you go. Here's the boy. What's he got? It's gonna be tails? I didn't ask you, Ann. Heads. Heads. Look, check it out. You just lost all your money. You just lost all your debt. Now you don't have any debt. Congratulations. Congratulations, Di. You are now just starting at square one. All your debt has been removed and all of your money has been removed as well. Bing, bang, boom. Oh, no. Oh, right. You're not on the... Yeah, you got to get over on the Discord. If you get confused over on the Discord, you just need to make sure that you go over to the rules, react to the little green check mark. Read the rules, then react. Boom. Then you're ready to go. Good thing I didn't bet anything. What? And you didn't even do anything. That didn't count for you at all. You didn't count. If you want me to roll for you right now, Anne, and see if you win $1 million, then go for it. Then go for it. You're just wondering what kind of modded Nuzlocke this is? Oh, so fake Kiwi, what we're doing, the problem is because of catching in this game. Because you can't, because I can't level by beating up Pokemon, then I have to level by catching them. So the catching rules that I've decided are that I can't level off of, I can't catch, and I can't use, and I can't have them in my party, any Pokemon that faints in battle. So so Pidgey fainted one time in battle. Now I can't use Pidgey, I can't use Pidgeot, I can't use Pidgeotto, and I can't catch them to level. I cannot interact with them. Essentially, if I let a Pokemon faint, then that Pokemon is dead to me. It's dead in the world. It doesn't exist. I pretend like it's not even there. That's how it works. It's essentially just like you kill an entire species if you let it faint. Because it has to be modified because of, unfortunately, I can't make it so that I can only catch the first Pokemon I see, because you can see all the Pokemon on the overworld, and I can't make it so that you have to catch the first Pokemon that spawns, because some of them spawn at the same time, and we can't really level outside of catching Pokemon, so I can't make catching rules. Catching rules had to be thrown out the window. Okay, Tails! All right. Here it is, and... It's heads! It's a rigged coin! I feel like this is a rigged coin. It's heads again. Can I get tails? I'm trying again. Give me tails. It's heads again. Is this rigged? It's tails. Okay, there's tails. Goodness gracious. I thought that it was a real busted. I thought it was a really busted coin, but no, I finally got tails. Goodness gracious. I mean, you can technically get, like, you can get the same side of a coin endlessly. You actually never have to fling the other one. You know, I mean, technically, like, the odds are very, very low, but you could flip a coin for all of your life and only get one side, technically. Technically, you could, but what are the odds, you know? Very, very low is my answer. Okay, what's this guy want? Secret technique? Yeah, teach me. Tails? No, it's Sonic again. No, it's Sonic. Oh, let's go. Supersonic. Whoa. Take a sip. Oh, what? Loki, are you forcing me to drink? I can't believe it. My chat gets me into drinking. My chat leads me to drink for 10 years straight. I'm addicted to water. If you only flip a coin once in your life, it's 50-50. That's true. But if you flipped a coin every single day of your life, what are the odds? If you live for 80 years and you flip a coin every single day and you always get the exact same side, what are the odds of that? That's a big water bottle. It's a whole gallon. It's a whole gallon. Koi, it's enough to fit a koi pond, a whole koi pond. I just need to pour it out and then boom, mobile koi pond. I always make sure that I can save any koi's life. If I happen to find a koi out on the street that's going flopping, then I could just whip out my big water bottle. Then I could fill up a little knoll in the ground or a little hole, and I could flop that fish in there and I'll save its life. Where the heck am I? What's going on? Oh, is this just so that I can cut this branch? I thought that we already went over there. We redeemed take a sip. We don't tell you what to drink. It better be water or I'm going to be upset. Okay, I thought that it was water. Oh, wait. This is a whole new world. A whole new... Let's switch over to Gloom. I guess. I don't know. Sandslash is pretty tough now. They're all 20, 21, 23, 28. I'm a little nervous about fighting this person. I'm not going to lie. Are we leveled up for this? I hope that they're not like level 35 or something. Otherwise, we might die. Your bunnies are being adorable. And one of your bunnies is in full stretch. One of the bunnies is completely stretched out. Haunches. Haunches stretched. Living the bunny life. Oh, wait. It's only level 21. You weakling. I guess you'll find out. Exactly. We just got to take the risk. We gotta take a risk, fight an Eevee, you know? Stop that! Don't you wave your butt at me, you stupid dog. I'm going to use acid on your face. Actually, we're gonna mega drain this little sucker. Salt stretched out two buns, fully stretched. Fully stretched, double buns. Now that you're done with the electric gym, I can feel your grass resist electric, and you probably could have tanked it with Gloom. Yeah, I mean, I could have, but I don't have anything that's effective against electric as this plant, right? Is poison good against electric? I don't think so, right? I feel I can tell you. Yeah, I mean, I know that grass is safe. I knew that I'd be safe, but I wanted to be able to dig and kill him in 1 or 2 shots. I was here for efficiency, my friend. Efficiency! You're gonna grab some pretzels? Go for it! We'll see you in a minute, Alchemy. This gives me attack power, right? Yeah. Acid! Stop that right now. Now you stop right there, level 21 Gloom. You want to do an acid bath? Let's go for it. You want to do acid v acid? Holy moly. Holy moly. You are dead, buddy. You are dead this next shot. You are in big trouble, Buster. You fought with the wrong plant. Plant v plant. Okay, Kenny, I have a number, but it's too big for chat. What? You have the number, but it's too big for chat? Can you not spell it? Can you not spell it with words? Oh my gosh, if it's so big that it doesn't fit into the message, then okay. Then I understand. I don't think there's a word for it. Oh no. I thought that whenever numbers get really big, then they put like little weird symbols, right? It has 8,000 digits. See, I thought that whenever they get that big, then they put like little weird symbols and they start putting like numbers and symbols and stuff. Rosera, what? Thank you for the 5 gifts. Holy moly. Can we get some hype in the chat? Put up 5 gifts in the chat. Rosera, thanks for gifting subs to Nixter, Soul Knight, Spaz Monkey, Tiger Carnival, and ZB. ZB666, I should say. Rosera, thank you for the generosity. Thanks for the hype in the chat. Yatta Cake with that hype. Improved Alpaca with that hype. Taiyaki with that hype. Die with that hype. Kestrel Bug Bugs with that hype. And Rusty Keys, Random Mouse, Lady Dark Sky, Rosera, Loki. Thank you for all that hype in the chat.
Tier 1
Rosera,
sub to Spaz Monkey.
what the heck? Thank you so much for being so generous. I appreciate it. What the heck? What the heck, Rosera? So generous. You didn't have to.
Rosera gifted a tier 1 sub to Zebe.
We're supposed to be celebrating you today after your incredible interview. after your incredible interview. We're supposed to be celebrating you, not you sending celebration to the chat. Ow-wah. Thank you for all the hype
Rose
in the
Era
chat.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Tiger_Carnival.
You're a good bean, and I've known you for a long time, and I appreciate you. Rosera, you're so sweet. You shush. You shush. That is quite enough. Rosera, much love to you too. Ow, ow, ow. I'm glad that I can encourage you just a little bit. Just a little bit. Doodle-oo. Also, Rusty Keys, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Onyx looks huge. Everything in this game is like realistically proportioned. Do I have a giant? Well, yeah, but that's quite long too. The decimal version is 8.39704755359 times 10 symbol negative 8791. Holy crap. It's a horribly big number. One in that, dude. Catchy. Holy moly. Goodness gracious. Look at how big, yeah, none of these are big. How big is Sandslash? He rolls! Look at him! Oh my gosh, he's just a wheel of spikes. Look at him go! Sonic! Oh my gosh, I can't believe that they're embracing the Sonic meme right now. Gotta go fast. He's the little tumbleweed of spikes. He's definitely gone Sonic mode. Look at him go! It's a little tumbleweed. Yeah, that's kind of annoying to look at. Not good odds. I wouldn't bet channel points on it. Not even an acorn. Not even a single one. Neither would I. You lost two of my favorite mons already. No, Rusty Keys. What's your next favorite Pokemon though? I'm sorry. I was gonna use Pidgey. I was not gonna use Butterfree though. To be fair, that one wasn't lost. I was never gonna use it. Also, I think that this boy might be grass type. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be effective. We need to either burn it or... Nah, we'll just tank it. Just murder it. I feel like it is literally poison, but let's try it. I want to try it anyway. Well, it's not... What? It was actually good. It was actually good. Paris's bug. I should have poisoned him immediately. I mean, if the payout was proportional to the odds, I think it would break Twitch if you won. Oh my god, yeah, it would. Twitch there'd be too many points. You probably would just overload those servers with too large of like a chunk of data. Absolutely not. Too dangerous, Lime. Not good odds. Yeah, the odds are pretty bad. But would you take those odds in real life? I feel like that's gotta be, I mean, I love the, have you ever seen the video where they broke down the odds of whether or not Dream was cheating? I love looking at statistics that were that high, because the guy was trying to explain like the most rare thing that ever happened in any casino ever. Like he calculated all these different games trying to figure out what is like the rarest thing that ever happened. And it was not even close to as rare. Not even like the thing that happened to Dream was like 1,000 times more or something. It was insane. Yeah, improved alpaca. What a fun video. Learning about statistics has never been fun at all. It's never been fun until somebody cheated or had a messed up build anyway. I don't want to blame Dream for it because I don't even watch Dream, so I don't even know who it is. But yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't say lie or cheat because that implies what, malice or like doing it on purpose. I don't know. He could have been the greatest troll of all time. Teehee. You thought that you won? Too bad I just trolled you. You actually didn't win. You cheated accidentally. Haha. Best troll ever. Also, Songwolf, how are you doing? But stop spamming that horrible picture. That was made by Linz, who slunk off today after they saw that it was being used. Linz logged in, stayed for a little while, and was like, I like hanging out. And then the E-boy popped up, and she was like, never mind, I'm a little busy. I need to go take care of some stuff. Linz left. You love the amount of statistician YouTubers that are like, I'm not saying Dream cheated, but... Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's basically, so it was not the original build. whether he cheated or not doesn't it's not really in question. It's just it's too suspicious. Yeah, because they're like, listen, I've never even heard of Minecraft, but I'm just a statistician over here. I'm just telling you it's impossible. Whammo. Have you ever thrown a leaf at a rock? Man, no way to kill a rock like throwing a leaf at it. Why did I go down here? He's a great teacher. He is. Improved alpaca. I actually like followed the what's it called? The video almost the entire time. I did have to pause at one point while they were explaining some stats that I didn't quite understand. I did have to go back and listen a couple of times. I don't remember if I had to use a calculator, but I did have to pause to try to figure out what they were talking about at first. I was like, wait, but why would the number work like that? Had to Google, what are numbers? What? How do you number? How many fingers do I have? Yeah, it'd be funny to wait a second. Can you Google that? I'm gonna try Googling something for me. Google, I'm gonna say, how many fingers am I holding up? No. Oh, it says 4. It answered. It answered. It says 4. That thing is coming from Goodreads for some book. It's an answer for some book. Let me see. It's from 1984. It's a 1984 quote, so it officially is 4 if you Google it. Nice. Okay, I see. 1984 is good stuff. Nice. Sweet, lovely beans. I'm gonna get finished eating after realizing I'm very tired. Of course, you had a big day. You had a big day, Rosera. You gotta go to sleep. Get some rest. We're proud of you. We're proud of you getting out there, getting out of your comfort zone, doing your best. I hope that it goes well. But yes, I'm sure that you're exhausted after a big day. So you enjoy your food. You enjoy your food and get out of here. Get out of here. Rosera, enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy your food. Yeah, I know, it's amazing time. 1984 is like totally seeped into all culture. Rosera! Yo! I never get to listen to this song. Rosera, holy crap. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. You do. Oh my gosh. Rosera. That was. I was supposed to be saying goodnight to you. What the heck? Thank you for the gifted sub for JC, Waggle, Sorty, Froggy, Lizard, Mandolin, Nicole, ya boy. Your boy Obi-Wan Kenobi, Koi. Oh, Koi's here. Fat GLaDOS, Fennec, and Stan. Thank you so much. Rosera for the 10 gifted subs. Thanks for the hype in the chat. Can we get some hype as Rosera's headed out? And for the big fat 10 gifts. Goodness gracious. You didn't have to, you sorry sucker. Improved alpaca. Rusty Keys, Tayaki, A-Star, Kestrel. Fake Kiwi, Loki, Koi. Thank you for the hype in the chat. Ooh, Kareem with that hype. Die with that hype. Random Mouse with that hype. Thank you so much. Goodness. Rosera, now you go to bed. You made me burp. Rosera, now you go to bed and you enjoy your sleep. You sorry sucker. Enjoy the meal. Enjoy the meal and your evening. Play some games or something. Have a good time. Relax. Relax. We'll see you later, Rosera. Goodness gracious. We'll see you later. Of course, thanks for being awesome. No, thank you for being awesome. Acid on the monkey. Look out. Whoop. Not very effective attacking me like that, you fool. You fool. I've poisoned your monkey. Now your monkey will die. What a jam. What a jam. I never get to listen to that music. I still need to set up that. Maybe I could get like a video of. Can I get like a coffin dance remake with squirrels? Probably not. That's probably not a good idea. Maybe I could get like a squirrel that's dancing with an acorn over its head. Possibly. Maybe a squirrel dabbing. Lad, if I need a job reference, can I put it you as one? Sure. I've been a client before. I've been a client for what? For branding and person programming. Oh yeah, totally die. You want them to call me? Hello there. My name is Earl of Suds. Yes, I've worked with Divey before. Very professional from everything that I've seen. Always very upbeat, very professional, very helpful, knowledgeable. Yes. I mean, I would be an awful reference, but sure, go for it. Go for it. I'll leak my number online and you can just use that. Bing, bang, boom. You can just use my P.O. box address. Well, he's actually homeless, but he uses a P.O. box. Listen, I didn't have anywhere for y'all to send me stuff. So there's a video of that. There's a video of that. It's robot squirrels doing the coffin dance. What robot squirrels? What? There are? This is insane. I wanted to get it done with squirrel, but maybe I should edit it. Gloom, holy crap. Gloom almost died. That's what I get for not paying attention. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I almost lost my best Pokemon because I wasn't paying attention. Holy moly, dude. Whew. Wake up. I was not paying attention. Holy moly, dude. Apparently it was for a class project. What? A class project of dancing robot squirrels? Whew. Pidgey almost had its revenge. Oh, what? Pidgey? I wanted to keep Pidgey. I wanted to have Pidgey. There's no revenge to be had. It just hit 1 a.m. Time for you to go to bed. All right, Loki, get some rest. Get some sleep. Enjoy your sleepies. We'll see you, Loki. See you tomorrow. If you want to hang out. If not, then we'll see you sometime soon. Peace out, Loki. Get some rest. Okay, we got to be careful of these bird people. It's these dang bird people that we got to look out for. Oh yeah, down here we're gonna meet the lady. Also, we could get Krabby. I wanted to. Pretzels and applesauce slap. What? Ooh, that doesn't sound good. That does not sound good, Alchemic. I am big scared of that. And I already ate all my applesauce. I bought as a special item. I bought myself the little case of applesauce, and man, it was delicious. I felt like a child again. Felt like I was in elementary school again. I will be buying some more applesauce next time that I go to the store because it was delicious. Delicious. It probably had tons of sugar in it. Okay, Mr. Pretzels and Carrots. Oh, well, you can say that sounds gross if you want to. That's fine. You don't have to like my pretzels and carrots, but I don't have to like your pretzels and applesauce. I'm not saying that it's a dumb idea. I'm just saying that I wouldn't prefer it. It doesn't sound like something I would like. Pretzels and carrots, gross. What? Ooh, pretzels and frosting. That actually sounds pretty good. That does sound good. You would never yuck it. Everyone's yum. I'm not a monster. But you just called me a monster. How dare you? That makes you a monster by calling me one. How do you handle the first Pokemon each route rule? See, I can't do it, Rusty. I can't do it with this. We thought about it. You could technically make it so that you only caught the first Pokemon that spawned, but Pokemon spawn at the same time. I could make it so that it's the first Pokemon you touch, but then you could wait and you could try to pick up your favorite Pokemon. So it doesn't work. It just straight up doesn't work. The other big problem is that you can't level in this game without catching Pokemon. So I have to be able to catch Pokemon all the time. I have to continue to catch them. So instead, I've basically just modified it by saying if they faint, then I can't even catch them to level. So technically, if all the species died, then it would literally be a game over. It'd be a game over because I couldn't level anything and I couldn't have anything in my party, so it would just be game over. And at a certain point, I'd only be limited to like leveling in certain low tier areas. That would be a nightmare. If I lost all the high end spawns, then I could never level enough to make it to the island. But we should be able to make it to the island. I'm not gonna beat the Elite Four with this, I don't think. Am I a monster if I like cake without frosting? No, that doesn't make you a monster. You just don't prefer frosting. My dad doesn't prefer frosting either. Before my mom frosts cakes, she always cuts them a few pieces. What do we got? Slam. And then we'll slam, and then we'll jam. User lunges 40. Let's get rid of quick attack. That's for chumps. We don't gotta be quick. We gotta be powerful. Pikachu, you're strong. You mean bread? What kind of bread have you been eating, Dai? That's not a sandwich. Could you imagine using a cake mix and then putting a hot dog in it? Gross. Dude, just take a piece of cake, stick a hot dog through it, and then eat it. Gross. That's way too sweet. Sugar bread and hot dogs. Gross, man. Clearly, that's just muffins. Muffins are still very sugary and delicious. Oh no, we're being ganged up by 4 members of the same squad. Also, this makes me wonder why they don't do this normally. Like, they're clearly proving that they can attack as a group, yet they only ever attack me as 1s or 2s. Like, come on, man. Why can't they all stand at the door at their base? You know, the Team Rocket lab. Like, they should all just be standing at the door and then attack. They have a code of honor? No, they don't. They're about to attack me, Lime. All 4 of them were about to attack me alone. They don't have a code of honor. They don't. At least their code allows them to go 4-on-1, apparently. So why don't they have them in groups of 4s, at least? The Team Rocket lab. Are these guys, like, breaking the rules? I'm confused. That's your question. Why are they straight up adults bullying a child? Because they want my Pokemon. Because I have the most precious Pikachu of all time. Of course, Haka. Also, hi there, Haka. How are you doing? Why would they? Why wouldn't they? They're bigger. Yeah, if you're bigger, then you can make smaller people suffer. Did you know that? Did you know that if you're bigger than people, then you can bully them? It's really great. It's really big fun. You should try it sometime. Find somebody that's smaller than you, then bully them. Makes you feel strong, makes you feel good. Look, they're just following their orders they've been given so that they can keep their jobs and pay their rent. They can't help that management is stupid. Oh, what? Yeah, they're the victims now, Lime. I see how it is. They're the victims. I don't think so. They're the monsters. They're the aggressors. They're attacking a child. Unless there's no bullying sign nearby. Oh, what? Yeah, no. Unless there's a no bullying sign. Okay, never mind, guys. Pack it up. Never mind, guys. No bullying.
Welcome to Pokemon Center.
Take my Pokemon. Heal them. I'm glad that I've been in this chat long enough with Kenny that I could tell that I can mean the exact opposite of what I type. Oh, Kenny can tell when I mean the exact opposite. Yeah. No worries. No worries, Dai. I got you. I mean, I make typos all the time. Like the other day, I was like, I wouldn't care. And then, no, it's sometimes I'll forget to put the NT on the end of wood. And I've said some awful things to people before I edited it. But whenever I just put wood for, I can't think of an example, but they've really been awful messages. And I'm like, whoa, there's supposed to be an NT in there. That changes the meaning entirely. That's not good. That's not good. Let's see. Let's Mega Drain this Eevee. I'm sorry, Alchemic, it happened. I constantly mess up my typing. It's very frustrating. Back from dinner and fixed my internet that only showed me chat and no Kenny. Chat and no Kenny? That's pretty good. This is acceptable. At least you got chat, Kareem. Who cares about the hat? Indigo Twilight, what? It's Indigo. Hello. Look at the blap. How are you doing, Indigo? It's good to see you. It's been a fat minute. I hope you're doing good. Hey, we actually saw each other on Final Fantasy. We met each other via Final Fantasy, but then I left that group. I don't know where you went. Where'd you go? I miss you so. Feels like it's been forever since. Oh wait, we're gonna Mega Drain this duck. See you later. Pikachu, is that you? Yes, I skinned the Pikachu. And also, Darren, how are you doing? What's up? How was Hades last night? Yeah, Alchemic, thank you for the gift of stuff for Indigo. So sweet. Hey, thanks, Alchemic. Gifting a sub to our OG
Alchemic
friendo.
Refuge gifted a tier 1
Indigo
sub to
Twilight's
Indigo
been
Twilight.
here since the very beginning.
They have given
Indigo has seen the worst
1,289
of me.
gift subs in the channel.
The very worst of the Earl has been experienced by Indigo. Indigo's been here before like anybody, but Alchemic, thank you. BTS Alex, Smell you later. What? Are you leaving? You said Anyang Gaseo. Anyang Gaseo. I don't know how to say that, BTS. I'm trying. I cannot read that. It's too complicated. You'd have to spell it more phonetically for me. Close enough. As a BTS fan, I can tell you that's close enough. You sound exactly like my favorite BTS character. I'm not saying I'd kill for Indigo. Die says, oh no. Also, Kibby, what's up? I didn't know that Kibby was here. But yeah, it's nice to see you, Indigo. We'll play some Final Fantasy sometime, or we'll hang out or something. I'm still a weakling. I'm gonna get back into the game probably in November. Or maybe for an event. I don't know. I've kind of been obsessed a little bit with DayZ at the moment. But I will be back. I will be back, and I will play some with you guys. It'll be good. Risk of Rain was a blast. Hades was good too. Then I finished up with a run of Dead Cells. Oh my gosh. What a full night. Goodness gracious. Yeah, Hades is kind of my jam. I love Hades. But yeah, Risk of Rain was fun. Too bad we didn't win. Too bad we got schooled both times. I feel bad about losing that last one. Oof. That one was 100% on me. I should have been more careful, but I wanted to use those saw blades. So I wanted to see if they would work. And I stood there for way too long. And I just took some punches to the face. What a bummer. What a bummer. Why would I do that? Hades jam? That sounds yummy. Yeah, it's a spicy jelly. Spicy fire jelly. All the way from hell. You're watching ABC's Once Upon Why are you saying is ABC's Once Upon a Time different than other ones? You're hanging, just happened to be a new character for season 5, gives me villain. You've really enjoyed it so far. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I've never seen Once Upon a Time, but I have some friends that watch it. Shipping costs must be costly on that jam. I know it has to go all the way from Hades. Shipping all the way from hell. Wait a second. I'm pretty sure that Jeff Bezos has some sort of a trade route between there, right? I'm pretty sure that Jeff Bezos probably has connections down there. I'm sure that he could get some efficient prime. Let's can we make this is water, right? Artemis's Bay. Oh, Artemis the archer, right? Isn't she the green archer? Yeah, she's sassy. I thought that we'd shipped her with somebody. I'm trying to remember. Thought that we'd shipped Artemis with thought that she liked somebody. I can't remember who it was. But yeah, she's pretty great. The green one in Hades, she's your favorite. I see. Now I'm just trying to think what I think. Crit hits. Yeah, the crit hits, and also that extra arrow is everything, my friend. That extra arrow is everything. That has made me win the game so many times. So many times, that little bonus arrow, just a little chance for it to brap them. Man, very, very, very important for me. I'd say my favorite thing is maybe deflection, possibly. Deflection's pretty important. Aphrodite sucks, dude. Aphrodite is the worst. Unless we want to fight about Dionysus. I'm pretty sure that you only like her because she's got no clothesline, because her moves suck, dude. She's the worst one. I'd pick Dionysus, honestly. I think that Dionysus is better than her, but he's also crap tier. I can't stand either one of them. If I see Aphrodite, I will do anything to not accept that boon. I'll take anything. I'll take anything else. She reminds me of Minnie. Lime. Jesus. And Minnie was here. My Minnie. I am so sorry that this is going on in my chat. I am ashamed. But amazing. Also, you always save your dash for Athena. Very important. The way that I play, I pretty much have to have my Athena dash. But something that I do really like is stacking some of the passives of, I'm trying to remember his name, the God of War. His name is freaking, I can't remember the name of the God of War, but he has He has some really fire passives. Aries. Yeah. His passives are straight fire. Like, I really need those. But, yeah, I definitely will go for Artemis if I can. Artemis has some really good stuff, too. Trying to remember. Something that I don't like, I love Poseidon's character, but I don't really like his boons that much. Too much of the time, he's just like, here's some free treasure. Here's some free treasure, nephew. Nephew, here's just some treasure that you don't need. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate the golden jewels. Get out of here, you chump. I don't need to bounce people against the wall. I've only used him whenever there's like nothing else. Also, yeah, Minnie, how are you doing? Minnie, I hope you're doing fantastic. Hello, hiya, Minnie. I'm dying here. Holy moly, Gloom might die. It's not good. Zelda Fix, yo, at tier 2, what's up? Thank you for the big tier 2 sub, Zelda. I'm gonna put you on this wall right now.
Glad to be here
Zelda.
for 6 months.
Thank you so much.
Love you all so
Y'all all
much.
sleeping on Thicky
You're the
Hermes?
best, Kenny.
Hermes is okay. Hermes has got some moves that saved my life. Hermes has got that great like invulnerable after dash. Mamma mia. Also having a double dash, so important with how I do my mirror. I probably will like run into a run. Every third run is completely saved by my boy Hermes, to be honest. Probably every third run. Okay, I'm just gonna put you down here, Zelda Bits. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate the big support. You do not. I cannot believe that you do be with that big tier 2, gigantic tier 2. I'm just writing down your name so that I can put it on my wall. Zelda Bits. This is slightly confusing, but I'm putting it the way that you spelled it. Okay, Zelda Bits. I'm gonna put you up on this wall. Some of these little hearts have been falling down, but I got you. I'm putting it over here. Boom. I'm putting all the hearts on the wall so that I can see all the loving people that take care of me every single month. I want to be able to see all you guys in paper form. You can watch over me while I sleep. You like Poseidon wall splash thing in tight rooms? Yes. Like if I've made it to the very end line and I'm in those like little challenge chambers with the rats and stuff, having it bounce against the wall is so nice. Because there's so many tight little chambers and you can just go like dash and just smash things against the wall. That works great. You haven't been able to play Hades once since you bought it. You feel too guilty about having a pending final in university. Ooh, Rusty. Well, look forward to it then, my friend. Look forward to it because it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. You're gonna love it. Just put it off for a little while longer if you need to. But if you're just feeling guilty, I mean, I'd say go for it and try it. But I've watched over you while you sleep. You've just never noticed. I look in the window and then Di just like disappears. But in the middle of the night, I can still hear the whispers. Lad. Huh, is someone there? Then I hear rustling outside the window. Who's there? Nothing. Okay, back to bed. All right. Also, hi there, Floggy. What's up, Zelda? Yeah. I'm glad that you could have your little party. Humidity ruined the stickiness? Maybe. It might be humidity. I'm just gonna get some other like more powerful adhesive. But yeah, Floggy, how are you doing? Zelda, thank you again for the support, for all the hype in the chat. You still need to play it yourself. Minnie, it's good stuff, but it is challenging as heck. It is a rough game, but yeah, if you play it eventually, you'll win because the game just gets easier and easier. The more stuff you unlock, the more you play. It just basically babies you. It's like baby's first. What's it called? Baby's first roguelike. It's good for noobs and babies. You can also turn on God mode if you want to, and you can just like kind of get used to it and learn how to play.
It's good.
I don't know. I'd like to see people like restart the game and beat Hades without any equipment. That would be interesting. I don't think that I could do that because I'm straight up do not have the skill for that. I am not that skillful at that game. But it would be cool to see somebody restart Hades and beat Dad on the first run. You also own it. A friend bought it for me and I still haven't played it. Well, that's how it is though, Zelda. That's how it is. I mean, people buy me games and I don't play them. You can't feel guilty about that. You just play it whenever it suits your fancy. You just play it whenever you would have bought it, you know? Because I definitely get in like moods for different games. As anybody who's been on this channel for 5 seconds realizes, I am completely inconsistent because most of the time I don't feel like playing most games. You buy your own games and don't play them. Yeah, see, that's also me, Minnie. Yeah. I bought Resident Evil Village, and then I didn't play it until it had already gone on sale again. Made me so mad. I shouldn't have bought it brand new, but whatever. And I've only played it for like 5 hours now. I need to finish it just for fun. But I recorded playing that much of it, so now I'm gonna feel weird about not recording any like session afterward. You're never in the mood for roguelikes, to be honest. You played that game that I don't know how to pronounce, and it's been everything, even though it isn't necessarily that good. Oh yeah, I know it. I know that game. I've been kind of interested in it, but I'm not crazy about turn-based myself. I can't remember why I was writing the Great Plain, but I suddenly accidentally woke the Great Pains. The pains in what is it? It's the rain in Spain stays mainly in the pain. Disgaea. Yeah, my friend likes that game. I've always liked the cover art. It always looked interesting, like an anime game. And then I looked at the sprites and they're like this big, and I'm like, never mind. Boring. They're too small. Koi, you gotta go? All right, we'll see you later, Koi. Nighty-night, Koi. Enjoy the rest of your day. We will see you later. We're just gonna be beating up hikers. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. We're just gonna be beating up these hikers out here. Did we already get this guy? I don't think so. Look at him. He's turning so fast. Oh, you caught me. You caught me. I can't believe he got... Well, what are you gonna have? Some kind of karate? We're very powerful in this area. Very good. Mankey? What are we gonna do? You gonna go cook some food? Ooh, what's for dinner? What's for dinner, Di? Darren, I'm starving. Di's not cooking. You gonna lurk? All right. Thanks for the lurk, my friend. Enjoy your dinner. Enjoy your dinner. We shall drain the monkey. See you later. So much violence. It's so violent around here. Why are you hurting all of these animals? All the Disgaeas are so time-consuming, but good. Yeah, they've got mega content in those games. It's tempting, but then again, I have plenty of games, so I don't need it. You just got the groceries in, probably steak and some other goodies. Hey, you got the groceries finally. All right. All right, Darren got the groceries. Are you saying I can't cook, lad? Because that's pretty accurate. See? You just said the exact opposite, but I know what you mean, Di. Oh, there's the ice cream truck. I can hear it. Also, watch the trailer. It's so funny. Never! You can't force me to do it, Zelda Bits. I won't do it. Let me see. You know me. I do. Although I thought that you could cook, so I guess I don't know you too well, Di. I'm sure that you can cook better than me. If we had a cook-off, then I'd be like, Di is the winner. Di, you can cook dinner for both of us forever. Because I can cook even less than you. Woohoo! Also, Lens is back. Lens, you ruined my theory. Lens, my theory was that you had left because you saw that I was using your beautiful picture, but you've returned, so clearly that's not the issue. I thought that it was because I was using the Eevee picture, but it's good to see you back, Lens. Welcome back. E-boy. It really is an E-boy now. Now it's an E-boy. I just need to put on some, I look pretty wild with this hat and like some eyeliner. Eyeliner. He's kind of emo, but he does have that cute hat. Wee. No, Pook is having issues? Oh no, but she's okay. She's okay, but having issues. That was horrible and then wonderful. You got me on the edge of my seat. Thank goodness Pook is okay. God bless Pookie. What a cutie. What a cutie. I also saw that video of her eating your hair. Hair eater. But if I ever see that bunny, I'm just going to point at it and yell, hair eater, run away. But look out for a bunny that'll eat your hair. You're in danger. Oh, wait, we definitely have to change here. because this sucker will set us on fire. You will burn us. Now we need to use some ground. Yeah, let's bury this dog. We're gonna bury this dog. All right, Sand Slayer. You can't burn the ground, or can you? That's actually pretty effective. Okay. Sand Slash. Dig deep down 9 feet, and then dig a hole up to Growlithe. Let him fall in the pit, and then cover him with dirt. Yeah, good boy. Good boy. You just killed that boy's dog. Now I feel like a monster. Maybe I'm a monster. Sorry, little boy. I'm sure your dog will be fine. Me and my rolling tumbleweed are just gonna be walking through here. Better look out. Get hit by this tumbleweed. Then all your Pokemon faint. All right. Maybe I'm lost in here. I'm not. I'm just trying to get some levels, to be honest. I'm just trying to grab them. Did you just... Gabby Hanna. Oh, do not say that name. Don't say that name in this chat, monster. That's the name that shall not be said. But yes. Please, no. No, just let her die with fine. Not yet. You hope it doesn't get to that point? I hope that it doesn't either. Do not summon the beast. You're the one that said its name. Her name, I mean. Not it. Ooh, shaking my head. Pook is your bunny, right? Yes. Pook is a bunny. Pook is a bunny. Shaking my head. Shush. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've turned my back on chat for the last time. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone's logging off now. Log off, unsubscribe, unlike. All right, Sand Slash. I'm gonna use my plant magic because I think that we're super effective against, right? Oh, we Pook. Yes. Hopefully, Pookie's gonna be a-okay. Stop it! Stop! You put your 2 claws. Stay away from me. Also, their claws kind of look like a low-key crab. Low-key crab with 2 little pinchers. I can't subscribe. I already prepaid for 6 months. Oh no! I'm confused. Alchemic, are you mad because I was making fun of them, or are you mad because I had sang? I'm sorry. I warned you. Don't resubscribe. Don't resubscribe. You only make it worse. Oh, Drowsy's a what? Oh yeah, Drowsy evolves to Hypno. She's starting to show her age. She's 10, and that's about how old they get. She's getting some sores for not moving. I got her out and got her moving. Also some meds on the sore. She is very old. I'm gonna let you stew on that one. I don't think that you like Gabby Hanna. That's what I'm gonna say. Alchemic, that's my bet. I don't have to stew very long. I doubt that that's your favorite content. I doubt that that's content that you're like, can't wait to read me a nice book of poems. You know, I pre-ordered that poem book. Yes, sir. Ooh, I tell you what, on my Spotify, you know what's all my Spotify artists are. Can't stop listening to that Hannah. My favorite. You know what? Whenever I want to watch some night, are you sure? No, I'm not. I'm not sure, but I'm as sure as I need to be. You know what I'm saying? I'm as sure as I need to be. That meow meow. The meow meow does not give me confidence. You're just making it harder for me, which makes me think that you might be leaning into it, trying to get me to think about it too much. Yes, I see. Because you're pushing your pieces forward. I think that it possibly means that you're trying to make it funny by making me question more. I don't think that you do like them. I don't think so. All the what? No, that's not her.
101 gifted a tier 1 sub to the
That's
Gabby
not her.
Hanna. They have
Oh
given
my God, that
57
scared me,
gift subs in the
How
channel.
dare you? Die. That's not the real account. Thank you for that. Thank you for the gifted sub. Die. You're not supposed to joke with. It's a $5 joke. Hey. Thank you very much for the gifted sub for the Gabby Hanna. Also, Radis Squirrel, what's up? Thank you, Alchemic, for that hype. Thank you, Zelda Bits, for that. Well, that's not hype. Die. Wait. No. I actually want Heat Wave. I want it. I don't want to get rid of it. Where is it? Worth every penny. 90, 95. Yeah. Let's replace Ember. Ember's weak. Oh my God. Invade your heart. Fall into my butt. It scared me for a second. Monster. I was like, what if she jumps into the chat? What am I gonna say? Nothing. That's what. And everybody in the chat is like, what were you just saying about Gabby Hanna, Earl? Huh? What were you saying? Be like, I was saying that I'm a big fan. I'd probably lie. Holy moly. Okay, we're just gonna heal up, beat up this Rhyhorn. Are you okay, streamer? And now, yeah, I'm doing all right. Alchemic. Okay. Right. Ooh, that looks pretty good. Not enough. Okay, sweet. Razor Leaf is cool. He's absolute fool. Yeah, that's right. Okay. I hope that we're out of this cave. I'm honestly, we're like got a great type matchup, but it's boring in this cave. I want out. I'd rather grind levels by catching Pokemon. At least we have a chance to find shinies in that case. I think it'll be a little while before we're out of here. Little Cubone. I mean, we haven't caught a Cubone yet. Let's see. I think that we're all pretty healed up. Let's keep going. You don't like her? I know. I know, Alchemy. I don't actually know your music taste that well, though, Alk. I will admit. I don't know too much about what you listen to, but I just wouldn't really imagine that. I know that you listen to K-pop, and I mean, and we listen to like chiptune and electronic and stuff, but I'm sure that there's more to your music taste than that. Ivysaur is literally poison type, I think. So it's grass. What level is it? It's 23. So let's do this. Does anyone? I mean, I wouldn't shame anybody for liking stuff like that. I definitely like celebrities that are troublesome, and I definitely like music that's not good, that most people don't like. And I also I probably watch YouTube content that's like questionable, that's not great. So I mean, you know, whatever. You like what you like. You like what you like. I like tons of stuff that most people don't like anyway. Just straight up avoided the attack? Okay. YouTube. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said YouTube. I should have said YouTube. You're not trying to yuck anyone's yum? Oh, well, you can tell them. There is a part of me that's like, well, if somebody is a fan, I don't want them to feel bad or anything. By the way, I want to have... What's up, Jan? How are you doing? Jan. Hello. Does this change does that change your mind? You only watch the best. That's why I'm here. I see, Di, you're watching a little bit of H-Bummer guy. All right. Di's watching his lefty YouTube. I know it. I know that you're watching lefty YouTube, Di. I see. Look at that little porcupine go. I bet that Kenny watches the charismatic voice, but only whenever he's reacting to metal songs. I have watched some like reactions to really, really hard metal, like or to like Ghost Main, which is like rap metal. I've definitely gone and like watched some like parents react to it where they're like, okay, we're gonna listen to this song by Ghost Main. Let's see. I don't know. I heard that this is not Christian rock. And then it's just like, Rah! I love seeing their faces of disappointment and fear. It's amazing. It's amazing, dude. Ain't there those metal grandmas or something? Yeah, I don't watch much reaction YouTube, if that's what you're asking, Lime. I don't watch much of that. Blue Jay, what's up? How you doing? You do watch the occasional H-Bomber guy, you're not wrong. Oh, well. So do I, Die. So do I. I think that we might have mentioned it. I mean, who dislikes ContraPoints? Not me, Zelda. Not me. He looks like a tumbleweed. I know, he's rolling. He's a cutie. Although I don't know. Maybe we can pick... I was originally going to switch them out for a giant Pokemon. I see you haven't fixed the Eevee? No, it's fixed. Yeah, I didn't keep the one that Arisa made. I uploaded the fixed one. Yeah, I'm using the one that Lynn sent. That is the fix. Yeah, I got the fixed one. Yeah, we didn't keep the old one. I got it. Kadabra. Ooh, Kadabra is psychic. Can I use it against psychic? Well, I have another psychic, but I'm afraid that I'm gonna throw out a Pokemon that's really bad against them. Poison's supposed to be good against psychic, I believe. Let's switch out for a stronger plant. Hopefully they don't get freaking pwned by that psychic, though. Hopefully psychic not effective against poison. No. Oh, it's grass. Is it super effective against grass? Oh my god. Dude, Gloom is freaking dead. If we have to kick out somebody, we're kicking out Pikachu. If we need a okay. I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna look up the type matchups. Oof, because I don't want to lose Gloom. I wouldn't mind losing Pikachu because I use Pikachu all the time. Okay, so it's Psychic. 2 times damage from Bug, Ghost, Dark. Oh, I don't have any of those. Bug, Ghost, Dark. Got to look out for damage from half damage from fighting and Psychic. What? What am I supposed to use then? Psychic, you suck. I don't know. Maybe I need to maybe I should switch for Hypno just so that we can stay alive? What level is this? What level am I up against? 25? Duck. What does Duck do? I've got no dark attacks. Dark, Ghost, and what else? Hypno resist? Yeah, that's for sure. At least Hypno would stay alive. Goodness. Are you allowing trade from Alolan forms? Yeah, but I don't really want to right now. I don't think that I want to. Is there somebody that I really need their form? When you said you were going to send out Gloom, I was very nervous. Yeah, I'm wrong. Is it Poison is good against Fairy? What is Poison good against that I'm thinking of? 2 times damage, half damage from, is it Fairy, I guess, that I confused it with? Dang. Well, at least Hypno's alive. Poison Gas is not actual attack, right? No, it's Poison. Telekinetic Force. Disable. Just disable this guy. No more Side Beam for you, Buster. No more Side Beam for you. Mostly for the dark types. I mean, we'll get some dark moves. We can get dark moves. There you go. No more Side Beam for you. Oh, we'll see you later, A-Star. Also, are you gonna go too? Okay, Zelda Bits. Enjoy your dinner. Enjoy your dinner, A-Star. Enjoy your sleep. Peace out, Zelda Bits. A-Star. Enjoy your evenings. It was nice hanging out with both of y'all. Oh, we'll see you later. We'll see you later. Okay, so we disabled them, but what am I supposed to do now? Confusion. Side Beam. Side Beam v Side Beam. I mean, I'm higher level. Nightshade. What? You have dark moves and you'd use Side Beam against me? What? Oh God. We're gonna. How am I supposed to fight this guy? What do I have that would attack him? Okay. What is Psychic super effective against? Psychic is super effective against everything. How did it kill our plant? Our plant is not. What? Why did it take so much damage? It's a high level. Why did our Gloom take such a hit? I don't understand. It wasn't even super effective against Gloom. It's level 32. We're not going to be able to power through this guy with anything. Psychic strong against poison? What? Oh, it doesn't even say it here. Yeah, it doesn't say that Psychic's super effective. See, this list is confusing. It says that it takes half damage here. Straight up wrong. Oh my gosh, this is so complicated. Okay, so where's Psychic? Psychic takes what does it take damage from? No, it says it's good against fighting, poison. Okay. Yeah, I need a dark type, but I don't have any, dude. Is surrendering an option? Nope, you can't surrender in this game. You cannot surrender. It's super effective against fighting and poison, really. The last chart I was looking at said that it wasn't against poison. That sucks. I just looked at the wrong chart. Okay, well, Gloom is definitely not going to do it. They're using dark attacks. Goliath is only level 24. I mean, I could try to electrocute him or paralyze him. Yeah, I'll try to paralyze him or electrocute him. But man, that dark attack is gonna freaking kill my Hypno if I keep him out there. Yeah, what is dark type gonna do against electric? Not too bad. Okay, I'm gonna try to paralyze that sucker. Barbecued children, what's up? How are you doing? Nah. You're not late. You're right on time. What's up? Still gonna be playing. How are you doing, Barbecue? Nice to see you. Okay, that was not great, dude. I mean, we paralyzed him, but at what cost? Like all of our health. Pikachu will die with one more hit. I don't want to take the risk of Pikachu dying, and I only got like a couple of potions left. I guess I could switch over to old Fire Dog. Dang, everybody's gonna be weak, and I'm gonna have like no potions left. I kind of want to keep Pika, you know. The name really threw you for a loop. What, Barbecue Children? Yeah. Well, I mean, Barbecue hasn't said anything non-family friendly in chat, so I'll forgive a name for sure. I mean, we do let Droopy hang out. You're free to have whatever username that fits with the TTS. Burn him! Burn him! Yes! Burn him! Destroy! No! Growlithe, can you kill him? Droopy is a good bean. Yes, Droopy is absolutely a good bean. Burn him! Burn him down! Kill him! Yeah! Kadabra's dead and we didn't lose any Pokemon. Holy moly, this challenge is too much. This challenge is too much for my little heart, dude. Oh my gosh, I thought that we were about to lose all of my Pokemon. Oh man, Psychic sucks. A Psychic that has dark type moves? What an absolute maniac. What a maniac. We gotta get healed up, dude. We gotta get out of here. Oh, move out of the way. Woo. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I both survived and almost died because of my type matchup skills. Oh, you're spinning the wrong way, Buster. Let's get out of here. Heal up. LP, what's up? What's up, LP? I hope you're doing good. Well, hello there. Oi, oi, oi. LP, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I'm doing fantastic. Just vibing. Vibing. We're going to survive, you guys. We're not lucid. Not a single one. Oh, we can't get past this person. This is the way out. I could technically use a escape rope if we don't want to fight this person. I've got two of them. They could, whatever they have can probably be beaten with a fully healed Gloom. Which one's worth more, a potion or a rope? I'm gonna use the potion. Let's beat this person up. We're gonna take a chance and let's eat the cookie as well. Because it's only like 10 HP, right? HP, excuse me. Oh no, that's for status conditions. Okay, let's just make sure that they're number one. Yep. All right, let's beat up whatever they got. You can hear everything. Your ears are so clogged. What? You can't hear anything? What do you mean? Oh, your allergies are making you have superhuman hearing? What? Everything is clogged. Every hole in your entire body is clogged except for your ears. So you can really focus. You can focus now. Whenever you lose one sense, then all of the other ones are even more powerful. Use acid on that cat! Hey, don't clap. Hey, don't flinch. Oh man, I hate that so much. Get out of here. I've been hiding indoors, so thankfully I haven't been bothered by my allergies. Just don't go outside. Bing, bang, boom. I guess air kind of gets inside anyway, eh? You kind of can't escape it. I normally get allergies, but I don't know. Who knows? Maybe we'll have a good year. Maybe it'll be a good year. I just gotta look out for the stupid pollen. I also drive with my windows down, so. Did you only have one Pokemon? Oh, you're about to send out Vulpix. Oh no, that's not good. But we didn't even use Psyduck. Nice! Psyduck is the only one that has any life left, and they've got water moves. Fantastic. Get out there, you powerful duck. Get out there. Mess him up, duck boy. Mess him up, you awkward little duck, you. You could never drive with your windows down. What? You don't want to smell the gasoline and farts outside? What are you talking about? I didn't want to use one. I wanted to scold this fool. Dang it. Dang it. Dang, 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 dang. If only I could just not go outside. Independent Oreo, how are you doing? Well, you're doing all right, I guess. You're going outdoors at the very least. I mean, I still have to go outside too. Hide forever, never leave. Never leave. You live here now. There is no outside. Just pretend like the outside doesn't exist. Oh, it was the last person. Nice. Lavender Town. Windows down are a no if I decide to wear my hair down. Otherwise, I can't see. Is it right in your face? Wind doesn't get into my car that much. What's up with your windows? Whenever I said windows down, I wasn't talking about your windshields. Not talking about the big glass that's in front of your face. Don't roll that down. Lens. How is so much air getting inside of your car? Oh. See, I have to like stick my head out the window like a dog or a joker. I do that sometimes just to feel the wind in my hair, you know? I'll just, while I'm driving, stick my head out the window. We can all just move in with the Earl of Suds. Yep, I'll pay for all of our food. I'll just pay for all of our food. That's a good idea. You can't be scared of a challenge, Lens. Don't be scared. Driving while being distracted is not illegal. I don't think, right? Well, maybe it is. I feel like if a cop pulled you over and was like, you were kind of weaving in and out of the lane, and you said, "I'm sorry, officer, I was distracted." I feel like you'd be like, distracted driver. Write that down, give you a little ticket. I wouldn't use those words. I would just say, "I don't know what you mean, officer." That's what I would. I think that's my response. If they're like, "You kind of weaving in and out of traffic," I'd be like, "I'm not sure what you mean, officer. I was driving as straight as an arrow, sir. You want me to do your fancy walking test? I'll walk around. I'll walk all over you, sir." Gaslight the officer. Weaving? No, sir. I was driving completely straight. You need your eyes checked, kid. Maybe, but I'm already wearing my contacts, officer. I'm sorry, sir. I believe that you are wrong. Barbecue children, welcome back. Welcome back. Have you ever gaslit a police officer? That's a Grand Theft Auto mission. Oh boy, now I got this guy. And then you say, this is an illegal Terry. Stop. This is an illegal Terry, officer? I know my rights. You better stop. What, illegal tarrying? Is that whenever police bother you? Is that a law in the UK that police can't bother you for very long? Because it's not in the US. They can do whatever they want. They can legally detain you for a certain amount of time with like no reason. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that they could detain you for like at least a couple of hours without like your rights being violated. I'm pretty sure in America they can actually put you in jail without having any reason. I think. I'm not 100% sure about that. Oh, this bird is actually going to be bad. This bird's bad. We got to kill him with this. Oh, man, I kind of forgot that we were going to have to fight Poop here. Now, let's do this. It's 24. I didn't check that level. 27. Ooh. Oh, wait, we should use electric. What am I doing, dude? What am I doing with this fire? Should have switched to electric so that I could electrocute this bird, not burn it. My brain went straight to, if there was a real bird, what would you do? Attack it with fire. Also, I didn't buy any health. What am I doing? He's only got 3 Pokemon though. We should be fine. That was dumb. That was dumb. We should have bought items. I forgot that I was low on all potions. You used to have a boss named Terry? Not my fave. I mean, you did say used to. Terry stops or stopping a person if they have reasonable suspicion. In the US, I don't think they have a word for oh, if they have reasonable suspicion. Yeah, that is true. They do have to have reasonable suspicion. So if, for example, you said, if you made some joke about carrying illegal stuff, then they would immediately be able to like look over your car. Which is a good reason to not joke with an officer, because you don't want to give them any more power than they already have. You don't want to give them reasonable suspicion. Yeah, there is a law about that. They do have to have quote unquote reasonable suspicion. Will you switch? I didn't read what it was, so no, I will not. Oh, it's a freaking plant. Well, plant. We could burn it, but we're kind of weak over here. It's a plant. Then we can't use Sand Slash. We could switch back to our plant and just use acid until it dies. Let's see, what level is it? Like 27 probably? Yeah. I wonder. Yeah, let's go for Gloom. Let's do that. Let's do that. Do. Yeah, so this guy is grass and poison just like I am. And we're just gonna use acid to attack them because we can still do damage with it. It's not much, but now that we've got the upper hand with level, so we should have it. Hey Kato, what's up? How are you doing? Kato Poke Nerd, what's up? I love that we get to see more of you recently. We've seen more of Kato recently, and it's been the best. Kato. How are you doing today, my friend? We're destroying this plant. We're still racing a Cinnabar. Racing a cinnamon bun. What? You just healed your Gloom? You monster. You still can't win. You still can't win even with your cheating. Can you win a fight against the same Pokemon, or is it different attacks? We can both use acid. We're both using acid for an attack. But yeah, you can totally. I mean, if you're both using Metapod and you only have Harden, then that's a pretty boring battle. Oreo, you're gonna leave? All right, it's nice to hang out with you. We'll see you later, Oreo. Peace out, friendo. We will see you later. But yeah, it's nice to see you, LP. How have you been? How have you been? I hope you've been good. Well, we haven't seen you. Okay. Last one is Eevee, I believe. I believe it is Eevee. So Eevee is normal. And Pikachu. Oh, Jolteon. Oh, they changed it to an electric type. Okay. Electric type, huh? Well, let's use Sand Slash then. Huh. Is that random? Or did he do Jolteon last time? Does he always turn Eevee into a Jolteon? Also, how does he get to evolve his partner Pokemon? What the heck? You're cheating, Poop. You're cheating. Also, Lemonberry, what's up? How are you doing? Lemonberry, what's up? Oh, you just got back from Hawaii a few weeks ago. Were you going there for family, for vacation? What were you doing over there, LP? Were you living there? Were you doing school? I didn't even know that you were over there. I am sorry that I forgot that. But yes, it's good to see you back, LP. I hope you enjoyed your stay over on our littlest, farthest island away that is a state. The only U.S. state that's an island. That's amazing. It was totally fun and recommended. My sister's been to Hawaii and loves it over there. So I'm not surprised that you loved it. I've never been over there. I did like a report when I was a kid about it. Whenever I was a kid, I did a report about Hawaii. Does that count? Hawaii sounds great right about now. What? It does right about now? I'd say at this time of the year, it'd be nice to go to the beach. Be nice to go to the beach. It's hot and spicy over here. Although it's only 90 today. Nice. Yeah, let's actually buy some potions now in case our Pokemon are in dire straits again. Goodness gracious. We're going to waste all of our money, though. We should sell our pearls and gold nuggets and stuff. Buy some actual battle stuff. This is so much more challenging. We also need to get rid of Pikachu eventually, but do I have an electric? Do I have a choice for another electric? Because I need something to fight those stupid birds. And I don't want to use Pikachu because, like, we use Pikachu all the time. Pikachu's for babies. That's baby's first Pokemon. Oh my god. We got Drowsies for days. Yeah, I don't have another electric right now. Well, I guess we have to keep using Pikachu. Too bad. Well, that's a real shame. It's not like I want to use Pikachu or anything. It's actually good deals there, but it's super packed. Yeah, I doubt that it's safe for COVID right now. No, thank you. You wish that it was 90 here? Oh no, Alchemic, you should cook some eggs on the pavement. Just get out a pan, toss it over on that asphalt, and just crack some eggs in that pan. Woohoo! Hi, Buster. Give me some health. I want my Pokemon to live, mister. Your Pokemon? If you want them to live, then you're gonna have to buy some of my potions. $7,000 just for me to keep my Pokemon from suffering? You're a monster. You're a monster, Mr. Grinch. Okay, I'm actually just gonna sell my stuff too. I'm gonna sell this pearl. Is that one pearl? Did this thing just tell me to stand? Oh, what? What? You sent me stuff. Oi. Oh, thank you, Alchemic. It's the type matchup list. Whoa. Whoa, it's big. There's so many types. There's too many types. Okay. Remove. Let's go. You're excited for autumn and winter. You can't wait. You love hoodie weather. Me too. Jan, can you tell I'm wearing this hat even though it's 90 outside? I'm dying to get to wear some of my warmer fashion. I like long sleeve shirts a lot. I like long sleeves, hoodies, stuff like that. Stuff that hides your frame, you know? Stuff that you can hide in. Hoodies so big that you can't even tell if it's a human or a slug. That's what I want. That's what I want. I want people to be like, does he have legs? Not sure, the hoodie's so big. But yeah, whenever things cool down, it'll be a lot more cozy around here. I hope that it cools down enough so that Arisa doesn't come here and absolutely melt. She might melt. Are you to sing Barbie Girl? I don't know. Am I BTS? Also, I thought that we'd be able to... Oh, we have to go get the Sylph Scope right now? That Cubone looked like it was searching for something. Okay, let's keep walking up. I meant to say, I dare you to sing it. Dare not accepted. Dare not accepted. Absolutely rejected. Would you consider wearing an Udi? Is that a thing, or is that a thing, or is that an accidental misspelling? Is that a thing? An Udi? Is that like it's like a modified hoodie of some sort? Dance, monkey boy! Oh, what? Die! Die! No! It's a thing, an Udi. I don't know what it is. So maybe you live in Kentucky now. It's so much hotter than New York. I can't wait for the fall weather. Ooh, Indigo, you're being cooked like a Kentucky Fried Chicken. You're a Kentucky Fried Chicken in the oven. You'll be ordering onesies to wear when it's extra cold. Nice. Onesies. I've got a couple of onesies. I've got a Pikachu and an Eevee onesie. I looked at it. Getting you the Ovodigo one. What is it called? An Udi? That one, look, it's a giant fleece hoodie. It's giant. Let me see. Maybe I can look up an Udi. Never heard of this in my life. An oversized wearable blanket. It's a big old blanket. Ah, I see it. It's pretty fun. It's so big. It's like a dress. It's basically a hoodie dress. I would definitely wear that. It's huge. It's pretty amazing. I bet it's very warm. You just have to wear like little shorty shorts. I could put on some shorty shorts. Also, what's up, Belle Blue? How are you doing? They're comfy. You can confirm. Oh no, Cubone left his mommy. Cubone left his mommy. Okay, we've got to go get the Sylph Scope now, I believe. I see what it is. It's the same as a Snuggie. No, a Snuggie's like a front blanket. It's basically a blanket with sleeves. Like, you're supposed to put a Snuggie just on your front, and then you put your hands to the sleeves, and then it's just like a big blanket. It basically just lets you wear a blanket while you have your hands available. Snuggies are very weird. I would rather just wear... I would rather wrap myself in a blanket than wear a Snuggie most of the time. I do not find it convenient at all. Oh, we gotta beat up the team. The huge fleece hoodie. Yeah. An hoodie is a huge hoodie. Yeah, see, like the hoodie will have fabric on the back to keep you warm as well. Snuggie's not... Snuggie won't cover your back. You want a Snuggie for work? It's a freezing in the office. I've actually used... there was a work Snuggie whenever I was at the barn. And during the winter, that was so important. They'd like turn on the heat in that one room. And then they'd have Snuggies. Nice. They're optional for... Oh, optimal for wheelchair use. That's true, Onkwave. Or anybody that doesn't want to... Yeah. That doesn't, I guess, want to get up or needs to sit down. That is a good use for it. That is good. Yeah, Snuggies are also... They're pretty cozy. Pretty cozy, but I prefer a blanket. You want a Ravenclaw hoodie? Oh, they've got the Harry Potter ones. Yeah, I don't care too much about Harry Potter, but I am Gryffindor, maybe. I don't know. I need to take that list again. I need to take the test rather. Okay, all the photos uploaded on Discord. Oh my gosh, Kareem is spamming horse pics. Quickly, go over to the Discord or pony, right? Or a pony. No, that's a horse, right? Or pony. I can't tell. I'm not a real horse girl. Look at all the photos. Look at all the Poco. Enough Poco to satisfy anyone. Clefairy is very so acid. You're gonna go to sleep now? All right, and get some rest. Get some rest. It was nice hanging out with you, man, but you better go to bed. You better go to bed. We will see you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Ann. Did you just vine whip me? Dude. That does nothing, Clefairy. Your fairy has been absolutely fried. Your fairy has been destroyed. How do you feel now? How do you feel now that you have made this fairy suffer? Okay, good stuff. Now, where are we even headed? We're going over to the Sylph Scope, and then we got to go all the way up the tower. Holy moly, we're just going as fast as we can. We're just going as fast as we can. Forget the levels, y'all. Forget the levels. We're going to need to fight Ghost type whenever we make it into the tower, though. Ooh. Is that a straight up... Oh. Maybe it'd be a good idea to have a Kadabra on the team rather than a... Who's the one that we're using right now? Maybe we should use a Kadabra. I mean, we could if we can catch this sucker. As a psychic? We're not using Psyduck as a psychic, are we? Well, yeah, Hypno. Let's replace Hypno with this guy. I'd rather use this than a Hypno. I mean, we can at least confirm that this can learn Dark Move. Is it holding a spoon? Yeah, because it's a telekinetic spoon, you know? Where they, like, bend the spoon without touching it. Bury that boy. Oh, no. Oh, wait, he said B-E-R-R-Y, berry. Okay, good. I thought that you were telling me to send this boy to an early grave. He's so young. He's only 30. Or something. I don't actually know what level he is. Come on. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Bury that boy. But yeah, he's got a spoon so that he can dig his way out of prison if he ever gets caught. If he ever gets caught doing his nefarious psychic deeds. Hypno, you're not going to learn anything whenever you're locked in this box forever. Let's get rid of poison gas. It likes ice cream. Me too. I like this Pokemon. Oh, you just have to have one thing in common with a Pokemon and then you just like it. Lens, you're too easy. You're too easy. You're just going to adopt all the Pokemon with that attitude. Also, we could have him walk behind us and scare our foes into not fighting us. Hypno's level 27 and this boy's level 26. It's like he's already been leveling with us this whole time. All right, Spoon Boy. Let's learn about spoons. Characteristic. Loves to eat. In nature, rash. Loves to eat. Oh my gosh. Most relatable Pokemon. Shaking my head. This Pokemon is just trying to be relatable. Don't believe him. Oh, he's got a ghost type move already. Nice. I thought that this was a dark type move, but it's actually ghost. Sweet. Kadabra. Pretty great. Loves to eat. Splendid. All right. New member at a party. He's a good boy. I think so. I think he's gonna be a great boy. We got a Firestone. Get out of here, bird! I can't even catch this bird. I'm not even allowed to. This is a ghost. This is just the ghost of Pidgey's past. That's not even a real Pidgey. We have to ignore them because that species is dead forever. Yeah, chop it down. I might have to adjust this table because my back's already kind of hurting. Let's go. That's what I get for never standing ever. Oh yeah, we can ignore this nerd. Excuse me, nerd. Oh wait, are we even allowed through here? Is this the guy that wants the tea? Come on. It's a stupid parched guard. I feel like they could have adjusted the game so that it has better reasons for why you can't go through here. Instead of the guy being like, I can't let you through, I'm too thirsty. I'm too thirsty to check your documents, kiddo. Sorry. Let's go through here. Whoa, workout break right now, Mushroom Cow. Workout break. Is there music in this cave? All right, great. I'm going to do this workout right now. Thanks a lot. I guess I'm going to be stretching. All right, I stretched it out. Also, it looks almost like a black light in here. Look at it. Yeah. This yellow pops so much in this room. It looks like a black light in here. It's crazy. It's a rave. It's a rave. Everybody, get out your glow sticks. Get out your glow sticks. Where's my... Okay, there it is. Thanks for the workout, Mushroom Gal. Stretch your back. Yeah, is that stretching? Was that stretching? We should get you an inversion table for fun. For funsies. For fun, an inversion table. My dad has an inversion table. I don't. Alchemic, you might be one of the only people in the world that thinks buying an inversion table for someone else is fun. I mean, I could use it for VR. I saw somebody use that where they were like, sure, you've got your fancy gaming chair, but can you do this? And then they go on they invert inside of VR. They're just floating upside down. Your dad also has one, Lens. I think it's a dad thing. Upside down, let's play Nuzlocke. Oh my gosh, Warlock. Oh my gosh, could you imagine upside down gaming? That doesn't even sound safe. That doesn't even sound good for you. See, the real question is, can I invert the monitor though? Can I make the monitor upside down, or do I have to actually like look at it upside down? Also, hi there, Merps. What's up? Murphy's the Merps. Wait a second. Are you telling me of all the Merps that I've met, you're the Merpiest one? I could believe it. I could believe it. Merps. I hope you're doing good. Think of the content. The content? Nobody's thinking of the content these days. They don't care. Celadon. Oh, wait a second. Celadon, where rainbow dreams begin. Let's heal everybody. You can't use the inversion tables. They make you feel sick. Ooh, that's not good. Then I would say, don't use them. Content with sparkles. What did somebody say? Content. Blue Jay, what kind of content do you want? What is the best content for Blue Jay? Chat flips me every time my Pokemon faint. What? Oh, every time my Pokemon faint, I've hooked up this chair to chat, and if they post enough memes, then I will flip upside down. I have to hang upside down for as long as you guys. It's like a subathon, but it's a flipathon where I have to stay flipped upside down as long as y'all make me. So you can do redeems that keep me inverted. Invertathon. Can I leave? I'm gonna try to leave. I don't think that I can. brothers. Snorlax is in my world. I forget how you get a Poke Flute. You get it from that old man at the top of the tower, so we have to get the Sylph Scope, right? What does dead species mean? Well, we're playing a modified Nuzlocke, so I can't use Pidgey or any of its evolves. I can't use Butterfree or anything that it evolves from. So basically they're dead to me, and I can't even use them to level. I can't even run into them. What you need is a crowd-controlled inversion table. No! Snorlax says, no, I'm sleeping right now. Do you trust us with that kind of power? The power to invert? Imagine the possibilities. Yeah, so the Poke Flute. What about this old man? Look at this suspicious old gentleman. What do you think that he has up his sleeve, huh? What are you doing staring at? How'd you get back there? There's no door back there. What's up? Hey, Tin, how are you doing? John River, we'll see you later. Peace out. Thanks for the Grookies, for the cute little Grookie waves. Saying Slash, don't look at me like that. Okay, so there, we could go here, right? Because it's we can beat up the guy. Although I think that he's like he's in the way permanently for now. Oh, can we beat him up and go down into the basement? He was one of the most useless people in Pokemon Red or Blue. He was just like, hello there. Hello there, child. Let me give you some bad advice. He just teaches you all, like, he tells you a bunch of type matchups that are reversed. Let's use Razor Leaf. We got plenty of leaves to go around for all these rats. For all these sewer rats. Eradicate, you're pretty strong. Yeah, we might have to go outside and, like, level for a minute. Yeah, I'm not sure. If we go down here, then I think that they have the Silk President at the bottom. Maybe he gives you the Poke Flute. Then you go to the left again. But we need the Silk. I don't know who has that right now. I thought that it was in the, like a corporation, but maybe they captured him and he's in their basement. Their basement is not too difficult, and you don't have to fight too many trainers, so it's not too bad. Move out of the way. Awkward, what's up? What? Awkward's here. How are you doing? Awkward. How are you doing? We're busting into the lair. There, come on, almost got it. So close. Come on, Jesse, why don't we head to the hideout now? Oh, come on, we've already handed over the Cubone to another Team Rocket member. What's the harm in taking a little break? We're supposed to open the what? I'm overhearing how to open up the hidden interest, but I already did it. Jesse, James, the power of Team Rocket. I know, Jesse and James are the best characters in all of Pokemon. Also, much love to you too, Merps. Much love to you, Merps. Ow, ow, ow. You good bean, you. You sweet, sweet bean. I just watched a big, like, clip montage of all of... I think that the clip montage was something like, reasons why James is the best character. 6 minutes of James being the best character. And my goodness, his lines are absolutely amazing. He has by far the funniest lines that make me laugh every time, man. Let's go. They're great characters, but horrible villains. I'm really not convinced that James is much of a villain. I don't think that he's a villain. He just loves Pokemon and chaos. That's all. He loves his Pokemon and he loves chaos. He just wants to collect them all, okay? He's not that bad. He's not bent on world destruction or anybody getting hurt. He just wants to collect them all. You like James's story? Yeah, now I'm honestly, after watching that video, I'm more interested in watching some of this show now. It's bamboozled me, dang it. You might replay Shields. You love seeing James and maybe Jesse. Yeah, I don't know if they're in Sword and Shield. I didn't know that they were in it. I'm trying to think. I don't remember them being in it, but yeah, Sword and Shield's not too bad. Oh wait, not growth. No. Oh, world domination. Said in a cockroach voice from the Fairly Odd Parents. World domination. James is somewhere between chaotic good and chaotic neutral. I'd say so. Okay, let's just use acid on this bat. This bat is not poison type, but it's dark. What? Are we paralyzed? What the heck? What happened? Are you swift? confused. Okay, well, that's horrible. That's a horrible attack. That's garbage. Sand Slash is ground. The bat is flying, I think? Flying. What's good against flying? Electric, I guess. Let's try to zap this bat down. Try to knock this bat down. See you later. I don't know. You do creative writing and art as hobbies? What kind of art do you make, BTS? What kind of art are we talking about? Also, what the heck did you just do to me? Yeah, what is what kind of art? What medium? Let's try to electrocute this flying rat. Stop. I can't believe that he's using Pikachu and he just called something a rat. Zap him. That didn't even kill him. It's super effective, but what can I say? He's a tough sell. Oh boy, and he's fast. Yikes. Pikachu, no! Kill it! Pikachu, kill this bat! Pikachu, don't scare me like that. Kill this bat! Oh my gosh. Okay, good. Pikachu dies. Pikachu dies, the saddest story. Get out of here. I even had to fight this guy. We'll probably have to go back and heal my Pokemon. I'm kind of under-leveled for this area, but I thought that we could, What? We didn't have to fight that guy. Oh, we can move between the levels? Oh, man. That guy was worthless. Dang it. Oh, whoops. We got to go down lower. Also, there's a hidden item up there that I probably just accidentally despawned. Okay, well, let's continue downward. I forgot that you could do this. Oh, now I got to fight this guy. Oh. So, let's see. We've seen a bat. What else can we use against these guys? They use like poisonous ones. They use bats. They use coughing. Kadabra is... Let's see what moves we got. Who's going to be the easiest to just destroy these guys? We could try to use water gun on everything. Flamethrower. I don't know. What? Let me look at this matchup. So if they're flying, then electric, rock, and steel I get against flying. I don't have any steel Pokemon, so I'd have to stick with Pikachu, who's dead. Bats are poisonous too? Okay, so what's good against poison? It looks like Ghost Ground, Poison, and Rock is good against it. Ghost. We have a Ghost move. Well, let's try using our Kadabra. I've never used this guy's moves before. Almost all of your Pokemon are yellow or orange. Exactly. Yeah. Yesterday, like 4 of them were yellow. Also, Azrael, how are you doing? What's up? Ice? Ice is good against flying? Really? I like that there's ice flying Pokemon. This is very confusing. What? Hypno versus oh, great. What the heck? What am I supposed to do now? Nightshade? You know how to read a type chart, lad? Not this one, apparently. It's not very effective. Well, we're doing all right. Let's just Nightshade this guy. Let's just be shady. Let's be shady, y'all. Gee whiz, my brain is fried. What's going on? I slept last night. I slept really good last night. I slept too much last night. Well, my brain is completely fried. What's going on, dude? Why is my brain fried? Also, that guy's nose. It's very distracting. Looks kind of like a lemon. Looks kind of like a lemon or like a scale. Looks like he's got a yellow lemon scale on his face. Very weird. Very concerning design. He's also got like the little gestures, like neck fluff. The ones on the left are the weakness. The ones on the right are what it's strong against. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. It's weak against. So, like, poison is weak against ground and psychic? Really? Well, Kitty's brain is Pikachu right now. My brain got zapped by Pikachu. My brain is just that Chonkachu face where it just goes like... The Pikachu with its little mouth open, that's me. No. Keep old moves, dude. I don't want to learn anything. I'm done learning. I was done learning when I was 18 years old. I never want to learn another thing again. Let's go for a ride. Yahoo! Yeah, that's why it has the little arrows. Man, I thought that the arrows were pointing the other way. What? Breathe? I can't breathe, Apple Watch. I don't have time. I don't have time to breathe. Also, welcome back, Darren. How is the food? Was it delicious? Did you save me some? Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Darren, cook.
Darren knows the magic that is called cooking. Little bit of magic food. Delicious.
At least this part is pretty easy. You had a huge plate of steak, carrots, broccoli, and mashed potatoes. You're living your best life. This is amazing. Everything was cleaned as well. Now it's time to sit down and munch. Nice. Doesn't appear to work without a key. What we need an elevator key? Oh yeah, I remember the elevator key. We gotta schmoove through. Okay, I'll just grab that. You found 5 great balls. Oh, do we gotta search for it in the trash can? That's where the key is? It's over in this trash can. Nope, never mind. I thought it was there. Hyper potion? Nothing there. What's up with that? Where's the... Oh gosh, I didn't realize you were down here, buddy. Didn't mean to interrupt your vibing sesh up here with your girlfriend. Well, we need the key, but that doesn't lead anywhere. I thought that well, maybe we need to get the key from a munchkin. Maybe a munchkin is holding the key. I don't remember. Well, we already beat up that guy. Let's go down here. Let's see if there's oh. This looks kind of like a new area. Ooh, new puzzle. New puzzle. New puzzle. New puzzle. Merps. Much love to the mods. Indeed. My mods are amazing. Everybody in the chat is amazing, but the mods are even more amazing because they're putting in work. They're trying to take care of the chat. What good beans they are. What good beans they are. X speed. We don't need any of that. I didn't realize that you were in his face either. What? Whose face? What are you talking about? Asriel, I'm so confused. Oh. Oh, that looks like where the key is, right? That looks kind of like a key over there. Let's go this way, I guess. Now we got to go back. We got to go back. This has got to be the right way, right? We landed safe and sound. Safe and sound, except for there's a guy that is waiting to beat us up. Who is first in my party? Kadabra is pretty wrecked. Let's put Psyduck in the ring. Let's see what this duck can do. Let's see if Dai's wrong about this duck. He says that after we roast him for not correctly reading the chart. What are friends for if not to roast each other? I don't even know what you're talking about. All right, Grunt, you ready to get washed away? You ready to get washed out? Ready to get flushed away? He's literally got a rat. We're gonna reenact flushed away. Except it is gonna be a little bit of scalding. Ooh, a critical hit. Lucky. I never get critical hits. Well, let's hope that he doesn't get another crit. Don't you dare. Cool. Well, 2 critical hits in a row? How was I to know, dude? How was I to know that this stupid rat was gonna be able to get 2 crits in a row? What are the odds? It's ridiculous. Well, there goes some of our levels for no reason. How frustrating. Why? Why does this random level 29 rat have 2 crits hiding inside of him, dude? Great. Another crit hit. What is up with this rat? I don't understand. Why did he just get 3 critical hits in a row? Probably would have gotten 4. Great. Looks like I was just using the wrong Pokemon, I guess. It was just normal though. Why was that good against Psyduck? I don't get it. I don't get why that would be so good against Psyduck. A rat? Just a rat and he gets 2 critical hits in a row and kills him immediately? Ridiculous. I just lost my freaking duck. Also, what's up, Maddie Haley? Is that how to say that? Maddie Halix? What's up? Welcome to the chat. You can tell me because I probably read it wrong. What's up? Crunch is dark type, I think. It is. Is dark type super effective against psychic? I guess. Dang. Well, there goes our duck. Looks like we're gonna have to find another water type. Gonna have to find another one. Psyduck is gone. Psyduck has fainted, and now we gotta take them out of this party. You're out of this party. You've been kicked out, you silly duck. Remove from party. Boom. Oops. Now let's get rid of all of them, and we can never catch them again. A real shame. Let's send to the professor. Send to the professor. And Psyduck turns into Golduck, so no Golduck either. What a waste. What a waste. I like Psyduck. Dang it. Bye-bye, Psyduck. Psyduck is in the grave. In the grave. Rest in peace, Ducky. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I've done. Use Magikarp instead for water? I mean, I could. We need to get out of here before we lose any other friends. We're super weak right now, dude. It is. It's down here that we needed to go. Dang it. Okay, we gotta get out of here, dude. But then again, I don't want to have to walk all this way. PP up. PP up. Okay, Haha, what's that? Do you say that the elevator doesn't work? Of course not. I've been keeping this lift key safe. Oh no. You love how the sand slash spins like Sonic? Yeah, he's a little like Sonic rolling everywhere. Or Metroid rolling. Muck. Okay, Muck is poison, so we should be able to bury it. Bury me, bury me. Also, Captain Zanuck, I hope you're doing good. What's up? We're about to dig this Grimer's grave. We're digging this Grimer's grave. And then we got to get out of here and heal up all our Pokemon. We got to heal them up so that we don't lose all of our friends. Ooh. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. We should have kept Sand Slash out this whole time. Take that, you fool. You just got one-shotted. You're good besides this Euro heat wave? How hot is it over there, Captain Zanuck? Are the seas boiling yet? The seas are boiling. The pavement is melting. Homes are spontaneously lighting on fire. And the pavement is so hot that it's popped every car's tires. Move this chair. Oh wait, we gotta go over here first. Boop. We need a step stool. Now we get a rolly chair, just like in real life. Just like in real life, if you ever need to like reach up and change some light bulbs, get yourself on top of a rolly chair. And you will be able to safely get stuff done, you know? Now throw that rat up there. Not as hot as you... What? Not that hot, but you know that we live in the gray, so that the heat makes us sweat like Fortnite players. Sweat like Fortnite players? What? I didn't know that all Fortnite players were sweaty. I've played against a bunch of sweaty Call of Duty players, though. Oof. Oof. There's sweaty gamers everywhere you look. No matter where you go, there are always sweaty gamers. Look at that rat go. I like that Pika walks on 2 legs instead of walking on 4. Are you picking on me now? I play Fortnite. Are you a try-hard, Lady Dark Sky? You like try way hard, get mad if you lose, and like are actually good at the game? Because that's what sweaty means. Sweaty means that you're like good at the game and you try really, really hard. So I mean, if I'm calling you a sweaty player, then it's basically me just going like, hey, why do you dedicate so much of your life to one game? You get mad at people for popping me from behind. Yeah, that doesn't sound like you're that sweaty. Lady Dark Sky, no worries. No worries. I don't think that you were sweaty. Doesn't sound like it. Is your Discord status a lyric written by Cody Fry? What? I don't even know who that is. Also, hi there, Ahsoka. Why, they shoot me in the behind. Oh, well, I mean, whatever kills you, you know what I'm saying? What? I'm sure that they're just going for the kill. It says sweaty like mom's spaghetti. What? The sweat on my spaghetti already. I ate the tomatoes already. Yep, we got to get out of here, and we got to live. We've got to live. I'm tired of all these dead Pokemon. I've got so many Pokemon's deaths on my hands. Things are not going along with my plans. Let us go and save all of their lives. Awesome. He's awesome. That song is too. What? Who is it? Who is it? Cody Co, did you say? No, it's Cody Fry. Who's Cody Fry? Is that the lead singer of Puddle of Mud? I've never heard of them. Hi there, Ahsoka. I hope you're doing good. We should probably put like one more Pokemon in our party at least. Let us slap one in. We shall slap one in even though we don't have a good choice right now. Better to have 6 just in case. The lead singer of Nickelback, obviously. What do you... Obviously. I'm sorry for asking. Let's sort them by highest level. High level Pokemon. Let's add in... I cannot believe that we didn't have Hypno to sacrifice. I would have sacrificed Hypno any day. Poor Hypno. We could add Graveler. Do they have a Rock Throw? You got Rock Throw, buddy? Is the Pokedex really at 145, 150? It is. It is, Captain Sanic. We have to catch one more Pokemon in this alternate game. We've got to catch one more, and then the rest are trades, and then we'll be golden. 4 of them are trades, and 1 of them we're hunting for right now. And since we're going to hunt for it anyway, I thought that we might as well make this more challenging and more fun. You see a Krabby Crab? Yeah, there is a Krabby Crab. And they might have a water move or two. I mean, they got Bubble Beam, but they're super low level. I mean, do we want to use a crab? Oh, we could. Well, Kenny, my house is clean. Oh, what? Have you been cleaning your house this whole time? Good job. Good job, Lady Dark Sky, making it nice and beautiful. Now I could be a bum for at least 3 days. 3 days? It takes only 3 days for your house to get dirty? It takes a bit longer for me, depending on how we handle our trash. Wee. Where are we gonna go? What's up, Nigel? How are you doing, Nigel? Nigel, I hope you're doing fantastic. So I wish that I knew how to play Pokemon, but I barely know Pokemon Go. Oh, dude, if you want anything explained, Maddie, I'll be happy to let my chat do it because they know more about the game than me. You could totally ask them about it. I'm still alive, but I'm barely breathing. I'm just praying to the Pokemon gods that I don't believe in. Nigel, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome to the party. I hope you're doing good. So, yeah, we can't play at the game corner. It sucks. It sucks big time. I want to go to the game corner. I love the gambling game. So much fun. It takes me so long to fill a garbage can since it's just me. Yeah, Garrett fills it with cans very quickly. I also open up a lot of cardboard, so I normally have like a huge stack of cardboard to the side. Yeah. Let's go. I think. Wait a second. Did we get the lift key yet? Can't remember. Pretty sure. Yeah, that's what the little Pikachu picked up. I was gonna say, Kenny better not be saying that he can give Pokemon advice. Oh, Awkward's over here gatekeeping the Pokemon advice. Yeah, Awkward. We can only ask you for advice. We can't ask Kenny. Kenny doesn't have any advice that would be useful to anybody ever. Yeah, okay, Awkward. Since you're #1 Pokemon fan, yeah, we'll forward all the Pokemon questions to you. Do you want me to send you trash out gimmick? I got a car full of trash. I'll drive it over to your house right now. All I gotta do is open up the windows and I'll be spraying trash the whole time. We're here to rescue Cubone. Cody Fry's an awesome songwriter. He's been on American Idol. Okay. Yeah, I don't watch that show. That's probably why. Truth or dare? On a stream? I don't know. I don't know. That's tough. I'd say truth. Yeah, I'd say truth. I don't think I want to do. I don't think I want to do a dare on stream. No thanks. Let's dig this rat in early grave. I mean, it's a snake. Let's see. Fire type, not bad. Heat wave would attack both of them. Sweet, dude. We've actually got a pretty good set here, I think. Ah! Growlithe dies, dude. Never mind, Growlithe's dead. That's too bad. Great. See you later. Ooh. Before anyone says it, no, I'm not sending my sense of humor. Lynn's is roasting herself and nobody else was going to. Dang. I guess I should have turned him in for Sand Slash immediately. Wait, isn't Sand Slash already here? Yeah, Sand Slash is already out. What a bummer. We've lost 2 Pokemon. Do I have a shiny? That's the truth, Nigel. I was scared. You had me scared over here. What? You're just asking me if I have a shiny? Not in this game, but in other ones, yeah. I thought you were going to ask me, like, a question that I was going to be like, hey, we got to be family friendly, man. Yeah, I've got no problem answering that question. No, we don't have a shiny in this game right now. Poor dog never saw it coming, neither did I. Jeez, dude. We are not ready for this battle. Oh my gosh, dude. Bloom's gonna freaking die. Miltank is a demon. Is that true? I was not aware of this. Thank you for the follow. Is that on, let me see, Andrel's mail? Let me see. Is there a word in there that I can read? Let's see. Andre is, okay, Andre is male? Is that how you say that? Male? Male? What's up, Andre? How are you doing? Oi! Andre! Hope you're doing well. Is it Guac or Purple Vaporeon? Yeah, that's in the other game. We don't have those in this one right now. This is Sans. What? My Gloom's still alive, thank goodness. It's mostly because of the level disparity. Yeah. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get the heck out of here. Gloom can heal themselves, I guess. Yeah, we can't give up our dig. Gotta use dig. And then, yeah, let's just heal him up just in case. You redeemed a sip? Oh, let me get that sip. Let me get that sip then. Let me interest you in 1 free sip. Actually, you did have to pay for that. All right. I will drink out of my giant gallon. Thanks for the sippies. We can now remove it from the queue and I will never drink again. Big water. It's only a whole gallon, Nigel. It's only 1 gallon. It's not that much. Wait, what the heck? Oh yeah, we have to pick who we're gonna attack. Doesn't matter, there's only 1 Pokemon. There's only 1 Pokemon to attack, and yet it still lets me pick the one that's not there, and it will just attack the only one that's alive. So stupid. So dumb. You know what I want, Pokemon. This takes forever. Not very effective. Whatever. I don't care. I don't care. Just kill this thing. Let's do Swift so that we can do it faster. Oh, Swift even attacks twice. I didn't know that. Or it attacks 2 things. Hey, Summer Windsnap is here. What's up? Oi! Summer Windsnap. Oh, I could have used Acid on both of them too. Well, they're weaker actually. This might kill him. Nope, that's too bad. We could have been waiting for a dig, or whatever. We'll kill him the same way. Just do it quick. Just finish him off. Don't let him live. You're gonna take 1 more hit, you 2. I don't think that we can fight the boss right now. We should probably leave. We should probably leave and level a little bit because we just lost our fire dog. We'll have to pick another fire type and another water type. I guess we can keep Krabby on the team. We could add Krabby to the team for water while we're leveling. It's very unfortunate. We've already lost 2 pretty good Pokemon. Replaced with Protect? I'm back. How's my favorite Psyduck doing? Rusty Keys, are you trolling me right now? Are you trolling me right now? Psyduck is dead. Psyduck is dead. You don't have to rub it in. Don't rub it in. I'm scared, Nigel. Is that are those words? Are those words? I know gusto. I know gusto, but I don't know that other word. Is that English? I'm scared. Rusty Keys, how dare you? How dare you? You monster. What have you done? Read this. What is that? I don't know what you're speaking words I don't understand. Hey, we'll see you later, Maddie. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Peace out. Enjoy your evening.
We'll see you later, Maddie. We'll see you later. The Pokemon instructionals will be happening soon enough. Yes, we'll be handling all the, I will train you to be the best Pokemaster there's ever been. But we're doing tryouts later. Okay, let's get the heck out of here and do some leveling. Let's do some leveling.
Small Meowth. What are you talking about? Nigel, you're making me go crazy. Ooh, hey, it's Shin. What's up? How are you doing? No need to fear. Lupus is here. Hey, Lupus, how are you doing? Do you know Miltank is a demon? Miltank is a cow. Miltank is a cow. And I'm allergic to milk, so I kind of understand that they're a demon. Lupus, how was work? 12 hours. 12 hours of work, and Lupus is finally back. Lupus, we missed you. Where have you been? Where could Lupus have been? A long day? Yeah, with like 2 hours of sleep. Lupus! You need to go to bed, okay? You need to actually sleep. What are you whining about? Sandslash is trembling from the poison? What? Don't make me feel guilty. Sandslash. Oh my god. How do they make milks? How do they make milk? How do cows make milk? I mean, I guess they eat stuff and then their body produces extra milk. But I think that cows only produce milk whenever they're pregnant, maybe? Yeah, so they like, Miltank, yeah, eats food and then its body processes the food and then turns all those nutrients into milk. I don't know how to explain this to you, Nigel. Don't forget to remove Growlithe. Well, I'll tell you what. Well, I'll put him in the box, Alchemic, but at least they'll still be alive. They'll still be alive. You know what? They're moving on, and they're going away with a sweet, sweet, delicious 69 HP. 69 HP, boy. Farewell. Farewell. We shall remove from party. Rest in peace. Send him to the professor to get ground up into Poke Candy. Oh, did we only catch one? Yeah, that's too bad. We just lost our one and only friend. No. Farewell. It gave us a mighty candy because it was a mighty good friend. It was a mighty good friend, you guys. Everybody say goodnight to Growlithe. Rest in peace. Rest in pieces. Okay, so we got Krabby on the team for water. We got nobody for fire. We'll have to go find a fire Pokemon somewhere. Where are we gonna go? You gotta go eat dinner? You got a whole turkey wing? All right, enjoy your turk. Enjoy your turkey lurkey. Enjoy your lurkey while you eat the turkey.
We'll see you later, Lupus, after you get your food.
Goodbye, Growlithe. You did good.
Growlithe asked us one question. He said,
Was I a good boy?
yes. Yes, Growlithe, you were a good boy.
You were always a good boy. I don't think that I was a good trainer. But you were a good boy.
Oh yeah, can we escape town? Nice, time to leave. Bye-bye. Wait, no, this is just where the gym is. Yeah, this is just the hidden gym. Hidden gyms. Erica, the nature-loving princess. It'd be good to have a fire Pokemon for this, for sure. Yeah, we need fire. We need flames. Ponyta, we unfortunately cannot get Ponyta right now because I believe that you have to go left and you have to have the Pokeflute. So I don't think that we can get the Pone, unfortunately. I wonder if you can get the Pony at a different in a different field. Let's go hang out in one of these fields. Hey, what's up, little Viking? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. A hidden gem? Better tell Dwight. Oh, how are you doing, little Viking? Don't encourage them. Don't encourage Nigel. Oh my gosh. Yo, Viking, how are you doing? Welcome back. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Oh, fire dog. Fire dog that doesn't exist. Rest in peace. Ooh. Okay, so Jigglypuff is legit, but we can't, that's not going to be good against nature. We need flames. What'd you find, Sand Slime? All right, what do you got? Figured out how to put a pic of a unicorn in the Discord? Oh, great. Now they found out how to post things on Discord. Route 17 is the only one by the looks of it. Oh, we could get the pony eventually. I love how you can't walk back. This is so stupid. It just makes you mad. The reasoning just makes me mad. I wish that like it was just a permit and he's like, sorry, you can't go through here. The Pokemon are too dangerous in this area. Sorry, kid, it's for your own good. You can go fight one of these people and then you can get your permit. But the fact that he's just saying, I'm thirsty, you can't come through here. It's so stupid. It makes me angry. Well, yep, we can't leave there. It's Route 17 only. Okay, well, there's the department store here. No reason to do that. Let's, hey, Brock. What are you doing here? Hey, I didn't expect to run into you here. I'm on my way back from visiting Celadon City. 155, 40, 145. Nigel, what? What are you talking about? We got 145 in our main Pokedex, and there's 150 Pokemon that are required for the shiny charm. So we have to get 150. There are technically more inside of it. There's 153, but those are what's it called? They're not legendaries. They're mythical. They're mythical Pokemon, and we do not need those for the shiny charm. Thank goodness, because I'd have to buy an expensive Pokeball for no reason. Okay. I take my job very seriously, but I'd like to sell out for some good tea. Exactly. It's like the least legit. Oh, I take it very seriously, but normally I let people through unless I'm thirsty. I'd love to gift some subs, lad, but I'm so parched. If only I had some tea. If only you had some tea, then you'd gift the subs. I'm sorry, lad. I can't mod today. I'm too thirsty. Just go get... Sorry, lad. I can't be watching the streams today. I'm parched and I need some tea. Where do we go? Where's my fire demons? There might be some Pokemon to catch in this middle spot. I don't think it's anything new though. It's just the dog that we already killed. The dog that we murdered. I remember when that dog existed, do y'all? I think that, yeah, there's pigeons. We already killed all those. We killed the Pidgeys. We killed the dogs. Who else died, huh? Well, we could catch those guys. Yeah, we might have to go back to some lower levels. There's like no... I'm trying to think of any fire Pokemon. I can't think of there being any low-level fire Pokemon. 3 and 4 have wild Charmanders? Oh, no, not the Charmanders. Charmander's such a good Pokemon. I'd feel like I was cheating. That's okay. Cheating's okay if it's just Pokemon. We allowed through here, though? Route 12? I know that there's a Snorlax to your left. But how far south can you go? Yeah, there's a Snorlax to your... Guy didn't stop me. Guy can't stop me now. Okay, stop me now. Goliath is also Dunzo. Yeah, I need to put that on the list. I'm sorry. Yep, we killed the dog accidentally. I cannot believe it. Wow. There we go. Dead dog. Dang. Yo, Muffin Man, thanks for the raid. What's up? Muffin Man OP. How was the streams? Yo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the party. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time over at Muffin Man's. What the heck were you doing? You were playing Minecraft. How was the Minecraft? I hope it was incredible. It's nice to see you, Muffin Man. I hope your streams were good. Good streams. Thanks for bringing your friends in. Grandpa Pumpkin with 11 months. What? Almost a year.
Grandpa Pumpkin. Oh my gosh. I'm writing down your
11
name on
months.
this heart right here.
Not possible.
I'm writing all the names of all subs on little pieces of heart paper that I got, and I'm pinning them up on the wall so that I can remember how many of you sweet beans hang out. How many of you sweet beans hang out with me? I'm gonna put all right, boom. I'm gonna put you on the putting you on the wall there. Fake grandpa. Shaking my head. Fake grandpa. Thanks very much for the 11 months of Prime. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You could have chosen anybody. Boop, boop. You could have chosen anybody to give that sub to, but you chose me again. This is my very favorite fake grandpa as well. Absolutely. Grandpa Pumpkin, it's been so great to hang out with you. S Flair, how are you doing? What's up? Bree Bell, thanks for being part of the raid. I appreciate it. Thanks so much again for the raid, Muffin Man. I hope that the stream was great. If you're headed out and going to bed, I understand. Get some rest. But yeah, it was nice to see you. You guys are my favorite too. Go make me cry. Oh, wow. Grandpa Pumpkin, you better look out. This chat is dangerously wholesome. Dangerously wholesome. We love you, Grandpa Pumpkin. Grandpa Pumpkin is the best. That is true. We have had real grandpas and fake grandpas here, but absolutely the best fake grandpa. Yeah. You throw a Poliwhirl? You fool. I have a plant. I have a plant and I will soak up all of your water. S-Flare, I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. Glad to hear that you're doing good. We're just hanging out playing a little bit of spicy Pokemon, some enjoyable, spicy, delicious. Oh, Poliwhirl. Oh no. Oh no. How's my day? Pretty good. I woke up and got a sandwich. I woke up and drove to Dunkin'. I woke up, texted people, and drove to Dunkin', and here I am. And here I am. Yes, a sandwich. A croissant sandwich. Croissant, egg, and sausage. Very delish. Rest in peace, sausage. I mean, I got my sausage eventually. I got my sausage in the end. The Earl always gets his sausage in the end. Actually, we could go ahead and just fight this guy for fun. Get some levels. Although I kind of want to have a fire demon on my team, and yeah, let's hang on. We'll see if we can get something with flames down here. You hope I get a shiny? Thanks, Nigel. You can technically find a shiny any old time. So it's oh, come on, he's blocking up. Bruh. You suck, Snorlax. Golly gee. Golly gee. What's the team right now? A bunch of freaking losers, Rusty Keys, if I'm being honest. A bunch of losers. We've got a crab on this team, for heaven's sake. It's a fat Snorlax. Oh, wow. He's just paunchy. Don't call him fat. He's self-conscious. I'm just kidding. I doubt that Snorlax is self-conscious about anything. You'd probably call him fat and he'd just look at you like, I would be even fatter if I ate you. I could get a lot fatter if you want, little trainer. Swallow you and all your Pokemon. You seriously used that attack on me? Tangela! Tangela. I thought that you were some master Pokemon that could defeat me. I think not. I think not. Wholesome until we troll you, kitty. I mean, you could wholesomely troll me. Snorlax does as they please. Exactly. Snorlax cares not for the woes of trainers. You will suffocate. You'll suffocate what? In Snorlax's stomach? I'm pretty sure that he has teeth. Don't know if you'll get that far. Pretty sure that you'll be dead in one chomp. Snorlax is like, that's the point. That's the point. I live my life the way I please. Everyone, including Snorlax, has put on some pandemic weight. No shame. No, is that a thing, Linz? I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that. Are people calling that a thing? Pandemic weight. Goodness. I mean, stress does make you put on weight. And I'm sure that people living in isolation are probably eating worse yet. Yeah, it's the COVID-19. I've never heard of that.
The COVID-19. The COVID-19 pounds. I've never heard of that. Dang. Oh, you like that one? Yeah, that's good. It's the COVID-19. Whew, that's good. I like that. Thankfully, I haven't quite put on 19, but close. Oof. I thought that was only me. I am more heavy than I've ever been. It's wild. I can't believe it. It's so strange. I've lived a crappy lifestyle for a long time, but then all of a sudden there's a pandemic and now I'm heavier than I've ever been. I don't know. Let's mega drain this stupid old guy rid of. It's all right. Aretha still says I'm handsome, so that's all that matters. Me too, lad. We'll die. We're hitting new records. We're hitting records that we didn't think that we could shatter. It's incredible. How happy are you on a scale of 1 to 10? How happy am I? On a scale of 1 to 10, what in this like exact moment? You're also the oldest you've ever been. I'm the oldest I've ever been. I've never been so old in my entire life. That is true. We just killed that silly old water lizard. See you later. Yeah, we're basically maining grass type, so we're doing great by the edges. How many can I send emoji? What? How many emojis can you send? I don't know, but try not to be spammy, Nigel. Try not to spam if you don't mind. I mean, being spammy is kind of fun sometimes, but wait for there to be a good thing to spam. Join the club. Amazing what happens whenever you're required to remain home and you can't do your usual 2+ miles walking a day. Exactly. You can't leave. You can't. I mean, I know that some people have actually taken up some cooking during the pandemic, and that's rad. That's rad. If people are like getting better at like cooking bread or something, but I didn't. I'm still on my same meal plan, which is no plan. Zoot. Excuse me. Excuse me, I'd like to beat up your Pokemon. Excuse me, could I talk to you about our Lord and Savior Mewtwo for a second? Everybody knows muscle is heavier than fat. Indeed. Rusty Keys, I'm sure that we're all just getting so strong. I'm sure that we're just getting all so strong. That's what all this weight is. It's all muscle. It's all muscle. Just wait till we can finally go to those weightlifting competitions we've been waiting on. This is social distance weightlifting. Like that spam, Kenny. Appropriate spam. If you're paying me, then I will accept an amount of spam. Okay. If I'm making a profit, then I will probably look past it. Ooh. You have a couple of strangers Tinder to reassure me. It's not enough. I mean, it helps though, guys. It helps though. It helps if anybody finds. I mean, I think you'll be able to survive. It's been a while since I've seen an updated picture, but yes, it's very true. It's very true. Di, you're a beautiful being, and there's lots of people that would find you very handsome. It's true. You'll just have to find them. They're sneaky. They're hiding. They're hiding around. I dare you to nickname all Gen 1 Pokemon. This is a Gen 1 game, Nigel. That would be every single Pokemon in the name. Oh wait, nickname? No, you really did say nickname. Yeah, that's literally everybody. Did you ever raise it to 150? I did not. I did not raise it. TTS works at 100, unfortunately. Yeah, I've got to come up with more ways to like encourage Alice to call me handsome. I think I'm just gonna like keep sending selfies or something because it's never enough. It's never enough. I just need as much reassurance as possible. So I don't know. Maybe I can act more pathetic, possibly. Maybe I should do puppy eyes more often. Interesting. I will strategize. Look at that cute little tadpole, and it's dead. The tadpole is adorable. I love the tadpole. We can use it. We haven't killed it yet. We've killed everything else. We've killed all of our hopes and dreams. So I don't know. Maybe the tadpole. Tadpole would be good. Let's mega drain this. See you later. Gotta put on a tie. That'll do it. Is that true? To be honest, my routine didn't change at all, but I guess that's what happens whenever you have anxiety all your life. That's true. Rusty Keys, you're like, sorry, anxiety. You can't get me. You're already here. What are you talking about? Anxiety is like knocking at the door.
COVID-19 is here. Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me, anxiety would like to move in. And you're like, you're already on the couch. We're watching anime together. What do you mean? What do you mean? You're already in here. Stop knocking on the door. You're knocking on the wrong side of the door. Are you trying to leave? Do you need chat to start complimenting you? No. I was only teasing. I was teasing. I can say sheesh. Big sheesh. I have a joke. Okay, let's hear this joke. I'll hear this. I'll listen to this joke. Gloom, are you gonna kill us or what? I mean, you gonna freaking... Oh my god. This joke better be good. Oh. After I thought you were talking about me for a second. I thought that I was like, no, I'm just joking out, Kevin. And you were like, this better be a good joke because I'm getting tired of this. Getting tired of this begging. But but no, you're talking about Nigel's joke. Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Nigel. I'm waiting for the punchline, lad. Where's the punchline? Stop it. Why do the chicken walk to the road? Why do the chicken walk to the road? I don't know, Nigel. You're gonna have to inform me. You'll have to inform me. I'm not sure why this chicken is walking to the road. What's it doing? S-Flare, you gotta go? You wanna watch more of the stream? What? Oh no! I'm sorry that you're being I'm sorry that you're being called away. We'll see you later, S-Flare. I'll be here all week. I'll be here all night. S-Flare, we'll see you later. Sorry that you gotta go, but it's been nice hanging out with you. I'll be here tomorrow if you want to hang out or whenever. But peace out. You'll catch the next stream. Oh yeah. But yeah. Get out of here. Go take care of your stuff. We'll see you later. Lupus stream. Lupus, please do not shoot. Naji said, because trying get other side. Trying to other side. Ah, I see. The old chicken crossing the road joke. Why did the skeleton not go to the party? Because he had no body to go with. Why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side? Roost. Ooh, no shoot, then sacrifice. Sacrifice to the elmo gods. You know, this time I will accept it, Lucas. You could sacrifice that. You could sacrifice that to the gods, to the elmo gods, to the dark elmo gods. Yes, the puppet gods are pleased by this sacrifice. Splendid. Thank you. Yes, it's jokes like this that lead me to violence. Violence, give me violence, cause they say, well, substance, give me substance. We could level a little bit up here, but I would like to replace, my party's not really splendid right now. We've got Gloom, Pikachu, Kadabra, Sand/Krabby. Not too bad. Krabby will be our water type. I think that we're gonna have to go back and get that Charmander, TBH, but is there a faster way? Alchemic, you said that it's what, on Route 2 and 3 at the very beginning next to Pallet Town? Ugh. That is literally like the longest run that we could possibly do. That is across the entire world, and I cannot fly. I can't fly right now. Maybe we should save it. Or the rock tunnel. Oh, it's in the rock tunnel? Let's look at the map. Let's look at the map. I'm pretty sure that rock tunnel and those routes are way over here. Diglett, Mount Moon, rock tunnel. Oh, that's right up there. Really? Charmander's right there? Oh, let's go up there. Why did the giraffe cross the road? Why did the giraffe cross the road? To hang out with some loser. What? What? What does that mean, Di? What are you talking? What giraffe? What? Who are you calling a giraffe? And who are you calling a loser? I don't understand. I'm confused. No, not good. How about this one? Die. No, stop. Just stop. Just don't try. Now. Knock, knock. Who's there?
What die? What? Who's there? The giraffe. Okay, there we go. There's the punchline. Hey, that was pretty good. That was all right, die. I probably would have heard that whenever I was like 5 years old, and there's a 6-year-old that I really looked up to and thought was really funny. He'd probably tell me that joke, but you know, that's pretty clever. Lupus, you loved it. What did Lupus do? Lens. Why do melons have weddings? Because they can't elope. Yeah, I mean, but you can still have a wedding while you elope. I mean, you elope just means that you don't invite your family to the wedding and you move away from where you are. That's not really I mean, you could still have a wedding even if you elope. You elope and have a wedding like away from your family. But I get the idea. That's essentially our relationship. Wait a second, which one's the giraffe? One of us is a loser, and one of us has to cross roads suspiciously. I don't want to be the jaywalker. Can I be the loser, please? Guy, you do the jaywalking. I don't want to get arrested. Sounds like the ideal wedding. Oh yeah, just think about it. You don't have to invite grandma. That's so great. Grandma, you're not even included. Just think about being able to shun your entire family for a whole day. Man, that sounds good. Thanks, Kenny, for being a fun sponge. Oh yeah. That's why they call me SpongeBob. Did you ever try to fix that thing where it stretched out your mouth and said, what? Did you ever try that thing where you stretched out what? Awkward, what the heck are you talking about? I'm so confused. Save the money for the honeymoon. That's what I'm saying. Or save the money for a nest egg, you know? You could like make a down payment on a house for some weddings. My aunt does like wedding planning, and good gracious, some people spend like millions on a wedding, and I'm like, you want to just like buy a sports car instead? Okay, so Sandslash is actually gonna kick Krabby's buns. It's ground type, which means that it's good against Gloom because Gloom's grass. So ground is also good against electric. Well, we could fight him with another Sandslash, I guess. Sandslash v Sandslash. Yeah, Big? Is that really what I want to use? Phantasma, thank you for the sub. You know, I'm losing my mind. Phantasma, thank you so much. I'm all right.
It feels like yesterday when I
Could you
first
please type up our friendo?
How
Thank
time
you so much for
flies
the 8
when
month
you're
sub.
having fun. Less than 3.
I'm gonna write your name down. Phantasma. What's the 6? Phantasma. Oh, you'll have to excuse my horrible handwriting. I'm being very messy. I am being a very messy boy today. Thank you so much, Phantasma, for the support for 8 months. Look at that. Look at that. 6. Holy moly. That's rough. But Phantasma, thank you so much for the continued support. I'm putting your name right up on this wall. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it, Phantasma. You're a good being, and you're welcome here wherever you want. There you go, Nigel. That's a good time to spam. That was a good time to spam. Now I think you're getting it, Nigel. Now you're getting it. We could use Swift. They're a low level. Let's keep Krabby alive. So basically, you stretch your mouth with your fingers and say, my dad works on a pirate ship. Yeah, so whenever I do that, I stretch my lips, and then it doesn't sound like I'm saying my dad works on a pirate ship. Yeah, but what does it sound like I can say? Let me see. Yeah, I feel like that's going to make me say something stupid. I'm not going to try it. You are a pirate. I mean, kind of, I guess. Like, I do pirate software sometimes. Maybe don't say it. Yeah, I'm not going to say it. He's walking to the music, was I? I can't hear the music. Oh, y'all hearing music that isn't really there? That's very spooky. There might be a ghost in the area. There might be a ghost in the area that's playing music. Thank you for all the hype in the chat, by the way. I appreciate it. A sports car that you drive once a month? Yeah, that's better than, yeah, you can at least drive it once a month, Captain Zanuck. Better than a wedding that you'll probably just forget about. And whenever you're divorced, you'll double regret it. All right, we're just gonna murder this sucker. We're just gonna murder this fool. I did like the dig. The dig attack is fantastic because while they're digging, you can go under. Okay, great. We actually have to fight people, unfortunately. We have to fight people on the way back because I ignored them before. But this is the rock tunnel. Alchemist said that we should be able to get a Charmander here, which means that we can have our fire type back.
Go need more curls.
More curls. Ooh, electric, you say? Well, we should be able to kill an electric with our plant. Should be no problem. There was a time that I thought Earl looked like Robbie Rotten a little bit. What? I've never been complimented so much in my entire life, Captain Zanuck. I was thinking about shaving all my beard off, to be honest. I think that I might still do it. I might shave it all off and keep my mustache for a minute. I don't know. My mustache looks a little bit like Superman's mustache. Yeah, you just get a streak of 10 catches, use a lure, and it should pop a little fire lizard. Nice. Okay. Yeah, because a streak ups the chances of rare spawns and not just shinies. I figured that the other day. Do it, lad. Do it, lad. Just keep a little mustache. Little mustache, and I'll probably get bored with the mustache, and I'll shave that as well. Then I'll just be a nakey face boy. I'll be nakey face again. Yeah, I'll probably do that tonight just for funsies. Just for funsies. I like shaking it up with the facial hair. Oi, Emerald Artist, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. It's good to see you. Can you read this? Oh, I can. Yeah, Nigel, I don't understand what your messages mean, so I'm not like reading every one of them. I love everything's fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe. I do not know what you're talking about. I don't know what that means, so I'm not responding to it. I'm guessing you're quoting something, maybe a song or a movie or something. Like, it looks like a quote. It doesn't look like you're sending me a message. It looks like you're just copy pasting something. And I don't know how to respond to this copy pasta because I don't recognize it. Maybe if I recognize it, then I'd be like, oh yeah, I love that movie or whatever it is. Song. Yeah, I don't know what that. I've never heard of it, Nigel. I'm sorry. So I don't know how to respond to music lyrics that I've never heard before. Emerald, I hope you're doing good. Yeah, how's the streamer? I'm doing pretty fantastic. I'm doing even better now that my friend Emerald Artist is in the chat. It's nice to see you. Emerald, how you been doodling? How have the doodles been? You been making any art? You know that I love that art, Emerald Artist. You know that I love that art. Let's, yeah, we gotta build up a... Do you know what, the movie Up? Yeah, I know about the movie Up. Yeah, don't just copy and paste quotes if you don't mind. If you're basically copy pasting everything, it's probably not okay. Unless it's like you know, a raid hype, I guess. You've been working on your internship. Ooh, Emerald Artist. Congratulations. Nice. For putting in your work. Emerald Artist, very good. The grandpa is dead. What? Grandpa Punky is just fine. How dare you? Oh, the grandpa. Nigel, you're literally just chaotic evil in the chat right now. Oh, right. Is your Pikachu one of those with the ears that you pull the sides? Yeah, one of these. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. But I am alive, Nigel. The only grandpa that matters. Grandpa Pumpkin. Grandpa Pumpkin actually can't be killed. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Grandpa Pumpkin is forever. You can never escape. You can never escape the Grandpa Pumpkin. Always there, always watching, always old, always walking. Where's the grandpa walking? Nobody knows. Probably Paradise Falls. Pikachu ear rave band. Yeah. I should probably get. Oh, I bet that that's copyright, right? Pika, 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 pika. Maybe I can find a remix of that song. I'd definitely be down to let y'all play that whenever you want. That is 10 times better than Baby Shark. Why do I let y'all play Baby Shark? But no caramel dancing. Come on. Caramel weeble dancing. Oops. I know that those are his ears, but I can only see them as arms. Yeah, it's like his little arms. La 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 la. Can you do a Voldemort impression? Is Voldemort the guy with no nose? Or is Voldemort the guy with black hair? No, that's Snape. Snape is... Yes, Snape is the one with black hair. I don't think I've ever heard Voldemort's voice. Does he speak in the first 4 movies? Does he say like 3 words? I thought that he was just like a whispering... I mean... Guess I need to know whenever this is gonna be over, right?
Daddy shark, daddy shark, daddy shark, daddy shark.
All right, it's over. We can continue the conversation. Linz, thanks for the jams. Really appreciate it. Oh, I miss Baby Shark. Well, no worries. Linz is helping you out over here. Don't worry, Grandpa Pumpkin. Linz has got the hookup. Thanks, Linz, for the jams. What's the sub goal? That's the total subs that I've ever received in my entire streaming career. That's right. I've been streaming for 2 years. I've had 21. That's about 10 subs a year, which is pretty good in my opinion. Nagini. What? Yeah, so does he speak? Voldemort like whispers to him like, yes, Harry, like that? I don't know. I don't think I know who. I've never heard Voldemort's voice. Are you saying like, I don't know, maybe I should just watch the movies. My bad. My bad for not watching popular content. Let's catch some more of those matchups. Maybe we'll lure up after we get the matchups because they're kind of low level, I think. So we might not find one if we use a lure right now. He should have to dance to it also? What? Captain Zanuck is putting more pressure? I already have to listen to a stinky song. Baby Shark is adopted according to Matt Pat. Ah, yes, Matt Pat. Cursed movie this weekend? So Harry Potter... Alchemic. Harry Potter's not that bad. It's not that bad. I don't think. I mean, I haven't watched all of them. We should watch something that's like critically panned, not just a bad movie, Alchemic. We shouldn't just watch bad movies. It needs to be cursed, as in the critics didn't like it either. You're a wizard, Kenny. Ah, you're a wizard, Kenny. Yeah. No, that's Darren. Yeah, Darren's a real wizard. You're a wizard, Darren. Darren the wizard. Looks like you've got enough training. Shark Tale? That's pretty cursed. I do like Shark Tale a lot, though. I do not low-key like Shark Tale. I high-key like Shark Tale. I always enjoyed it ever since I was a kid. I like that movie. I mean, we can watch it because I like it. I love the little shrimps that are like, there's this little child that's got a broken arm, and he swims as hard as he can, and he tries his very hardest, and I'm just trying to put food on the table for my whole family. Anyway, just trying to like weave this sad story about his little shrimp family so that he doesn't get eaten by a shark. It's a pretty great movie. Is this Pokemon Sword or Shield? Nope. Let's go Pikachu. Let's go Pikachu. Let's go get a Pikachu. I don't see where's my matchups? Matchups. Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull. That's cursed? I mean, kind of. I feel like we'd have to watch all the Indiana Jones movies, right? Would we just move to would we just watch the 4th one, not watch any of the other ones? Maybe we can watch the Crystal Skull after I finish my Crystal Skull. I'm working on it, okay? Be patient. Be patient, Captain Zanuck. Gee whiz, so much pressure on me, and I don't think that that's healthy. Okay, where's my boy? Indiana Jones is pretty rad. Also, hi there, Tolkienny. Oi, oi, oi. Tolkienny, how are you doing? You prefer Casper to Hocus Pocus? Why? Now we're talking about Halloween. Baby. Now we're talking about Halloween movies. That's a whole different thing. We're not going to be watching necessarily cursed movies. Oh, you working on that skull? I promised Alice I was going to try to make sure that I didn't finish it by November. But I'm already losing that bet. Nightmare Before Christmas. I'd like to be Halloween movie mode, please and thanks. No, we're not switching to Halloween movies until October. We're not switching until October. Don't get it. Welcome. Hello. They had aliens in Crystal Skull. Yes. I knew about that, Belle Blue. I had heard tales of that garbage movie. I mean, it's kind of a cash grab. You know how it goes. Oh, we've literally got Matchup on the team. Seems like we could stay here and kill... Oh, wait, we're not killing Pokemon. I keep forgetting about killing versus capturing. We could technically capture any Pokemon. It just varies in difficulty. Let's add Charmander to the party so that we have fire. So now we have fire, water, ground, psychic, electric, grass, and poison. Nice. Why, look at the time. It's October 1st already. What, Die? Are you desperate for freaking Halloween movies? I didn't know that you were a Halloween guy. Didn't know that you were a Halloweener. Oh, geez, Baby Shark threw me on the leaderboard, shaking my head. Yeah, Linz, I threw you straight to number 3. Number 3. Were there talks of having to be that specific skull? Ooh, interesting. So what you're saying is that if I go too quick, then I just need to buy another one and make sure that it's slightly empty. If 1.5 is better than 1 is what you're saying. That makes sense. This makes sense. Okay. The only shame whenever she finds the other skull hiding somewhere in the house, because I am not getting rid of that thing. I am not getting rid of that thing. It is way too cool. I want it mostly as a decoration. So neat. But yeah, we don't even need Pokemon to be able to catch them. But who do we want to get a catch count for? Let's go. Of course not. It's a decorative item. Indeed, it would be really cool to get somebody that works with glass or something to like cut off that knob and then smooth it out. That'd be kind of cool. Although the little cork is kind of neat. Yeah, the cork is kind of neat, and I do like the fact that you could put like either a candle, yeah, or string lights. Something in there would be very cool. A light source. A candle would be very spooky and also extremely hard to light, and I don't even know if there's enough oxygen in there. And you'll probably have to be careful with an open flame for a little while. Otherwise, you might have an exploding skull the first time that you light in there. Let's pwn this noob. Muffin Soot, what's up? Hey, Muffin, you're the second Muffin I've seen today. How are you doing? Who made the curse, Stevie? Huh? What? Oh yeah, look at this beginning, Emerald Artist. It says A-star is to blame whenever it's supposed to just like say the artist that made it. I just made it to blame, but I don't know. There's no blame given to the Eevee. I don't know. Could have been anybody. Could have been anybody, except for you can literally just look at the Discord. Haven't been here for a while. How are you doing? Oh, no, you're breathtaking. You're breathtaking. All right. Oh, we'll see you in a second, Alchemic. You're breathtaking, Muffin. I've been doing pretty good. I've been getting stuff done. We've been vibing. Working on loving myself, I'm working on it. Times have been a little bit tricky, but you know what? I'm getting through some stuff. Listen, I've been taking the time to get this shovel and digging out all of these emotions that I buried, and you know what? We're getting through it, okay? It's getting better. Don't forget to take that sip. What? Sippies. Okay, I'll take it. Boom. Also, I've thankfully found some games that I was pretty pretty passionate about, that I'm enjoying a lot, like DayZ. Man, I've been having a lot of fun with it. It's nice to find something that you're interested in after like a long time of having no games that I really enjoyed. Very nice to very nice to have something that I look forward to a lot. Play Roblox. Nigel, first you said, do you ever play it? Then you said, play it. Yeah, I don't think that I'm going to be playing Roblox. Seems like kind of fun, but I don't think that it's my style of game. Okay, we're going to bury this. We're going to bury this Charmander. Self-work is important, and I'm happy that you're doing that. Yeah, we're working on a die. Posture check for everyone. Thanks. Okay, posture's been checked. That's not even a redeem. Kenny woke up and chose cursed art. What? I didn't wake up and choose it. It was my day. My day after they didn't give me my sausage and my sausage sandwich. It convinced me that if I'm going to have to suffer today, you're going to have to suffer today. So I chose some cursed TV art, of course. Thank you, Rusty. I am very slouchy. Oh my, Grandpa Pumpkin, do you look like a shrimp that's watching television? Shaking my head. You're just like that shrimp I was talking about. You're hunched over in bed? There's no way my posture is getting good, but thank you. Hunched over in bed? Like a goblin watching the phone. I kind of sleep like a shrimp, to be honest. Like a shrimp or a fetus. I don't know which one I look more like, but yes, I definitely curl up in a little ball like the Sand Slash. Wee! Pasta check the spaghetti at the wall. It sticks. Go! According to my work bestie, I am a cute shrimp. Ah, that's very nice of them. That seems like a good work friend out there. Your back is a mess, so your personal mission to make sure that everybody avoids this pain. That's good. Yeah, I've got a good chair normally, so I'm normally sitting down, you know? I'm normally sitting down. I'm normally being healthy, but I try to like stand up and move around a little bit. Some streams, I just want to stand up, get up, and dance around, you know? Your back is on fire. Pretty sure that the posture I have is so that you're in the least amount of pain possible. It's quite fine. Yeah. I mean, that's how it is. Like, your back gets hurt, and then your body starts to, like, sit and stand in ways that doesn't hurt your back. But unfortunately, they're ways that stress your muscles in a way that you weren't evolved for. Although technically we aren't very well evolved to even be standing at this point. We still need to work on that. But I mean, then your body starts compensating, then you stress it too much, and then that thing gets hurt. You know that feeling whenever you're in your bed and you change and you charge your phone and it's done and you can turn around? Best feeling ever. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. But you know, I have an iPhone, so you know, its battery lasts forever. Because it's just built better, of course. My phone's, ever since I bought it 8 months ago, it's actually never run out of charge, thankfully. We should have used the water stone to evolve. Wait, what? For what? For the crab? I didn't even know that that was a thing. Can you even do that? Muscles were not meant to be moved, stretched, worked on horseback in the way that they do. Yeah, horseback is wild. Man, it really hurts like new muscles. New, fresh muscles to be hurt. Will we ever be evolved enough to stand good? Will we ever? I don't know, Di. I don't know. We could use less testosterone, right? We've got a 2-bit, and our brain has unusual sizes inside of it. I'm pretty sure. We need some adjustments, okay? We're still working on it. Yeah. We're still working on it. My body is basically 70 years old. I've accepted my fate. I've known 70-year-olds that can horse ride. I know it. Kenny, that's not an iPhone. That's a Nokia. What? You mean that I've been using the... Nokias make fantastic hammers if you strap them to a stick. We would, but it would take hundreds of thousands of years. Yes. 100,000 years later. A few million years later. Y'all are making my back hurt. What? No, Linz, you're just paying attention to the pain that was already inside. Linz, listen, I'm not giving you pain. I'm just reminding you of the pain that's been inside this whole time. I'm just taking away all the distractions that you've been piling on yourself and letting you really speak with your inner human being that you've been hiding from this whole time. Listen to your inner pain. Don't distract yourself with things that don't matter.
Take care of yourself and watch your body. Your body knows best, so you should listen to it. Listen to the messages that it's sending you. Oh, wait. Yep, they're dead. I wish we could. We got forced to upgrade to 3G. Stupid money-grabbing networks not letting me use my brick. Oh, my! 3G! At least it's faster. Danny, can you do a stream where you teach us about evolutionary biology? I'm too lazy to do more research. I mean, I'd have to actually learn about it. Drink kombucha. Thank you, Lunar Sarah. I really like your name. Goes along with your message. Goes good along with having Lunar in your name is good for kombucha suggestions. Thanks, because emotional pain wasn't enough. Emotional pain. No, Lens. Snuggle bunny. Snuggle bunny. When in pain, snuggle bunny. Also, Alchemic, what did you get in the mail? What was in the mail? Alchemic, welcome back. Yeah, puppy. Big puppy. Unfortunately, Big Puppy is actually already dead, Lupus. That's their ghost. That's their ghost running around. Lunar, it's good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome. Don't worry, the teaching stream is coming up soon. I'm still working on my my presentation. My presentation. 10,000 years will give you such a crick in the neck. 10,000 years. Oh, the juggling balls? I see. I thought so because you made that smirk. You made that smirk. I knew whenever I saw that emote, I knew what it meant. Alchemic had gotten the gift. I'm doing good. I'm about to vibe with some Sea of Thieves. Nice. Sounds good. You're going out and about? Are you a friendly Sea of Thieves player? Or will you literally attack any ship that you run into? You're like, oh, there's a ship over there. Turn. Let's go beat him up. Kenny, can you go to a university to learn about evolutionary biology and do a stream where you teach us? I'm too lazy to do more research. Go to a university. Excuse me, could you go into higher education and things that I'm interested in, lad, so that you could give me like the cliff notes? Yeah, you hate starting things. You just want to farm gold. So you're a peaceful being. So you're the people that my friends attack. I see. I don't play the game, but my friends will attack any ship that they see. So I suppose you get sunk by OT and friends. I dare you to get a shiny. Ooh, that's a big dare. That's a big dare. You dare me to do something that I want to do. Hey, take it easy. Don't dare me to. I dare you to eat today. I dare you to play Pokemon. Yeah. No, get them. Your cat is offended that you had to clean her paws. Oh yeah, touch a cat's paws. They're not going to be pleased. I dare you to have a good time. I dare you. Die. Stop putting so much pressure on me. You're putting pressure on me to enjoy myself. Yeah, basically, I had some jerks literally hunt me down and kill me after you scuttled your ship. Oh, Lunar. Now you're making me think of DayZ. My heart's been broken so many times in DayZ. I'm a hardened criminal at this point. I don't attack strangers, but I avoid them. If I see a stranger, I don't want to test their power level. I just want to leave. I don't think I've only been killed by a player one time while I was a new spawn. The rest of the time I've done all the killing, but they always shot me first. Okay, I am George Lucas's imaginations of what Han should be. Okay, I am Lucas's lie. I do not shoot first. No, I've never shot first. There was a guy that tried to shoot me with a Mosin, and I blasted him. I blasted him with a shotgun. One shot. Post. Then there was another guy he was a new spawn that popped up right behind my back, and I said, "Hi there, friend. Would you like some food?" And they were like, "Hi, I haven't played in a few months. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I played this game. It's good to be back. Could you give me some food?" And I was like, "Sure, I'll give you some food." I gave him some food. I left, and I went to the close-by town after I told him where it was. I looted for a little while. Then he had a zombie on his tail, and I saw him in town, and I was like, "I'm gonna go kill that zombie." And I got out my pipe, and I was beating up the zombie for the guy that I had met. And then he pulled out a pistol and started shooting at me.
like a maniac while I was trying to beat up a zombie that was on his tail, and he pulled out a pistol and started shooting me, but he only had 4 shots. What a chump. And then I just I kind of let loose with my, because at that point I had a machine gun, so I just I wasted him. I couldn't help it. He tried to kill me. He would have killed me with a stick if he could have. Did you stop playing Final Fantasy, or is it still a game in your own time? I haven't played it in a little while, Captain. I'll probably be back to it pretty soon. It's a shame DayZ doesn't fit the vibes. You'd love to watch? I mean, I play it over on Darren's stream. I play it over there with Darren. It's just super late. It's super duper late. Yeah, it doesn't. Besides the vibe, I don't know. I don't personally think that it's that interesting of a game to watch. I mean, maybe. I feel like you got to play it with. Friends, and I don't generally like streaming with friends. Well, I'm streaming anyway. You need to sleep sometimes, Kenny. Oh, die! Can you just change your schedule so that you sleep all the time that I'm not streaming, and then you're awake and watching all the time that I am awake and playing? It's like Rust. It is. It's too boring, Alchemic. It's too much walking. It's too much walking and too much building. It's a game that's fun to play, but I don't think it's that fun to watch. You'd rather play Final Fantasy than watch someone else play it? Indeed. Yeah, it's got to be one of those games that makes other people want to watch it, or you only watch it if you play it. I don't know. Yeah, you want to play with other friends that are playing it, and then like the interaction between you and the other people is what people are watching. But yeah, I ain't about that life. We'd be playing single player challenges over here. We be destroying games over here, single player, taking on challenges. If a single Pokemon faints, then I break my game cartridge in half. I set my house on fire if I make one mistake. Dark Souls, but if I get hit, then I delete my channel. You like watching Gribs if they have good chemistry? Aww. Yeah, they're fun. They're tons of fun. I think that Darren and I have good chemistry. I want to name that Gloom, but I think Twitch Mobile is sabotaging me. Rusty, you'll never be able to name it. Also, Charcoal Rose, how are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Depends on the streamer playing Final Fantasy. Lots of them get pretty boring. Yeah, I mean, I find that boring, but some people just want to put it on in the background and just like, I don't know. Some people just want to be near famous people. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why people watch streams. I don't watch that many streams. Doing good. Nice. I'm glad to hear it, Charcoal Rose. You vibing? You're vibing. I'm more of a YouTube goblin. I watch a lot of YouTube. Badly poisoned. If poison damage worsens every turn. Yeah, I know how poison works. But I think that might be an even worse version of poison. But I'm not going to learn it. I actually like growth for once. For once, he has a non-attack move that I actually kind of like. What? You're a streamer? Oh, no. You're saying that person's a streamer. Yeah, because I clicked on him. Yeah, I clicked on him. How is Whiskey? Do you like watching Whiskey? Or do you just like Whiskey's the most? Let's snag this Gigglypuff. Come here. Your professor called to the class the peanut gallery, so we are the peanuts. I mean, she's super nice. Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. Good streaming. You look kind of sus, Nigel. I think you look kind of sus. How dare you call me sus in front of everybody? In front of everybody? In front of all my friends? I say that we vote out Nigel. Nigel's orang. Nigel is orang. I say we vote him out. You thought Alk was a streamer for a moment? So did I. Then I remembered that I know Alchemic. For a second, I was like, wait a second, does Alchemic stream? And then I was like, wait a second. I know Alchemic. I would know if they streamed. Could you? Okay, we are absolutely being bamboozled by her. I'm taking her out. I'm taking her out. I'm done. I'm done. I'm not letting her make me dance around all scared. I'm hunting here. Get out of here, Kelly. Or Kyla, excuse me. Ooh, Kadabra. You only ever stream Overwatch and Dragon Quest Builder? Kenny just is like, I don't get why you betas watch streams. You clearly want to be near famous people because I'm a Chad. You literally made it the worst that it could possibly be, Die. I specifically didn't say anything like that. No, watching YouTube does not make you a Chad for one. Me not wanting to interact with people is way more of a beta move. Y'all are comfortable with interacting with people online. I get nervous if somebody's live because I don't wanna bother them. If anything, I'm an introverted guy that's like, I don't want them to be able to react to me. I just want pre-recorded content. I'm scared that they might question my beliefs. No. And then the near famous people, I was talking about the big Final Fantasy streamers and the big streamers that play, what's it called? I mean, I guess there's also, sometimes they're really good at the game, but some people literally are only watched on Twitch because they happen to be a big streamer. They're like, oh, there's thousands of people watching this, even though the gameplay is boring and there's no good interaction with the chat and there's no, like, and the streamer is not exciting. Some people just want to watch that, and that's okay. That's kind of a thing, you know. You like to watch successful people, okay? Makes you feel good. But no, that's ridiculous, Die. How dare you? How dare you? Okay, did we gonna beat up her? Oh, she's got. Whoa, whoa! The big boy himself, Machoke. Now that's your Chad. Let's use acid on this guy. He's fighting. What can we use against fighting? It would be not poison, not leaf. Let me see if I can remember. What is good against fighting? Maybe psychic? Psychic or ghost? Maybe dark? Fighting. Flying, I think, is good against fighting. I think flying is good against fighting. I can't remember. Oh, Vonchik, what? Why, hello there. Who is this lovely person on my screen? Oh, what? Vonchik, it's you. How are you doing? Vonchik? Oi, 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 oi. Here's Kenny. It definitely looks like the little slit in a door. Here's Early. Oh, wait, I don't even have any psychic moves. Let's try to use some ghost. Use some ghost on this Chad Pokemon. Didn't even do anything. Didn't even. Oh my God! Do not kill my. Oh my gosh. The text over the Zoom. I know it's horrible. It's horrible. It hurts my soul. What am I gonna do? The bigger the chat, the quieter you are. Oh, what? Die! You don't just like copy paste loud emotes. You don't just copy paste as many emotes as possible. Yeah, I feel shy because sometimes I'll be like an OD stream and I'll send something and then he doesn't see it because the chat's too fast. And then I'm like, I don't want to repost it. Especially because I'm like, I don't want the moderators to see that I'm reposting my own message. The mods are going to be like, oh, look at Kenny trying to talk to OT. Trying to talk to OT over here. Gloom. We'll save them. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. They're tough. They're tough. There are toughest Pokemon. They're level 36. They can do whatever they want. Use acid. It's not fun when chat is fast. It feels like a waste of time. It feels like nobody's even listening to you. Lens, I hear you. I hear you, Lens. You are here. We see you. Your words are not being released into the ether. I'm feeling them. I'm letting them all in my brain. You mean OT's mods who love you? Yes, those mods. Those mods who are like, look at Kenny struggling to speak with OT. We wish OT would listen. You probably shouldn't listen to me. What? Lens, you have so many good ideas for the economy. Let's remove Thunderwave. See you later. Lens, you have so many smart ideas. You know how to take care of bunnies and stuff. Listen, you're probably a better adult than I am. You got a job and everything. You got a job and everything. Lens, you work at a bank, I think. Wait a second. Have we been? Yeah. We've been catching Jigglypuffs. This is what we're going to be powerful off of. We're going to be powerful because of Jigglypuff. We just got to keep beating them up. Make a Rattata army. We thought about making an Oddish army at one point. Wait a second. Does Gloom turn into Vileplume via Leaf Stone? Is that a Leaf Stone thing? Because we could go get a Leaf Stone and turn it into a big old flower. A big old ugly plant. Wow, 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 wow. I mean, we can just keep looking for Jigglypuff, but does anybody know how to evolve Gloom? Is it a level thing? Cotton candy. Aw, cotton candy with cat ears is cotton candy. I love it. It is the Leaf Stone? Oh, okay. But we could evolve Gloom whenever we want then. Because we can go get a Leaf Stone from the department store, I believe. I love Sandslash's animation, but it does make me want to try out these other ones and see what they look like. We already know what Gloom is. Gloom just walks. Pikachu just walks. Kadabra probably floats. Charmeleon just walks. Krabby might look funny. Krabby might kind of sidestep a little bit. I want to see how he walks. How does he walk? Oh, he does. He walks on the side. Ooh, it's creepy. Oh, he circles. Ooh, that is creepy. It sounds like the candy world of Catan. It's Catan for kids. It's Catan. I do not like how this Krabby moves. He's spinning around. Chaos bug. Look at him go. He walks in front of you. I don't like it. I don't like it. Look at him go. He gets in front of you. He wants to be the leader. He's a natural born leader, this boy. Yeah, he's so spooky. Yeah, because he touches you with his little crawly legs. Ew, he's touching me. He's touching me. Get away. Get away. Stop touching me, you weird crab. He tickles you with his legs all the time. A nerd. Ew. Gross. Hey, protect. I know, but he touches you with his little weird spider legs. Yeah, he's skittering around. That's the exact word. Mr. Krabs. Oh, Mr. Krabs, get out of here. Mr. Krabs, Krabs. Reject modernity. Return to tradition. Return to crab. What, are humans traditionally crabs? What do you mean tradition? The tradition of the crabs? You're making this up, Grandpapa. My family never were crabs. We are now. It's a tradition now. Go back to crab. Go down to the bottom of the ocean and eat dirt like a prepper crab. I do the same, but I lurk in his streams. Yeah, I lurk over in their streams. I want to give him that view. I want to give my buddy OT that view. Give him that view, hang out a little bit, and then I hide forever. Are you feeling crabby? Feeling crabby? Feeling a little bit like a crustacean? Having a chitinous marriage? Well, sounds like you might need a little crab companion. A crabby companion. I look like a sweaty crab. What? I do not look like a sweaty crab today. Look at me. I look like a dead person. Right? Yeah, because I'm super pale. I look like a vampire or a cadaver. I think that this little fella is gonna do some magic that I call abracadabra. Technical tradition and modernity. Modernity is a fun word to say, and I sure hope that I'm saying it right. But I do not look like a sweaty crab. Reject humanity, join the crab rape. I look like a dead person. Oh, Linz, I'm glad that you weren't here earlier. There were definitely some questionable quotes that came out of my mouth. Whew. Glad that you weren't here, Linz. Almost 300. Whenever we get to 1,000, then I'll do my first merch. After, listen. I just don't think the merch is gonna... I just don't think anybody wants merch. So I don't want to do it, you guys. I don't want to make merch because I feel like nobody would buy it, you know? So I'm just decided to wait. You love the crab walking cycle? I know, he's wild looking. He's wild! A vampire that fell into a Japanese thrift shop. Thrift shop? Excuse me? Are you saying that I look cheap? Captain Zanuck. I'll have you know that this hat was sent to me by a friend. You'd buy every item, including the cadaver. Look at the crabby. Whoop. Did you say merch? What? Von Chick doesn't say anything for 30 minutes. Merch! I've awoken. Let's see. Whoop.
I try to not get the unquestionable ones. I'm still new enough that you could unmod me. Oh, Lens, I wouldn't worry about being new. I've unmodded people that were here for longer than 9 months as a mod. I got rid of some of the mods that were here at the very beginning of the stream. Don't worry, Lens. No one's ever safe. No one's ever safe. Oh, what's up, Champion of the Waving Queen? How are you doing? Carcanization. What the heck is that? Everything evolves into crabs? I sure hope that we don't. And that would not be, that would definitely be even more modern. That's future. That just doesn't make any sense, improved alpaca. That's in the future. In the future, we'll all be crabs, hanging out on a beach, dancing. Come here, Gigglypuff. The fear of being unmodded is constant. No, it's not dying. Don't lie to the good people. Also, hi there, Ghoul. Oi, Ghoul. How are you doing? It's impossible to be too cool for Ghoul. You know what I'm saying? You want to be a crab with thoughts of only pinch. Oh no, my arm is gone. I do like that crabs don't even seem to notice whenever they lose limbs. They're like, I can still fight. Keep me in the ring. My arm just got ripped off, but I'm still good. Yo, don't put me on the bench, coach. I'm still down. I'm gonna get him. Maybe the real treasure is the crabs that we became along the way. Maybe the real treasure was the crabs inside of us all along. Oh, wait. You spent years killing rivals and bribing my way up the chain to mod, and I refuse to leave it now. Die's gonna die on this hill. I will die on this hill. I will never give it up. Both. Gimme. Gimme. 2 Happy Meals because of Pokemon cards. Oh, Vonchik! You and your Australian Pokemon cards. Get your Australian Pokemon card out of here. I don't have those. America stinks. America must be abandoned. Abandon America. Become Australian. You may or may not have fallen asleep. Lupus, get in your bed. Get in your bed, and if you demand that you watch the stream, then you watch it on your phone while it's on its charger, and you lay your head on that pillow and you fall asleep. You fall asleep, at the very least, or you just turn off the stream and you go to bed. Look at the crab. Whee! It feels almost like you're piloting a drone crab. 10 p.m. is a little early for sleep. That is true. 10 p.m. is a little bit early, but grandparents go to bed at 10 p.m. sometimes. Crab rave. Time for crab. How can you stay in any country that bans Kinder eggs? Wait, what? What is that? What are these eggs? Isn't that like a candy egg? What are you talking about? I went to bed at 10 p.m. last night. Well, that fits with the name, doesn't it, Grandpa Pumpkin? That fits in real good, doesn't it? Oof. I've literally been going to sleep at 10 p.m. I can't, but you gotta wake up early for your job. You're hard work. I guess Lupus is also hard working, but Lupus is a maniac. I just can't compare Lupus to other human beings. Lupus is wolf. What can I say? It's a chocolate egg with a toy in the middle. Toys in the middle. What is this? Cracker Jacks? What is this? A Cracker Jack egg? Wait, Kenny, you don't know what a Kinder egg is? Well, I'm allergic to them, okay? I'm allergic to them. I can't eat these chocolate eggs. You're literally like, it's a poison egg with a crappy toy inside. You're really gonna love it. You finished my college classes for today. Nice! Ghoul's on the loose! Ghoul, you're on the loose. What kind of mayhem are you going to get into? They banned him here because kids were choking on the toys. Yes, nice. Enjoy your child-killing toys. Who said that they wanted more babies to die? Who was it? Let me scroll up a little bit. Where is it? Started with how. Oh, Improved Alpaca is the one that's voting for kids dying. You want kids to die? Improved Alpaca? Can't you tell that we care about the children here in America? Us Americans have poor survival instincts as infants. It's true. It's true. Little hobgoblins can't discern plastic from chocolate. They're like, more chocolate, but it sure does look weird and it doesn't taste very good. Kinder Egg toys are great. I'll take your word for it, champion of the Raven Queen. I have a VR and law class. What? Virtual reality class? Virtual reality and law? That sounds pretty good. You'll never even have to see your in-laws anymore. You could be my virtual reality in-law. I'll see you in VR chat, Grandma. Oh, 10, you never had a Kinder Egg before? Well, 10, I don't know. We banned them in the US, so they can't be that good. You know what I'm saying? It's just stuff. US is bad at banning stuff, you know? Jeez, I can't get over that Eevee picture. I know, it's so beautiful. Hooray! It's that beautiful, beautiful, handsome Eevee. I can't get enough of it, honestly. We have a version. They just put a toy on one side. What? A toy on... You can't choke on the toys. What? You can't choke on them. They especially have the covering, but US law bans them as it's a choking hazard. Yeah, why are there choking hazards in my food? Although we have toys inside of cereal. I'm surprised some kid hasn't swallowed one of those. I guess they're big. You have Kinder Eggs here, but you never bought one. I am Asian, Kenny. I remember 10. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where Kinder Eggs are legal. I've never seen them before. I've never eaten them before. I don't know where they are or why they are. I don't know where these eggs are. Hot dogs are choking hazards. Yeah, hot dogs are like, lots of people die from hot dogs and steak, right? I think hot dogs and steak are the two things that kill the most people via like choking on food. I'm pretty sure that those are the two most dangerous foods in the US. But that might be hearsay. I don't know. People be taking big bites of steak, trying to choke it down like a bird. Choke it down like what's his name? Kevin. They're trying to Kevin that steak, and I really think that they should try to chew it a little bit. Nothing like having a glizzy take you out. Imagine death by hot dog. That's a pretty bad way to go, dude. Frankly, you always thought that you... Oh, frankly, I thought that you were about to make a hot dog joke. I thought you were going to say, frankly, I'd rather not die from a hot dog. Oh, wait, whoa. You're big, but I don't want you. Get out of here. You're going to head out? All right, get some rest. Linz, I'm sorry today was tough. I hope that tomorrow is better. We'll see you later, Linz. It was nice hanging out with you. I'm glad to hear that Poop's doing a little bit better. We'll see you later, Linz. Sleep good. How? Hot dog is just mush. Oh, yeah, but it's shaped like a throat. It's shaped like a throat, and people take big bites, so they get stuck. They get stuck in that old wind hole. My wind hole is filled with hot dog. Help! I saw that on Craigslist one time. It said, seeking help. I have a hot dog in my wind hole, and I need somebody to give me a good squeeze. A good squeeze. Pook is better. Yes, thank goodness. Alas, I can think of no good hot dog puns. Well, that's all right. That's all right. How are kids even getting to the toy inside of the Kinder? That yellow capsule is so hard to open. What? It is? These kids, they just take it and they just smash the Kinder Egg. They just smash it and then they try to eat the toy inside. Little kids can choke on hot dogs and grapes. Oh yeah, grapes are pretty big. You gotta be careful with those. My whenever I had asthma really, really bad whenever I was younger, they allowed me to either pick to have solid or liquid like medicine, because it was so bad that I could like die from my asthma. So I initially picked liquid so that I could drink it, but that crap was disgusting and I could not eat it. So they decided to have we switched over to the solid, and I had to like swallow raisins for weeks before I could get good at swallowing those pills. My mom was like, "Don't even worry about it. You won't choke." But I was a smart kid, you guys. I didn't want to die via choking, okay? So I'm not down to just let a raisin slide down my throat. It took quite a while. It took quite a while for me to get used to it. Cause yeah, like I was too worried about stuff. Of course, I don't want to choke to death on a stupid pill. Also, it looked like that they just specifically just slapped that Pokeball out of there. But yeah, I didn't want to die by choking, but eventually I got used to it. Now I can swallow like 3 pills at a time. With no water. Also, Splat, what's up? Hello, I bought another cross-stitch kit. Ooh, what is the art of?
What is the art of for this cross-stitching? Cherries are on sale. Ooh, cherries are fun. I like to eat them whole and then spit the pit as far as I can. Yoo-hoo! All right, we're pretty high level. We should be good. Popcorn is the enemy for choking. Really? Popcorn. I've never really had much of a problem. Sometimes popcorn, like the little shell of the popcorn will sometimes get in your lung and it really hurts. That is frustrating.
Now that is not Pog.
I'm trying to watch that Pika tail. Any hidden items? Yes, indeed. There's a bunch of hidden items down here. I'm not surprised that I missed one. But yeah, what's up, Splat? Love peeling your grapes whenever you were younger. Yeah, me too. I'd peel the grapes, I'd eat the skin, and then I would try to pick out any seeds. I hate grapes that have big seeds. Makes me so mad. You've inhaled a popcorn in my ravenous goblin state. It was rough, both literally and metaphorically. Inhaled a popcorn in my ravenous goblin greed. I do eat popcorn in fistfuls of popcorn. So I really don't think that I have any room to be speaking on this matter. Pikachu's playing with Krabby. Pikachu loves Krabby. Did you know that cherry pits contain a tiny amount of cyanide? Yeah, so do apple seeds. But it's so small, you could, Oh, you want to play a game? Pika! Pika, Pika. Boop. No, cute. Good bean. We should have changed their hair today, but let's just keep going. Look, I'm busy. I don't have time to eat each individual popcorn. Oh, what? Have you ever tried eating popcorn with chopsticks? It is infuriating. Alchemic, you should try it someday. You should try it someday just to make yourself mad. See how long you can last. I didn't last long. A Porygon? I didn't know that you could catch a Porygon over here. Dude, I refuse. Oh, what? You won't even try? It is truly infuriating. Let's catch this boy. Pika is too cute. It's I know. Grandpa Pumpkin hurts. It hurts my eyes. In other games, if you touch Pika's cheeks, you get shocked. Pikachu's all docile in this game. There you go. You want me to say it the British way?
I believe that Pikachu is a bit more docile in this one. You can actually put Pikachu inside of a pram with some nappies, and you can, they are quite docile. Just put them in an aluminium pram. Possibly look out for lorries.
And on that bombshell, I lurk. Night night. Oh, we'll see you later. Die, get some rest. We'll see you soon.
Get some sleep.
Get some sleep, Die. I hope that you rest well. Melt a marshmallow on a chopstick? No, don't do that. I've heard people say that they use chopsticks for chips and stuff with dust. Oh my. Just lick your fingers. As an American, did I ever tell you about the time that I had a small pile of wasabi and freaked my friends out? I couldn't handle the spice from the chicken my friend got the day before, but somehow I could handle the wasabi. Oh, it's wasabi's flavor that gets me the most. I don't mind the spice too much. You know, just a little bit of spice is nice, but the flavor is really gross. Every time that I eat sushi, I always eat wasabi. So I don't want to pretend like it's too bad, but it just has to be a little bit. A little bit goes a long way. But every bite, I like to have wasabi on it. It's just such a bizarre flavor. It's just really powerful. Mizra's joy is taken. What? What are you talking about? You're apparently exhausted? All right, yes, Flat, get some sleep. It was nice to hang out with you. Get some rest. Get some rest, Flat. It was nice to vibe, but yes, get some sleep if it's time to get some. We'll see you later, Splat. It was nice to vibe with you. Spicy food. I love spicy food. You're in the Philippines? Nice. Nigel, I didn't know that you were from the Philippines. You hate the flaming hot flavoring? It's like acid. Oh, like flaming hot for Cheetos? I do really like that. I really like flaming hot Cheetos. It pleases me. It pleases me greatly. I would prefer that all things were flaming hot. Luke, you're not a fan of the flaming hot? But you love spicy food? Yeah, I wouldn't call it like necessarily like no way. I'd be like, you can't like spicy food if you don't like flaming hot. Yeah, it's such an artificial flavor for sure. Whee! Do 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 do. All right, we're zooming. Zoom in. All things flaming hot. Forever, ghoul! You'll never escape these flames. But yeah, I really like spicy food too. I like things that make me feel alive, you know? The more dangerous, the better. Wait a second, did we heal ourselves? I think that we did. All right, we're gonna go fight this blue hair guy. You do want to try the flaming hot Mountain Dew? What? Flaming hot Mountain Dew? Is that a thing? What? Oh no. Now I've got to try that. That sounds, oh dear. Does that exist right now, or is that going to happen later? When does that come out? Look it up. Oh my gosh, that is disgusting. I must try it. I tried a Jolly Rancher soda one time and oof. That was wild. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that we could use dirt against them, right? It's time for Minecraft with friends. All right, we'll see you later. It was nice to hang out with you, Blue Jay. It was good to hang out, but we'll see you later. Fire. Didn't know that they had fire. Well, we can't use gloom. Can't use gloom. Let's switch over to sand shrew, I guess. Sand shrew it is. Looks like we're all relatively leveled up correctly. What about Mountain Dew flavored Cheetos? Ugh, gross. No thanks. I actually can't have Cheetos. There's enough real milk in there. Shockingly. Shockingly, they actually put milk in there. Thought they'd go the cheap route. All right, we're digging. We're going. Time to get buried. What are you gonna do? Boom. All right, I think that we'll survive this. We can take one more hit, maybe. We'll see. I don't know about that. I don't know if I want to die here. Let's see. How many Pokemon does he have, though? Oh, he's only got 2. He's only got 2. We got it. They put milk in Cheetos? You mean that there's cheese in there? Yeah, they've got some real cheese in there. Stop it with the flamethrower. Could you please use some poison again? Okay, we got it this time. Let's go. It's all right, Von Chick. They're pretty good, though. I have tried Cheetos, and they taste pretty good. But, you know, they're not too bad. I like Doritos a little bit more than Cheetos. And I can't have Doritos either. I'm kind of surprised there. Whey gives me a problem, but I'm usually able to eat Cheetos. Huh. Well, I've got a milk protein allergy. I don't know. But yeah, I can't have Cheetos or Doritos. I have to send out Golbat. Golbat is flying and poison, I think. Flying is good against ground, is it? Is flying good against ground? Flying, and poison. Pikachu can electrocute it. We'll try it out. Salsa Doritos are great. Yeah, I can't really have any types of Doritos. They've got something in there that really makes me suffer. Spicy Cheetos or puffy Cheetos dipped in sriracha? Oh, dipped in sriracha? That sounds wild. I don't know about that. Ooh, big crunch. Oh no. You like Frito scoops with chunky salsa? Ooh, Frito scoops are a bomb. You gotta get Pikachu the heck out of here. We gotta get Pikachu out of here yesterday. Okay, we've put most of the damage. So they're probably gonna use the same thing. What did they just use? They didn't use fire or poison. What did they just use? I'm trying to remember what that attack was. Did they use something by air? Did they use an air attack? Level 31. Oof. Pikachu's pretty high level. Let's switch. Taco salad. Ooh, now I want taco salad, you sorry sucker. I've got no meat in this house. I guess I have chicken, but you can't make taco salad out of chicken. You need beef. You need beef. I should probably get some tofu so that I can make some like discount beef. Taco salad is the best. Sometimes I like taco salad more than I like tacos. Let's see if we can get a mega drain on this. Air slash, and they just avoided the attack like an absolute Chad plant. This is making me hungry. Well, Kuya, I'm about to eat, so I don't even feel that bad. I'm sorry there, Kuya. Kuya, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my chat is tempting you to eat. Do you need to eat, though? You're trying to eat? How do we beat the stupid bat? Stupid bat's too powerful. Gloom's almost dead. I almost murdered our best Pokemon. Our best Pokemon almost died. Dang it, 7 p.m. Do I run to the store and get stuff for taco salad? I'd say yes. I say, oh my frick. This bat. Good lord. This is so difficult to not have any of my Pokemon faint. Well, Pikachu can be killed in like 2 moves every time. You have to heal up Pikachu, but I don't have any Pokemon that I can sacrifice. I forget what wind does against ground. Is water good against ground? I could have swore. Yeah. Is flying good against ground? Ground can't hurt flying, but it doesn't look like it's super effective against ground. Yeah, Charmander's too low. Ground is good against Golbat. Ugh, that's a shame. I should have switched to this guy. I don't know how these stupid type matchups work. I'm even confused still. Because you can't use ground against flying. So I couldn't use dig on it, and I guess I thought that he'd be super effective against me. Ah. Yeah, ground won't affect it. I know that. Gee whiz, what a rough battle, dude. Yeah, poison and flying. I thought that flying was good against ground, but it's not. It's not. Gee whiz. I'm so scared for Gloom dying, though. Air slash. Still pretty dang effective. Not gonna lie. It's still a lot. Oh my god, please. Oh my god. This game's over, you guys. This game's over. We're done. We're done. Game over. Game over. We just lost our Sand Slash and our Kadabra. Game over, dude. Oof. Oof. GG's, you guys. GG's. We are done. Golbat is not affected by any of these moves, dude. Not affected by any of these moves. Good God. Gracious, dude. He almost killed 3 of us. Oh, this is such a rough battle, man. Holy moly. Now I'm thinking about all the battles that are in front of this. There's this guy. Who else do you have to battle before you get there? I don't even know if you have to battle any more gyms. Good gracious, man. That's horrible. We can't fight Giovanni right now. Giovanni's even tougher. Goodness, we lost 2 of our main Pokemon. What a way to go, you guys. What a way to go, dying against a bat. A freaking, I mean, he's got dark moves, flying moves. Yikes. Well, we definitely have to heal up our Pokemon. Golbat is 2 times effective against Gloom because it's weak to both flying and poison. Holy crap. Holy crap, what a horrible battle. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, this extra room, cool beans. Let's go back. Go back. This door's not supposed to be open yet. We're gonna go to... can you potion up? before next battle, we can leave Bell Blue. I'm out of here. I am the flip-flap out of here. We just lost, like, all our good Pokemon, pretty much. Unfortunately, we didn't lose, like, Charmander, because we can catch a better fire Pokemon later. But are we going to catch a better Psychic? I can switch Kadabra out for Drowsy, though. That's true. At least we can do that. It had Crunch, a Dark type, which is why it killed Kadabra. Yep, I was stupid. I should have remembered. I forgot that it had Crunch. That it killed Kadabra easy. I could have seen that coming a million miles away. A million miles away. I know why it died. Sandslash is dead. A real shame. Because he just powered straight through it. He just powered through and killed my freaking Sandshrew, dude. But Sandshrew's ground. I mean, I could put Graveler on the team, I guess. Yeah, I'll add Graveler to the team. At least they're high level. I'm going to double check their levels, though. Ooh, do we have another one that's hiding in here? Jigglypuff is high level. That's Fairy. But, I don't think that they have anything. Get your own Crobat. Golbat, you mean? Yeah, I mean, I could use a Golbat, but I don't think that I need one. Just a Golbat to match them. I need to be super effective against that. We will have a Ghost pretty soon. We'll have Ghost type Pokemon. But we can't get them yet because we can't catch anything inside of Lavender Town yet. Are legendaries going to be allowed? We will not encounter any legendaries before we finish this run. We're just trying to get our fossil. That's all. We're just trying to get our fossil, and then we'll be done. We don't have to complete the game. We don't have to defeat the Elite Four. We're just trying to get one Pokemon so that we can finish our Pokedex. But this is turning into quite an adventure. Quite an adventure indeed. Giovanni, what the heck are you gonna have, dude? What the heck would Giovanni have? Would he have flying moves? Would he have fire moves? What has he got? What has he got? Because I am not leveling anymore tonight, you guys. I'm not grinding any levels. I think that we go try to fight that fool in our current form. Yeah, probably Persian. Time to update the dead one, Skinny. I mean, yeah, now is as good a time as any, I guess. Let's see. Who died? Sandshrew? Sandslash at that point, but we get the picture. And who's the other one? The psychic guy, the freaking spoonbender. His name is Abracadabra. I'm just gonna say Abra because that's the first version. Abra. Do I have Slowpoke? I do not. You will not beat Giovanni right now. What, he has Persian? Persian is normal? Persian's normal. He's at like level 30 or something. Yeah, it was a Kadabra that actually died. No, we don't have a Slowbro. We do not have a Slowbro right now. Then we might, I don't want to level. I don't want to level right now. I don't want to go out in this forest to just get more powerful. I don't want to go out here. You might need to grind for a bit. This is the worst way to play Pokemon. This is why I never play Pokemon like this, because this sucks. This is why I just picked the most powerful Pokemon and I just beat my head against the wall, dude. Pokemon is lame like this. Using strategy. There is no way to use strategy. There is only grinding. There is only grinding and pain. Shiny hunt for leveling. No, we shouldn't shiny hunt whenever we don't have the shiny charm. That's the whole point of this run. That's the point of doing this. The point of doing this run is just so that we get the shiny charm so that I don't feel bad about shiny hunting. Shiny hunting is stupid before we have the charm. Now we don't have ground type either. Can't bury this boy. Oh, and I'll bury this boy. What level are you, Buster? Oh, wait, he doesn't even have ground type. He only has rocks. I don't know if rocks are good against electric. Seems like they should be, right? You can't electrocute a stone. It's non-conductive. Oh, we're only level 21. Throw a rock at that boy. Ow. That doesn't affect me. Persian Rhyhorn and Nidoqueen. Ooh, that's rough. Graveler's rock ground. Yes, I know. That is true. That is very true. Yeah, Graveler will be good on the team. I was initially going to use Graveler, and then I decided to not do. Just self-destruct. Just blow yourself up. Yeah, just explode. That'll kill him. Oh, that'll get Raichu. It's super effective. Super effective at ruining my run. Alchemic, this is the best rock monster that's in this game right now. What else would we use without this guy? An Onyx? You think that I'm going to use an Onyx like an absolute loser? No way. Doug Trio? Ooh, we need water. Unfortunately, our Psyduck is dead, and our Krabby is weak as heck. Well, it's more powerful than Graveler. Let's go for that. Diglett? Diglett is pretty cute. Pretty cute. Little hot dog baby. Little hot dog baby versus Dr. Crab. Dr. Crab. Ooh, thanks for the follow, Isaac. I appreciate it. Yo, Isaac, how are you doing? We're about to bubble beam this Doug Trio to oblivion. Oh. Never mind. Krabby, come back. Krabby, come back. Stop. Krabby, no. Good gracious. That's ground type? That's ground type. What is... Ground would be good against Pikachu. But is ground's good against grass, right? I think the ground's good against grass. Ground is half attack on grass. Grass is double effective on ground. Okay, so I think that ground is the move. Or grass is the move. It's time for grass to show this ground what it means. We're gonna suck all the nutrients out of this dirt. You are dead. You will suffer. Do 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 do. Ow, 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 ow. Don't hurt my freaking plant. Okay. Great. Great. Let's Mega Drain this Doug Trio. Kill them. Oh my gosh, stop. Don't kill my Gloom. Oh my gosh. If you haven't been asked this too much, can you have your hat greet me, please? Sure, Isaac. Nobody's asked me, so yes, for sure. Hi there, Isaac. Or like, hi there, Isaac. It's just that it moves. That's the point. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. I know, it's just cute. I just wanted to point it out. I tried to sucker people into asking, but nobody did. You're the first one, Isaac. I could never get tired of it. Lynn, what'd you say? So after breakup, I got news that I lost my job. Oh, well, such a life. Yeah, it looks like you're going to get 2 fresh starts. You can do it, Lynn. You can do it. You got 2 fresh starts. I guess it's time to shift stuff up. It's time to shift stuff up in your life, my friend. And I hope that you find a better job, better relationship, on to better things. Let's, Harden? Protect is actually pretty good. Enables you to protect from all attacks. Its chance to fail rises if it's used in succession. What, for just surviving 1 hit? Give up. Give up. Don't learn anything. Give up. Give up. I didn't read what that was. I think it said seal. Oh, it did. Okay, good stuff. All right, Seal. I'm going to seal the deal and kill this fool. Let me just get a little bit of potion just in case, because I don't want to lose another Pokemon tonight. I'm not going to lose another one tonight. We've already lost 5. Yeah, we killed 4. We lost 4. Oh, ice. I forgot that I had ice. Ooh, that was a critical hit. You're toast. You're toast. That was a critical hit on your best attack. You've got nothing. You've got nothing, you dumb dog. Nice. Sorry for killing the dog, Lupus. My bad. Suck the life out of it. Yep. See you later. Rip. Catch a Chansey to sponge some damage? I could. Oh, you were stronger than I thought. That's not what Giovanni said. Giovanni said, oh, you're weaker than I thought. I just killed all your precious Pokemon. It wasn't even Giovanni yet. It was that stupid blue-haired dummy. It was that blue-haired fool. Last time I was catching Jigglypuffs. We could do that again. What? I have tea now? Wait a second. Wait a second. When did I get that tea? Did I get that tea from that simpleton? I think that the Sylph Scope is the thing that other guy has. Does that mean that we can go to Saffron? Let's see if we can go to Saffron. He stole the tea. Yeah, what a dastardly fellow. He stole the only tea in the city. There's only one cup of tea, and I stole it. That's how evil I am. Or was it a... Oh, it's a big boy over here. Yeah. That's too bad. Giovanni has the scope. Yeah. So the tea made it so that I could go... so that I could save time. That's nice. He's just a time saver. Oh, I got it from Brock. Oh, thank you, Awkward. That would have saved a little bit of time. Krabby seems pleased looking at the fountain. Krabby, I'm pleased that you're still alive. I thought you were going to die, little buddy. I thought that you were about to bite the big one. You were about to be sent to crab heaven. Crab heaven with your little schmoovy legs. Your little weird legs. Little crab spider heaven. There are definitely some crabs that I would not want to be anywhere near. Crabs that get absolutely ginormous are quite frightening. It's time for Krabby. It's time for crab time. You need to go lay down. You're sorry that you can't stay around for too long. What? What are you talking about, Lupus? You were here more than enough. How dare. Lupus, you can take days off. You can take days off. You can do stuff. Don't you worry, Lupus. We'll hang out with you whenever. You shush. You shush and get out of here and get some sleep. Get some sleep, Lupus. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. We're always here. Lupus, night-night. Get some rest. Get some rest. Okay, but yeah, we can go to the right now. What does that do? That just saves time. It's nothing to me. We're stuck by the Snorlax. I'm guessing that we get the Poke Flute from Peepaw at the top of the tower. That just means... Oh, wait, this is Saffron. We did get to Saffron. I thought that Saffron was to the west for some reason. Shining Golden Land of Commerce. So this is the first time that we've made it here. Is there anything special that we should do? We could obviously battle a gym, but we're super weak. We could go down to Vermilion. Already been there. Go up to Cerulean. Nice. Yeah, so this just gives us access to Saffron. And we do eventually have to go to Sylph. We could beat up the guys in the fighting dojo. Fighting type, I believe that poison is effective against fighting type, right? Isn't it? Let's see, fighting. It looks like it's fairy, flying, and psychic. Okay, so do we have a powerful psychic? Excuse me, are there any psychics in the chat that can give me a reading? We could maybe use a Jigglypuff. We haven't trained any of them, but they're already level 27. Might be a little bit high level around here, though. I don't know what those boys are gonna be, don't know what those boys are packing in that fighting dojo. We just have rest. Great. Oh, well, I can go to bed. Is that an attack? No. No, that's not an attack, actually. Hypno, what have you got? A ghost move? Well, he's got Psybeam. Yeah, let's try going to the fighting dojo, and maybe we'll add a fighting bean to the list. Instead of, well, I don't know who they'd replace, but we can do it. Let's put Hypno over there. You will kill more of your Pokemon. What is that, just a prediction? I mean, it's not a bad guess. It's not a bad guess, Awkward. If you're just guessing. Not a bad one. Let's try fighting one of these guys. See what kind of attack they got. What kind of attack do you have, young man? With your weird spiky hair? You don't stand a chance. You don't stand a chance with my psychic attacks. Hitoshi. One primate. But what level is it? Answer me this. 31. Okay, not too bad. I think that we can blast him. Karate chop. You fool! You activated my trap card, and now you die. That pig snout will no longer breathe in and out so hastily. No. You shall perish. You shall perish, and you shall help me level. A splendid leveling affair. That should give me lots of XP. Or at least a little bit of XP. Well, it's better than nothing. But yeah, I don't know if we want to fight the last guy, though. That might be a little bit beefy. A little beefy. You crit on that one? What, I did? Oh, just for fun? We didn't even have to, I don't think. All right, Aaron. What's it gonna be? Which one is the superior Aaron, you guys, in your opinion? Do you think that the superior Aaron is the one that spells it with an E or an A? I don't know. I don't like 2 A's in a row. It makes me feel sick. So I think that I prefer Aaron with an E. Krabby is also level 27 and could wash away this Graveler. What is he going to use against the Psychic? You're fond of Aaron? Me too. All the people that I have, even Jaeger would agree. Yes, cool. I see what you mean. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I like E. Please don't kill my crab. I forgot that I already tried this today. I already tried this today, and he freaking almost killed my crab. Stop it! Aaron. Yeah, it looks like Aaron. Aaron. If it was spelled in Japanese, if we just took that as Romanized Japanese, then that would be Aaron. Except for, do they have R's? Yeah, they do. Ron. Aaron. I guess. Flickering autocorrect. No, you're all right. You're all right. Okay, let's just Mega Drain this fool. Get freaking got, son. Get. Got. All right. Thank you for your power. Thank you for your power. Dead rock. Should we continue, though? I'm a little bit worried. We could at least walk out of here. Let's walk out of here, okay? Walk out of here. We're going to heal up a little bit. And we'll never come back. Vampire Gloom, I know. Actually, whenever I play games like League or games that are RPGs like not Dark Souls. Not Dark Souls? What's it called? Freaking Diablo. I always go for the Vampirism. I always go for Lifesteal. That stuff is the best. I love Lifesteal so much. It makes me pleased. Then every attack is a heal. Yes, please. I will be taking that Vampirism. Oh, yeah, I also do that in... Oh, well, you really can't do that in Skyrim very efficiently. Lifesteal is the sauce. I love Lifesteal also in roguelikes. That's probably what trained me to love it so much. Because in roguelikes, it's so hard to come by health. And if you can get health anyway, then you're doing good. Like in... what's it called? That I'm trying to remember the platforming game. Rogue Legacy. Rogue Legacy Lifesteal is absolutely OP, dude. Anybody else just want Krabby to faint next so that he doesn't have to walk around with them? Oh my god, Kareem, you could have just asked, you monster. You monster, you could have just asked. Oh my gosh. Kareem is out to kill my crab. Look at him go! He tuck and roll. Zoom! Go, boy, go. Whee! Come on, Graveler. Let's leave. Wee! I love him. I love him. Yeah, let's evolve Gloom. Let's go evolve Gloom really quick. We'll go get a Leaf Stone. Actually, do we even have... We might have a Leaf Stone. No, just PP up. We've only got a Firestone and a PP up. We're not ready to go. We've got to go buy a Leaf Stone from the only person that I can think to buy it from. Mr. Department Store. Give me your stuff. I mean, the crab is pretty delicious. Ever had crab? I tried crab one time and I didn't like it. But to be fair, I was stupid when I was a child. So maybe I like it now. Maybe I would. It's possible. I should try it again. I bet you I'd enjoy it. I also tried. Wonder if I did try lobster. I don't know, but I love crawfish or crayfish, depending on how Cajun you are. I like crawfish pretty good, so I'm sure that I'd like some crab. I like dirty sea bugs. Dirty sea bugs are all right. Open up. Open up. We need to go up to the My weird breathing has come back to haunt me. Sometimes I swallow spit. Okay. Where's my stones? Where's my kidney stones? Excuse me, sir. Do you have the stones? Yes. A leaf stone. Perfect. Only $5,000. Sure. It's such an affordable gift. Such an affordable gift for my plant. All right. Let's get this sucker upgraded before we kill it accidentally. I mean, it's probably going to die anyway, but we might as well evolve it first. I want it to die as its best self. Just like all of us, the best thing that we can hope, you guys, is that we die as our best self. Make sure that you evolve your personal Pokemon as far as you can before it dies. Also, it's pretty cute. I like it. I like its little smile and its scary eyes. It is a vampire. It is absolutely a vampire. Who asked that? Who asked that? Absolutely a vampire with its red eyes. It seeks blood. It seeks the blood of its fellow Pokemon. Flaps its broad flower petals to scatter its poisonous pollen. The flapping sound is very loud. Okay. Thanks for the follow, Spoopy T-Rex. How are you doing? I love your name, Spoopy T-Rex. Hello. I hope you're doing well. Anybody who's spoopy is allowed around here. You're gonna love it around Halloween, though. I've got lots of spoopy outfits that I'm gonna be wearing. I've got some skin paint. I've got some things that I'm gonna stick on my face with adhesive. I've got some outfits that I've bought. I've got at least one skin suit that I'm gonna wear. We've got lots of plans. Big plans, yes. From Vampire Gloom to Vampire Vileplume. I'm gonna be Vileplume for Halloween. But yeah, Vileplume didn't learn any moves. Also looks kind of like they're T-posing a little bit. T-posing on the haters, are you? Very nice. You remember having a pencil sharpener of Vileplume where the center was its flower? Ooh, I like that. I like it. Is Gloom based on the vampire mushroom parasite? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Okay, so we could level our Pokemon a little bit. We have a pretty good team, right? We got Vileplume, we got Electric, we got Mr. Hypno, got Graveler, Krabby, Charmeleon. Not too bad. We don't use fire that much, though. Doesn't seem like fire's been very useful recently. Probably because anytime that there's a grass type, I normally just put out Vileplume. I don't know. Would I rather have a fire type or a... Oh, wait, we have a water type. What am I missing? Ground? Well, Graveler's ground, but also rock. Well, this all seems like a pretty good team. I guess we just need to level them. It's the highest level area that we have access to. Probably wherever the most dangerous trainers are. I wonder where that would be, because we can catch any Pokemon. We just have to make sure that we've got the Pokeballs for it. I wonder. I think I've been catching Jigglypuffs because I think that that's the highest level thing that we have access to right now. But now I'm not quite sure. Could fight that guy for XP, but I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit worried about these battles because we're kind of a weakling. Because I'm not doing any I'm not doing tons of battles right now because I'm super scared. I'm a scared little baby. I don't want to get beat up. But yeah, I've been fighting to the west of here. We could always go down to the south, but I think it's lower. Looks like a possessed ball of aluminum foil is following you. Yes, he's rolling. Look out! Look out! Don't be attacked by the aluminum ball. That's Mr. Aluminum Ball to you. Maybe Rock Tunnel for Krabby to get strong. I mean, thankfully there's XP share on everything, Rusty Keys. I think that it's even equal. We've been caught by a nerd. But yeah, we're probably going to grind later. I mean, it's getting pretty late. It's getting pretty late, but I'm not even tired, you guys. I'm not even tired. I want to keep playing. I just don't want to grind anymore. I want us to be making progress. Go, Hypno. Hypno is not a good choice. Bad choice. We need to switch over to Rock Boy. Rock Boy. Graveler. Wait a second. 21? 27, eh? Man, I missed my Sandshrew. But Mom, I'm not even tired. Is that what Poco said before going to bed and then just collapsed? Horses are so scary whenever they sleep.
I honestly, I don't hate it, but it has scared me a few times. Horses look like they are dead when they're asleep because they lay on their side like they got shot. They're playing dead all the time that they're sleeping, and it is very disturbing. Ghoul, that's cute. Cute little tails. Can you use grass power on steel? Pretty sure that steel would what? Not very effective, eh? Looked pretty effective to me. Poco looks dead because he stretches out completely, head down on the ground, feet just straight out. Exactly. Yeah, that's what lots of horses do that I've met. They can lay down. How do they get up? They go boom. In fact, horses can get what's called it's not called coffined. What is it called? It's called not crib. Crib is whenever they bite stuff. They can get what's the word whenever they get pinned against the wall because they can't roll? There's horses, if they lay their backs, they can lay their backs against a wall and they get too close to the wall and then they try to roll to get up and they can't do it, and because they're trying to roll the other direction. If they happen to be like bad at getting up, they can get stuck against a wall. Cast, that's what it's called. Yeah, horses can get cast where they can't roll enough to get up. And the only way that I know how to help a horse that's cast is that you tie a rope to their legs and then you pull them away from the wall. But they have to be calm enough for you to tie their hooves together. And then you and some more people will pull them out. And then you untie the rope and let them get up. Because you cannot get a horse up. They are way too heavy. Oh, welcome back, Nigel. It's so sweet. I'm glad that you like it around here, my friend. Welcome back. I'm glad that you were enjoying some YouTube. Some sweet, sweet, delicious YouTube. But yeah, casting is pretty scary. Pretty scary. Because you'll hear like, you'll hear bang, bang, bang. They'll be banging against, like, thrashing around. It's very frightening. You just hear bang, 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 bang. Yes, they can die from it. They literally can. Horses are that bad at getting up. They can literally just, like, stay there and starve. They can die. So yeah, you've got to help them out. It's very very frightening. Let's use Graveler, I think. Rock throw? Let's see, that's 21. Horses do not deserve the dumbification of human domestication. Yeah, but where would they live, Grandpa? Are they just gonna like live in the wild? I mean, I'm glad that humans took a liking to them, because who knows, maybe humans would have eaten them all. Glad that we decided that we liked them so that we didn't eat them. Because they eat horses. In the EU, they eat horses. There are wild horses. Yeah, there's still some wild horses about. But I feel like there's no way that horses are going extinct now that humans have taken a liking to them. All right, let's just use Mega Drain on this guy. He is electric, so he's not going to be effective against us. I think that Acid might be better. Even though Mega Drain is nice. You need to treat yourself like a horse, Kareem. You need to lock yourself in a stall, feed yourself sugar. You need you have to be like worked out every single day. You have to do tricks and go to shows. Like, yeah, you should treat yourself like a horse. You get other people to force medicine down your throat. You have to wear a saddle all the time. A lot of places eat horses. It's true. It's true. I mean, it's not really different than eating a cow. It's just funny that in America we don't think of horses that way, but in other places they do. It's just a viewpoint, you know. What a life. Locking yourself, eating sugar, and wearing a saddle all the time. Yeehaw! Pretty great. Pretty great. And you get to prance around and be fancy. I like it. I wouldn't mind doing a little bit of dressage as a human being. Have you seen those videos of the people that jump? What are they called? That they like run around on all fours and they jump things like a horse. Pretty exciting lifestyle. Don't knock it till you try it. Horses taste salty, do they? I heard that they tasted like really good cow. That's what I've heard. That is what I have heard.
But yeah, I saw those people running on all fours, and they had some pretty impressive jumping skills. What, Felix? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Do, 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 do. Oi, Felix, I hope you're doing good. Felix! What's up? Good morning. You have a job interview in 15 minutes? What excitement! You got this. You got this. Me and Pika Hat. Pika, Pika. Think that you can do it. Good luck, Felix. You can do it. You're gonna do it. You're gonna do it. You got this. You got this, Felix. Oh, yeah. I'm excited for you. You got this, my friend. I know that you're probably nervous, but you got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. We're your cheerleaders. Yeah, 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 yeah. I can imagine you doing that, Earl. Oh, wow. Captain Zanuck? Excuse me? Oh, 200. You immediately lost all your social skills? Yeah, it do be like that. You'll get a little bit nervous, but it's okay. It's okay. They'll understand. They know that people get nervous about interviews. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. They know how it is. They had to do interviews before. Hopefully, they're very nice to you. And you can just make it clear that you're a good being. You deserve to be hired because you totally do. Being nervous is good. Yeah, better than being like walking in like a sorry sucker that's just all that thinks that they've got it. Yeah, that's true. Better to be nervous and try your best because you're nervous rather than walking in like you definitely got it. I bet you that would do way worse. Whee! Besides, nervous is roommates with excited, right? Nervous and excited are only like one little step away. One little teeny step away. You have 440, but it... what? Of what? The squirrel stuff? Okay, Lurk. I'll keep your voice in the background so that it feels like I'm talking to besties or something. You got this, Felix. You got this 100%. Don't let me distract you now. You remember to mute me, all right? Mute me. Nigel, I like you too. You seem like a pretty good being. Nigel, you're pretty great. Let's, you like my YouTube. What? Oh, did you say that you were watching my YouTube videos? What? Nigel, I'm glad that you like them. That's very nice of you. Yeah, I'm gonna try to electrocute this fish. Not the first time I've said that tonight. I'm gonna electrocute this fish. He doesn't stand a chance. Unless he does that stupid horn attack that I kind of forgot that they normally have. Ooh, horn drill. Keep that away. Don't you dare. I'm gonna drop thunder down on your head. Perish. Boom. Oh, that did not kill it. Horn drill. What? One hit KO? What? What? Why? Why? Why does it kill in one hit? What? What? A fish killed my electric rat? A fish killed my electric rat in one hit? Dude, what? That sucks. The audacity. A one-hit KO. What an absolute curmudgeon. Absolute turd. I can't believe it. Yeah, Horn Drill has the capability to one-hit KO anyone. That sucks. Seeking's got to be pretty scared. You got to be pretty scared of Nuzlocke, right? You got to be pretty scared of Horn Drill whenever you're doing a Nuzlocke, eh? Well, great. Now I lost Pikachu. Well, then again, Pikachu's one that we probably shouldn't have been using because I use Pikachu all the time. So, probably good that we're not using them. Well, bye-bye, Pika. Pika, die. You've heard of Pikachu. Now you know Pika dead. Oh, Pika. Pikachu's dead. I'm sorry, Ash. I killed your friend. I killed Ash's friend. We've killed so many. We've killed too many of them, dude. This Nuzlocke seems kind of challenging. I mean, yeah, whenever you're a big dummy like me, I barely know my type matchups. Pika P perished. Shaking my head, dude. What are we got? We're gonna run out of Pokemon. We're gonna run out of Pokemon for sure. Sandslash is dead. We can't use Sandslash. Sandslash is out of here, dude.
Tonight's been a slaughter, 100%. I've been a little bit distracted, I guess. I haven't been paying attention well enough. We haven't gotten rid of a rat. We could actually use Raticate, but I'd be more interested in getting this bird. Having a flying type would be kind of nice. It's like the opposite of having an electric type. Our partner Pikachu just watched one of their friends die. Yeah, who got replaced? Graveler, Krabby, Vileplume? What? Someone just died. Oh, Pikachu. It's right there. The Midst of Crystal Skulls has him off his game. What? Crystal Skulls? The curse of the Crystal Skulls? Is that true? That's why you need a whole bunch of Excel spreadsheets on types and base stats. Okay, we need to calculate. Make sure that we don't run into this guy over here. Okay. Yeah, I'd have to actually like be ready for a Nuzlocke, I guess. Wee! Look at that Graveler go! Wahoo! And pretty soon we'll have this Sylph Scope. Like tomorrow we'll go pick up the Sylph Scope. Then we'll be able to go here, catch some ghosts, and then we'll be able to get that Poke Flute, play a song for that Snorlax over there, and then we can go to the left, go down, get our Surf, go back to Pallet, go to Cinnabar, and then get our Pokemon figured out. But yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. We'll call it a night here, you guys. We'll call it a night here. It's been great hanging out with y'all and just shooting the crap with you guys has been great. It's been great. I loved the chats, you guys. The chats were fun. The chats went to some dark places. They went to some light places. They went to some cringe places, and I'm mostly talking about what y'all were talking about. But it was a good time. There was sass. There was memes. There's a few bands. There was definitely some times of people getting silenced. And yeah, I hope that you guys had a great time. Let's find somebody to raid and say hi to, okay? What's that? I just heard a noise. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, I don't need headphones for this. I don't need headphones. I'm gonna keep on this hat so that I look beautiful. I heard you like Roblox. You shut up, Captain Zanuck. It has been fun. Yes, it's been fun, you guys. It was nice to hang out. Ghoul, thanks for being here. Rata Squirrel, good times. Alchemic, always fun, always fun. I'm excited about those. I'm excited about the juggling balls that came in. Oh yeah. Ah! Dang it. But yeah, it was nice to spend time. Grandpa Pumpkin, it's been forever since we saw you. Hey, it's so nice to be able to hang out with you, Pumpkin, again. Pumpkin. Apple's live. You're right here at the end. We're going to be saying good night. I'm sorry. A free juggle is at the end. It is the end. Let me give you a little juggle though, Apple. I'll give you a little juggle, okay? A little like, what's it called? Well, it is a bonus juggle, but I mean like a, what is it called? Consolation juggle? Yeah. Oh. There's glass on the ceiling. That's why I always stand to the left, but I actually had a chair in my way. That's why I stand closer. But there's a glass light up there, so should probably be careful not to smash that. That'd be a real bummer. Kenny, quick question. What camera are you using? The Sony A1500. It's like, or not 15. Sorry, not 15. It's 5100. Yeah, 5100. It's that's the most beautiful flinch face. Yeah, that's, I have to do flinch faces all the time. Yeah. It was interesting. Good night, good day. Oh, Bellblue, I'm glad that you were interested. A little bit of extra juggling. You'll have to work out early. You'll have to work out ready for tomorrow. What? Are you kidding me? Ghoul, I'm glad that I could encourage you a little bit. I'm glad that you could vibe with us. It was good to hang out with you too. But yeah, Lime, it's the Sony A5100 or 5100. You can get like more recent versions and they're technically better. This one was just cheaper at the time. And the only real bummer is that if you do like video recording, it overheats. So you really can't use it for YouTube or anything like that.
But yeah, they're kind of hard to come by now. You could always get like a 6,400 or just continue get an updated one. They were just more expensive. That's all. They're technically better. They're mostly the same. They all use the same sensor in general. I think that they might have better focus. Some of them have mic plugins. This one doesn't have a like an auxiliary plug for a mic. So you can look for ones that have a second mic plug if you need one, but it's got clean HDMI. That's the main thing. So clean HDMI is all that you need. You want to upgrade from your webcam at some point? This is pretty cheap. It's basically one of the cheapest upgrades that you can do. But yeah, for sure. I would always say, just like most people say, I would suggest upgrading your lighting first. But that's just me. I would always suggest lighting to look good. But I haven't looked at your cam in a little while, Lime. You might have already figured it out. You said still using Sigma 16. Yeah, this one is Sigma 16. But I found out the other day that I wasn't using a Sigma for. It looks like I bought authentic Sony for my 32. I didn't even know that. I didn't even realize that. But yeah, my where does it say it's millimeters? 35. I have this other one that I use for super close-up things, and whenever I do Lego. This is a Sony 35 mil lens. I didn't even know that I'd gotten one. I thought that I got a Sigma. I think Sigma probably would have been cheaper. I don't know why I balled out there, but whatever. But you know next to nothing about DSLRs? Well, I mean, we could talk about it sometime if you want, Lime. Yeah, upgrade lighting first. You will be surprised. Yeah, lighting can really make any camera look good, TBH. Lighting's hard because your eyes do not like the light. It makes me sleepy. Yeah. Oh, what? You don't like light? You want to? Well, I mean, getting a nicer camera will make it so that you can make it much darker and it still looks pretty good. Like I can turn off all my lights and it still looks pretty clean. TBH. It looks a little weird, but I mean, it still looks fine. It doesn't get like super darn like horrible looking. Let me see. Which side is my side light? Not that one. This one. There we go. Moody lighting. A little bit moodier. Oh, I'm blue dabba dee dabba da. But yeah. So Kenny, you are a Sigma man. No. It's a lens type. Okay. Now we use the UV light to look for blood. Blood. There should be no blood in here. I didn't bleed anywhere. Okay. You took a digital video class last semester and it helps with getting things looking good in the picture. Cool beans. Mood lighting. Yes, very moody. Very moody. Let me see. Which one am I doing? We'll make it ice cold though. How do you like that? Oh, this looks horrible. Looks horrible. Yeah, you could just stream using sunglasses like my friend OT. My friend OT, he streams with sunglasses all the time, and it looks dope. But yes, you guys, I will see you all tomorrow. Thanks for vibing. Glad that I can answer some questions before we go. And Alchemic said that Opst is on. Let's go say hi to Opst. Opsty is my sweetest little bean. My sweetest bean of all. Opsty. Oopsie Sama. Let me hop over here. Where is this boy? I've got Udi. I've got the Udi tab still up, just in case. Good raid, Mr. Bubbles. He's playing Phasmo. Ghoul, I see that you're a sub. That means that you have access to my raid suggestions and, yeah, raid suggestions and feedback. If you want, and you want to put like somebody's name there, you can put streamers' names there and maybe I'll rate them. But yeah, I normally like to check out people first and foremost. Though I gotta say, we went and raided Aldebar the other night yesterday, and I don't think that he knew that I was still hanging out in the chat, but he said some really sweet stuff. He was like talking about how I was the biggest raid that he ever had before like he'd had like 2s or 3s or something, and he was like, oh man, it really changed my whole streaming. And I was like, it makes me want to raid more small people. We're gonna raid more small people soon. But yeah, Oopsie's got a special streams anniversary. We should go say hi. But yeah, we're gonna probably go say hi to more small people because now Aldebar's got me thinking about it. Also, Kenny, can you change the background lights to purple like right now? Sure. Right now, yeah. I'll do it now because it's the end of the stream. We can just look at it, okay? This is actually kind of getting purpley. What kind of purple? Like this kind of purple? I also had the saturation kind of turned down too. What, like this? I mean, that looks pretty good, right? Pink. Pink. Everybody make it pink. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of purpley, right? Depends on what kind of purple you're looking for. Like this. Like this. Whoa! Yeah, it's pretty purpley. Kenny, did you find your missing piercing? Not yet. Not yet. Also, I must have missed the good stuff for today. Most of your party's dead. Yeah, we lost so many today. It was awful. We did horrible. We did horrible, but we also got through some stuff. So that's all right. That's all right. I'll still give you all the power to change my background eventually. Minnie, you like pink? What a surprise. What a surprise. Minnie, it's good to see you as we're headed out. Because we're going to go say hi. We're going to go say hi to my friend. Oops. We're going to say, let me see. 5-year stream anniversary. Good Lord. I'm coming up on my second. He's got more than double my time. Nearly double my time. Let me see. We need to go. Yeah, we're going to say maybe like 5 years. 5 more years. That's what we're going to say. 5 more years. Put the pressure on. Put the pressure on. 5 more years. 5 more years. Make sure to spam this, you guys. Make sure to spam this. Don't let him rest. No rest for the wicked. 5 more years. 5 more years. Yes, more oats. More oats. We need more oats. Shut up, Apple Watch. I'm not going to breathe, okay? I love how your growing hairs flip upward in the back. It's very what? Very anime. Back? Flipped up. Flip, flap, floop. Fleep, floop, fleep, floop. But yeah, everybody say hello to my friend Oats. I'll see you guys tomorrow. The chats have been lots of fun. Lots of fun. And I love all y'all very much. And let's go say hi to my friend Opes. He's a really sweet bean. It's 5-year subsiversary and he's playing New Horizons. So he's back to his old nonsense. And I love it. Okay, I'm gonna really quickly go over so that I can read all the names in the chat. Thank you so much for watching over the chat mods. I really appreciate it. Die 101 was here. Thank you so much, Linz. Thank you so much, Alchemic. Thank you so much, Jedi. I appreciate it. And thanks to Risa. Not here, but still gets a thank you. Wow, we really made it to 6 hours though. We made it to 6 hours. I hope y'all had a wonderful time. I certainly did. I'll be here tomorrow. And thank you so much to my VIPs that I can't read yet. My VIPs, Lemonberry, Anti-Dark Heart, Kiwi, Lady Dark Sky, Lime, Minnie, and Tayaki. Also, thanks so much for the raid. Anti-Dark Heart, it was incredible. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time. Butterfly, I didn't get to see you much today. Hey, we'll see you later. Much love. Bye-bye, Butterfly. We'll see you later. Lemonberry, it was great to hang out with you. Ahsoka, thanks for vibing. Ghoul, I'm glad that we could encourage you a little bit. King of Squirrel, we'll see you later. Nighty-night, Tayaki-san. Much love. Much love. And thank you so much, Captain Zanuck. You have a wonderful evening, too. All right, I'll be here tomorrow. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Get out of here. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Thanks for watching the videos, you guys.